Section 24 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fasande. The Secret of the Submarine City. Man has conquered the earth and the air. There still remains, however, the vast unexplored regions at the bottom of the ocean that have so far eluded his dominion. Yet they must contain untold treasures and mineral wealth, coal and petroleum. This story of a submarine city, which seems a wild fantasy today, will be a cold fact in the not-distant future. "Silas," said Dr. Hackensaw impressively, "I am going to initiate you today into one of my greatest secrets, one that I have so far revealed only to those whose cooperation was necessary to carry out my plans. Silas, I am a king." "What?" cried the reporter, gazing at the doctor in amazement and wondering if he had suddenly gone mad. "What did you say?" "I said I was a king, and it is true. I am the supreme ruler of a large country. In fact, I am really monarch of a domain larger than all the other kingdoms on earth put together." "What in the name of the seven wonders do you mean?" asked Silas, perplexed. "Have you discovered a new continent in the polar region?" "No," replied the doctor, "but I have found the means of conquering and bringing under my dominion immense unexplored regions in the ocean's depths. For years it has seemed to me foolish that man, overcrowded as he is on land, should allow the enormous tracts under water to remain unused. Do you realize, Silas, that the ocean covers far more land than all our 4 continents put together? It is this land that I have sought to make use of, these submerged tracts that so far have been allowed to remain idle, and that are yet capable of producing immense wealth, and of supporting a population greater than that now in existence. I have no competitors. My secret has been well kept, and I am absolute monarch of my own dominions. I make my own laws, and I enforce them myself." Silas Rocket looked puzzled. "Please explain yourself, doctor," said he. "I gather your idea in a vague way, but not very clearly. I suppose you have explored a portion of the ocean's depths with submarines, but how you can make any real use of this submerged land is more than I can fathom. The only thing I see that might be made useful are the fish." "The fish, of course," returned Dr. Hackensaw, "are of great importance. I have my submarine fisheries and my submarine flocks, if I may so call the immense schools of fish and marine animals that I keep penned up. The returns are highly profitable. I learn the fish's habit and their habitats. I place immense traps at the proper places, bait them carefully, and secure thousands of tons of fish with very little trouble. My canning factories run night and day. The fish are cleaned, cooked, and packed by machinery while absolutely fresh, and so have a flavor unequaled by the ordinary commercial grades." "You have flocks of fish, too?" "Submarine farms." "Yes, domestic herds. I hatch fish from the spawn and keep them penned in suitable places. Then, too, I have my submarine farms. You probably know that many submarine animal and vegetable growths have a real commercial value. Iodine and bromine exist in quantities in certain seaweeds and can be extracted with profit. Then I have whole acres planted with sponges of the finest quality. My oyster farms cover miles of surface, and I even raise the pearl oysters and can produce pearls of the largest size and most wonderful luster. You see, I have scoured the world to secure the best stock." "But who attends to these submarine farms?" "I have no lack of help. My submarine cities have a large population, not only self-supporting, but every member certain of becoming wealthy in the course of a very few years." "Submarine cities?" cried Silas, more and more perplexed. "Am I to understand that you have found means of enabling men to live and work in the ocean depths, and that you have found men willing to so live?" "Yes to both questions, Silas. Yes, I have found means of enabling men to live indefinitely underwater in perfect comfort, and I have had no trouble in finding men and women willing to work for me. Unfortunately, there is still a great deal of misery in the world, and men and women gladly come to me to escape from it. Then there are enthusiastic young people in search of adventure, and they form the elite of my workers. The inducements I offer are great, for I guarantee to all my workers who remain a few years with me a comfortable pension for the rest of their lives. But if you are to understand the matter, I would better begin my story at the beginning. What first gave me my idea of a submarine city was the study of the gasoline problem." How the doctor started. Gasoline? Echoed Silas Rocket. Yes, with the increasing use of gasoline fuel, oil for automobiles, aeroplanes, and ships, the supply of petroleum is certainly very soon to become inadequate. The consequence will be a great rise in the price of gasoline and the need of some substitute. During the World War, a number of substitutes were tried with more or less success. Alcohol gives good results and can be made in large quantities. Hydrogen gas was tried, the automobile carrying a balloon of this gas, but the scheme was not found very practical. Liquefied hydrogen in tanks might answer better. Electricity will someday supersede gasoline, but not for some time yet. I resolved to turn my attention first to increasing the available supply of gasoline. Gasoline, as you know, is made from petroleum, and the petroleum is found deep underground. In fact, petroleum is a byproduct in the natural formation of coal. The liquid sinks from the coal beds deep into the ground, forming underground pools. These are often under pressure and when tapped, will spout up above ground like artesian wells. Such being the case, and England possessing very rich coal mines, how was it that England had no oil wells? Petroleum must exist in Great Britain in large quantities. Why was it not made use of? I found the answer in a London museum, where I was shown samples of petroleum obtained by borings made in different parts of England. But this petroleum, probably owing to the chalky nature of the soil, was deep underground and could not be profitably utilized at present. Oil beneath the sea. I consulted several distinguished geologists, carefully studied the geological maps, and became convinced that there must exist large deposits of petroleum below the bottom of the North Sea. The question then arose as how to dig an oil well underwater. The answer was obvious. We must sink one or more caissons and work from these. There was nothing new in the method. It is used daily in building bridges. I began by sinking 2 caissons and joined these together by a tunnel, which I excavated deep under the sea bottom. This tunnel was gradually enlarged in spots to form large chambers. One of these served for the drilling operations, and the others formed storerooms and sleeping rooms. The great trouble was to keep matters secret. To achieve this, I bought an English power plant, conducted the electrical power to the work by cables. The air supply is obtained from above by means of extensible conduits. A ship of my own on watch informs me of the approach of strange vessels, and my air pipes are then pulled down below the surface, and compressed air, stored in reservoirs, is used until the stranger has passed. I obtained my water supply, as on shipboard, by distilling the seawater. I expect soon, however, to obtain an ample supply of fresh water by means of artesian wells. But what's the use of talking? You have a month's vacation. I am sailing for England tomorrow. Come along with me for a visit to my submarine city, and I promise you that you will be well repaid for your trouble. And that is how, some days later, Silas Rocket found himself with Dr. Hackensaw in England, about to embark in one of the doctor's hydro aeroplanes for a visit to the secret underwater city. The aeroplane was in good condition, and a 30-minute flight brought the 2 men out over the North Sea. "We are now somewhere near Submarina, as I call the city," said the doctor, "so I will wireless the radio station to notify them of our arrival." Sitting down to his machine, he sent off a brief message and received the answer. "All right," said he. "They say they will pilot us to our destination. See? The compass is turning to point the way." Silas looked at the instrument indicated. It was different from any compass he had ever seen. It was a needle suspended on a universal joint, and it was surrounded by a number of electromagnets, each designed to be rendered active only by a radio wave of a special length. The operator in Submarina could thus turn the compass needle on the aeroplane in any direction he desired. The needle had now assumed a sloping direction, and the pilot of the aeroplane turned the machine in the same direction. "We shall soon be in port now," remarked Dr. Hackensaw. "But what's the use of this guiding instrument?" asked Silas. "To Submarina." "This arrangement is absolutely necessary at present," replied the doctor, "because, as I told you, I am keeping the existence of this submarine city a complete secret. I myself could scarcely hope to find it in this waste of water without some guide." 5 minutes later, the hydroplane had alighted on the surface of the ocean. Then it came to a complete stop, and a large yawning metal mouth came up out of the depths of the water and closed over it. Then it was dragged down into the ocean by means of a cable. Again there was a halt, followed by a click. "We are now in one of the receiving compartments," explained Dr. Hackensaw. "This receiving chamber has closed over us, and we must wait until the water has been pumped out before we can emerge. The pumping out did not take long. The metal mouth that enclosed them opened, and they found themselves in a small closed chamber. A door in this chamber immediately opened and gave access into a street of submarina. "You see, Silas," remarked Dr. Hackensaw, "we're pretty safe here. Even if an enemy discovered our hiding place, he would find it difficult to injure us. We could easily protect ourselves against attacks from submarines, and I doubt if even depth bombs could do us much damage. In fact, the whole city, like a ship, is built in airtight compartments. If one is damaged, we can take refuge in another. The central city is some distance away. In fact, we must take the electric trolley car to get there." "What?" cried the reporter, amazed. "A trolley car here, under the ocean?" "Of course. You don't suppose I am going to give my men any more work than is necessary. Every labor-saving device I can think of is installed here." The subsea city. It did not take Silas long to realize that he had come to a real city. The streets, lighted by diffused electric light, were as bright as if the sun were shining overhead. They bore names and numbers, and were kept spotlessly clean. The air was pure and sweet, a regular ocean breeze pervading. "How is it the air here is not under pressure?" asked Silas. "I understood that the air pressure on the earth is about 15 pounds to the square inch. Every 32 feet depth of water adds 15 pounds more. Hence, half a mile under water, the pressure should be 1,252½ pounds per square inch." "You are right about the water pressure, Silas, but my air taken from the sea level has barely little more weight than normal air. Half a mile more of air in the column does not greatly increase the weight." "But how do your receiving chambers and the roof of your city stand the enormous water pressure?" "My receiving chambers and my entrance wells have thick walls of the strongest metals I can obtain. The city itself is excavated so far underground that there is little danger. You will notice that the car is going down a rather steep incline." To say that Silas was amazed would be to put the matter mildly. He could scarcely believe his eyes as he went from one surprise to another. The streets were filled, not only with laborers, but with clerks, stenographers, and other professional people, and even with children. Theaters, moving picture shows, restaurants, and ballrooms advertised their various attractions. There was a bank, and there were even stores, but as the doctor explained to Silas, all the stores and recreation centers were under his own management and were run at cost. The stores would furnish anything wanted, sending to England for it if necessary. Only two things were noticeably different from the ordinary city. Here, there were not automobiles and no horses. Both were tabooed. Silas was deeply impressed. "I wondered how it was," said he, "that you were able to get help in your submarine city. But now that I have seen it, I am not surprised. Your workmen have all the comforts of home here." "Yes, we receive all the principal books, newspapers, and magazines, and we even publish a journal of our own, the Submarine Daily Swash. We have telephones and electric lights and all modern conveniences in every house, even including radio receiving sets to receive the broadcasts from England. But here we are at the oil wells. Let's get out and visit them." The oil wells. How do you dispose of your crude oil? "I have a secret pipeline which carries it to an English refinery I have started. We also refine oil from Europe, though our greatest supply comes from here. I furnish gasoline to England and France cheaper than anyone else can supply it. My only doubt is whether or not I am benefiting the world by doing so." "I don't understand you." "What I mean to say is that I am a firm believer in the conservation of natural resources. It has taken nature millions of years to store up her supplies of coal and petroleum, and there is not hope of them being renewed. It seems a wanton waste to use these up for pleasure trips in automobiles. We ought to make use of alcohol or air or water power or some other such inexhaustible source of energy, instead of consuming these invaluable natural hydrocarbons. My only consolation is that chemistry is making such rapid strides at the present day that the time is bound to come when we can make the petroleum products synthetically, from carbon dioxide and water." "Have you a coal mine here?" "Yes, and a very rich one. We are working it now. As soon as I perfect my devices for burning the coal without smoke, I shall generate all my own power here, and shall then send electrical power by cable to England. Turnabout is fair play. Up to date, I have placed the coal as mine in large buoyant steel vessels, hermetically closed, allowed them to float to the surface, and then towed them to some convenient spot where the water is smooth, where the coal can be transferred to ships. Your city ought to be useful as a submarine base in wartime, suggested Silas. Yes, indeed, especially as its existence is not suspected. I don't see how you can keep it secret. All my help are under contract to remain here 5 years. Only those I know I can trust are allowed to attend getting supplies and provisions. Of course, Submarina could, in a pinch, furnish all her own food, as fish, oysters, and seaweeds of many kinds abound, but I find it easier to import meat, flour, and vegetables rather than attempt to raise them here. How could you raise wheat here without sunlight? The museum. I think it could be done by means of artificial light, but until I manufacture my own electricity, I shall not do any experimenting in this line. But here we are at the museum. Come in with me, and I'll show you some of the curiosities we have discovered in the ocean's depths. Here are perfect specimens of all kinds of marine plants and animals, specimens such as you will not find in any museum on Earth, for my men go out in diving suits and select only the finest specimens. My workers are free to move about as they use my artificial gills to furnish them air for breathing. Then here are relics from sunken ships. These coins and jewels came from a Roman galley that sank here hundreds of years ago and was deeply embedded in the silt. We come across very curious things here. The journey was continued, and Silas was shown one new marvel after another. Nothing that might lend to comfort or recreation of the inhabitant was neglected. The pair stopped at a restaurant and had an excellent dinner, and then took rooms in the hotel, for a hotel had been found a convenience for many, especially those engaged in the transportation of supplies. But in the middle of the night, Silas Rocket was awakened by the loud ringing of an alarm. An instant later, Dr. Hackensaw in his nightshirt was at the door. "Grab your clothes, quick!" he cried, "and come with me. Submarina has sprung a leak." Silas Rocket lost no time. He made one grab for his clothing and then followed the doctor out into the street, where they found numbers of lightly clad men, women, and children splashing through a small stream of water that had suddenly made its appearance. Among the number was a woman with a baby in her arms, the first child born in Submarina. "Follow the water!" cried the doctor, and Silas obeyed. He realized only too well what had happened. The enormous pressure exerted by the ocean above had caused the earth that formed the roof of the city to cave in at some spot, and it was evidently but a matter of minutes before the flying people would all be drowned like rats in a trap. "Goodbye, doctor!" cried Silas, but the doctor did not hear him. Meanwhile, the stream had rapidly risen, and the water now reached their knees. "Grab a life preserver!" cried the doctor. Silas now noticed that life preservers in large numbers were hanging within reach on the sides of the houses. Evidently, an emergency like the present one had been foreseen and prepared for, and the reporters' spirits rose. The fleeing crowd were all busily engaged in putting on their life preservers, and Silas and the doctor were not a moment too soon in adjusting theirs. Evidently a new portion of the roof had given way, for the water came pouring in, and the stream became so rapid they were borne along at a terrific pace. To safety. "Put on your helmet," commanded the doctor. To each life preserver a helmet containing a reservoir of compressed air was fastened. Provision had, of course, been made so that the air would be reduced to normal atmospheric pressure before being inhaled. Silas lost no time in adjusting his headpiece, and before he got it on, he realized the need of this protection, for the air in the street, compressed by the inflowing water, attained a pressure which made breathing difficult. It is a sudden change of pressure like this that in underwater caissons gives workmen attacks of the bends. At this moment, a shriek from the woman with the baby called their attention to the fact that the mother burdened with the child had been unable to provide herself with life preservers or helmets. It was only with the greatest difficulty that Silas and the doctor managed to secure helmets for the two and get the pair safely protected. By this time the water was so high that everyone was afloat, borne rapidly forward by the swift current. Luckily their journey was nearly finished, for they came suddenly to the end of the passage where about 1,000 persons were floating about, awaiting their turn to pass through a revolving door somewhat similar to those used in department stores. The purpose of these doors was soon evident. Dr. Hackensaw, in planning Submarina, had foreseen the possibility of a catastrophe like the present one, and had built his city in watertight compartments like our modern transatlantic liners. The ocean might burst its way into one of these compartments, but the inhabitants could take refuge in the others. Communication between the compartments was made by means of revolving doors. On each side of the door was a completely enclosed platform, hermetically tight, which held 100 persons. Revolving this platform halfway brought it safely to the next unflooded portion of the city. The small amount of water in which the persons floated was of course carried with them, but was of no consequence. While Silas and the doctor were waiting for their turn to pass through the door, the doctor showed the reporter an iron grating through which the ocean water was descending into an unused mine shaft. "You see," he explained, "I constructed my door here in order that the current of water flowing down into this shaft should carry all refugees safely to this spot, the only place where safety lies." Silas admired the ingenuity of the scheme, but he was shivering with the cold and glad to get somewhere where he could obtain dry clothing. But he had had enough of submarine cities, and when the doctor suggested returning to London, he acquiesced with alacrity. "Submarine cities are very interesting," said he, "and they offer some novel experiences. But as for me, give me the sunlight and the open air." End of section 24.
Section 25 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Corny Dwee. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. The Secret of Perpetual Youth. Author's Note. The average duration of human life has about doubled in the last 100 years. Before the next century has passed, it is quite possible that the average life of a man may be raised to 80 or 100 years. The remote future may see this increase extended to 1,000 years or more. Scientists have only begun to study the causes of old age, and much may be hoped for from systematic research along the path already opened by Metchnikoff and others. Is it possible, Dr. Hackensaw, that you have discovered the secret of perpetual life? The speaker was a somewhat decrepit old lady of 85, Mrs. Linda Young by name, who had hobbled into the doctor's office on hearing rumors that the doctor was seeking the elixir of life, that will-o'-the-wisp that had been sought for centuries by the old alchemists. Dr. Hackensaw smiled. "No, Mrs. Young," said he, "I should hardly call it perpetual life, but I have discovered what biologists would call reversible metabolism. I suppose you know what anabolism and catabolism are?" "They're some newfangled varieties of socialism, aren't they?" "No, nothing of the sort. They are terms used in physiology. Anabolism is the growth of any tissue, and catabolism is the decay and death of the tissue. Metabolism is life, and consists in the continual growth and decay of tissue." "Then what is it that you have discovered?" "I have discovered reversible metabolism. I have discovered how to make the body cells remove the old, decayed portions of the tissue, and so restore to them their freshness and youth. The reason a man grows old and dies is that the tissues of one or more of his organs grow old. That is to say, the tissues either decay or harden, or, through the accumulation of foreign matter, the organ becomes unable to perform its functions properly. The hardening of the walls of the blood vessels is, according to Metchnikoff, the chief cause of senility, that is to say, of old age. There are, of course, many other contributing causes, as I have discovered when I began my researches on the subject." Method of research. I started out with the knowledge that life is practically immortal, or, to put the phrase more correctly, every animal alive today is nothing but a continuation of the splitting up of the original speck of protoplasm from which all animals and plants have descended. Every man's ancestry must go back in an unbroken line to this primordial speck. Now, an individual whose tissues are already old and decaying can still produce sperm cells or ova capable of starting not only one new life, but a perpetual succession of new lives. In other words, a life that may last hundreds of thousands of years until all life on this earth is extinct. I spent years in my researches. I first studied old age in plants. Why does a tree die? Certain olive trees are said to be 2,000 years old. Why should they not live forever? But the study of plants did not help me much. A tree dies because the new wood forms on the outside of the old trunk, while the inner wood decays, leaving the center hollow. The conditions with human beings are totally different. Old age may be due to the improper digestion of the food, to troubles with the lungs or the other organs of respiration, or to troubles with the circulation of the blood or the nervous system. But doctor, interrupted Mrs. Young, yawning, I'm afraid I'm too stupid to understand all your scientific terms, and I want to get home in time to attend the metabolism of my family, my children and grandchildren. I want the dinner to be especially nice today, because I am expecting Mr. Trimble. Mr. Trimble is a widower of 45, and to tell you the truth, doctor, I have fallen in love with him. Now I learned that you have discovered the elixir of youth, and I came to see if you wouldn't consent to make me young again. I am a rich woman, Dr. Hackensaw. My husband was a multi-millionaire, and he left me the bulk of his property. I am 85 years old now, and I will gladly pay you $1 million if you succeed in making me young again. And if I fail? If you fail, I lose nothing. I have been suffering lately from a general debility, and the doctors tell me I have only 3 months more to live. Probably 3 months of pain and suffering. I will most willingly risk losing these 3 months on the chance of being restored to youth again. Dr. Hackensaw hesitated. My experiments so far, said he, have all been on animals. I can take a tough old rooster or a cow old enough to make boarding-house steak and restore them to their pristine youth. I make a business of taking old and worn-out thoroughbred horses and, after making them young again, selling them at a handsome profit. Especially am I interested in the finest pedigreed stock whose owners are willing to pay fancy prices for the rejuvenation of a full-blooded bull or stallion. But my experiments on human tissue have been comparatively few, and only on amputated arms and legs, never on an integral human being. Besides, while I have succeeded in making animals grow younger, I have not yet discovered the means of checking this process of reversible metabolism. In other words, even if I should succeed, you would continue growing younger and younger unless I have the good luck of discovering some antidote. I will take all risks and assume all the responsibility. I will have my lawyer draw up a paper absolving you from all blame. As I said before, I have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Very well, madam, said the doctor. Make your will, set your affairs in order, and come back next Monday morning. I shall have everything ready for you by that time. Ready for the operation. Will the operation be very painful, doctor? Asked Mrs. Young as she took her seat on the operating chair. No more than an ordinary vaccination, replied Dr. Hackensaw. Had you come to me a year ago, I should have had to put you under an anesthetic while I cut one of your arteries and inserted a T-piece provided with a stopcock at the cut, so as to be able to remove old blood or inject new ingredients. In fact, in my early experiments, I made Siamese twins of my subjects. I attached a young animal to the old one I wished to rejuvenate, and would daily remove a small amount of the old blood. It was thus fresh young blood that coursed through both bodies, and the older animal profited to a great extent by the vitality of the young one. But the process was clumsy, and I found that new blood would not completely restore the hardened or decayed tissues. It would only partially soften the hardened walls of a blood vessel, and it would not remove from the bones the deposits of lime that the years leave and that change the soft cartilaginous bones of the infant into the brittle bones of the old man. It was not until I discovered my new microbe that I was able to secure real results. Your new microbe? Yes, the Bacillus hackensavi. While experimenting with a new stain for staining microbes, I came upon an altogether unknown species of bacillus, possessed of the most wonderful properties. Instead of attacking healthy tissue, like the disease germs, this one seems only to attack old and decayed tissue. Such being gradually removed, the body can replace the old tissue with fresh new cells. But can an old body produce young and fresh cells? Yes, indeed. All new cells, when first produced, are young and new and capable of indefinite growth. Now, if you will kindly bare your arm, I shall proceed to make the inoculation. Without a tremor, Mrs. Young drew up her sleeve, and Dr. Hackensaw deftly made a slight incision with his lancet. He then withdrew a few drops of blood, which he wished to have as a control, and he replaced them in a test tube filled with Carroll's solution. Then he injected into the arm a small amount of the pure culture of the new microbe. "There, madam," said Dr. Hackensaw. "It's all over." "Is it possible? Is that all? Well, doctor, if that little scratch is going to make me young again, you will have earned your $1,000,000 pretty easily." "Madam," replied the doctor, "I'll guarantee that, barring accidents, you will soon begin to regain your youth. But, as I told you, I cannot promise to stop the process, as I have as yet found no way of checking the action of the microbe." "Never mind," cried the old lady gaily. "I feel younger already. You needn't be in any hurry about hunting for the antidote." A week later, Mrs. Young again repaired to the doctor's office. "I'm afraid something has gone wrong, doctor," she said. "Not only do I not feel any younger than I was, but I feel somewhat older and weaker." Dr. Hackensaw's face grew troubled, but after carefully examining the arm, his countenance cleared. "It's all right, Mrs. Young," said he. "The microbes I injected are multiplying fast, but there are not yet enough of them to do much good work. You really are a week older than when you came here last. But the bacilli I injected will keep on increasing at a geometrical ratio, and you will soon begin to feel their effects." "I hope so. But, doctor, what would the insurance and other companies do if people could buy life annuities or pensions and then go on living forever?" Dr. Hackensaw laughed. "I guess the companies would find means of stopping the payments after 100 years or so," he observed. Operation successful. The doctor was correct. A month later, the old lady was perceptibly better, and after 3 months she could hold herself erect and walked into the office with a firm tread. "Doctor," said she, with a laugh, "the charm is working. I feel ever so much younger." Dr. Hackensaw carefully felt her pulse and listened to her breathing. "Madam," said he, "allow me to congratulate you. You are really 10 years younger than you were when I performed the operation." "Indeed, that makes me 75. When I get back to 40, I shall marry John Trimble. Meanwhile, here is part of the fee I promised you, and the remainder you'll have on my wedding day." A couple of months passed, when one day a lady, apparently about 40 years old, and remarkably pretty for her age, was ushered into the doctor's sanctum. "You wish to see me, madam?" asked that worthy. The lady laughed, a rich, warm laugh. "You do not recognize me, then? I am Mrs. Linda Young. Have I changed so much?" Dr. Hackensaw gazed at her in astonishment. "You? Mrs. Young?" he exclaimed, gazing at the luxuriant black hair that had replaced her white locks, and noting her firm, elastic tread and the fire of youth that burned in her eye. "Yes, doctor, your experiment has been successful beyond my wildest dreams, and I have come to invite you to my wedding with Mr. John Trimble. I shall now have 2 families, for John has a son called Jack, and Jack, who is also a widower, has a little boy named James. But my changed appearance is causing me many complications. The trouble first began at the banks. My new strong signature did not tally with my old feeble one, so I had to learn to forge my own signature, imitating my old scrawl. And when the cashier sent for me, personally, my youthful appearance made him very suspicious. I have been obliged to sell all my real estate, and I must keep changing my banks and my safe deposit vaults. All my fortune is now invested in coupon bonds, payable to bearer, so that I need not be identified when I want money. All this has cost me a pretty penny, but you can't pay too high a price for youth. Would you believe it, doctor? I am now taking dancing lessons, and can foxtrot and shimmy like a giddy young flapper. But I have been obliged to leave my own family, on the pretext of a trip abroad. Just think of it. I am now younger than my own son." And still it works. Another 3 months elapsed, and then one day Dr. Hackensaw was electrified by a vision of fairy-like loveliness that swept into his office. An exquisite young girl, looking not more than 18, and clad in the daintiest of ball dresses, entered the doctor's office one night, and astonished that gentleman by throwing her arms around his neck and kissing him affectionately. "Doctor," she cried, "how can I ever repay you for what you have done for me?" "Excuse me, miss," said the doctor, nonplussed, "but you have the advantage of me. There is something familiar about your face, but it must be years since I saw you last, for I should never have forgotten such a charming young lady." "Why, doctor, don't you recognize me? I am Linda Young. Mrs. Linda Young. Your elixir of youth is still working in my veins and seems more potent every day, for I keep growing younger and younger. You have certainly found the fabled fountain of youth that Ponce de Leon sought for in vain in Florida." "Is it possible?" cried Dr. Hackensaw, astonished. "You're not really Mrs. Young, the feeble 85-year-old woman who hobbled into my office less than a year ago?" "There's no mistake about it, Doctor, and I'm on my way to a ball now with my fiancé, Jack Trimble. When I found I was still growing younger, I decided that John was too old for me, so I broke the engagement, disappeared for a while, and have now returned as a different young lady and have won Jack's heart. But I want you to keep me at my present age, because if I keep getting younger at this rate, I don't know what I shall do. I don't want to have to go back to school again." "But, my dear madam," exclaimed the doctor in dismay, "I have not yet succeeded in finding the antidote. I am no more able to keep you from getting younger than mankind was able before my time to keep you from getting older." "Don't call me madam, please," interrupted the young girl. "It would seem so strange if anyone should hear you. Please do your very best for me. Meanwhile, I want to ask permission to come and live with you as your niece. People are very suspicious of a young girl of 18 who lives all by herself and has difficulty in furnishing references. I also want you to have free access to my safe deposit vault, for I experience more and more trouble in doing business with the banks. By the way, Doctor, why don't you try some of your own elixir? You must have been a handsome man when you were young. Perhaps I might marry you instead of Jack." "Tut-tut, young lady, don't talk so. I shall be only too glad to have you as my niece, and to take charge of your affairs, but I am afraid you will prove something of a handful to the man who marries you. Besides, I haven't yet found the antidote that will check your growing younger, and I have no desire to go back to babyhood with you." Matters were accordingly arranged, and next day Dr. Hackensaw's niece, Linda, came to live with him. But alas, she kept growing younger and younger at such a rapid rate that she was soon obliged to go away and return as her own younger sister. But even this subterfuge was not sufficient. The doctor was obliged to have 2 apartments and keep moving from one to the other as a series of new nieces, each younger than the last, came to visit him. Mrs. Linda Young was now a little girl of 8, but curiously enough she still retained the memories she had possessed before her rejuvenation. Just as in old age memories of our youth cling to us, so in her return to youth her adult memories remained, though somewhat obscured. Linda's great dread was that she would have to be sent back to school again. Fancy a woman of 85, and a married woman at that, having to go back to school as a girl of 8. Retaining, as she did, all the memories of a lifetime, think of having to sit all day at a desk surrounded by children studying their first reader. The thought was maddening. She had no desire of passing as an infant prodigy, and she begged the doctor to hasten his experiments. "Unless you make haste," she cried, "I shall be a baby again before you know it." Necessity urges. The poor doctor needed no urging. He saw the troubles ahead as plainly as she did. The microbes were, of course, multiplying now with lightning-like rapidity. The increase was in geometric progression. At the start, there had been only the few microbes injected in Mrs. Young's arm. These had grown and split into double the number. The 3rd generation had doubled again, and so the increase went on. Now the change was so rapid that the doctor was obliged to keep Linda confined in her room and attend to all her wants himself. He had no longer the resource of hiring a new servant every day, for even in one day the change was perceptible. Day and night did he work, using Linda's room as a laboratory, seeking for the much-wished-for antidote. Surely there must be some means of checking or destroying these new microbes without injuring the body tissues. But the days passed by, and the doctor found nothing. When Linda reached the age of 4, the doctor resolved on heroic measures. No longer satisfied with experimenting on animals, he determined to experiment on the child herself. He tried everything he could think of, even to the transfusion of blood from an elderly person. But in spite of these efforts, Linda became a babbling 8-month-old baby, incapable of making her wants known except by simple gestures. She could, however, answer Dr. Hackensaw's questions by affirmative or negative gestures, so by calling off the letters of the alphabet in turn, he could learn any of her wishes. She retained her liking for cigarettes and cocktails, and it was curious to see this 8-month-old baby attempting to smoke a cigarette or sucking a cocktail from her milk bottle. One day, She asked to see her children and grandchildren, wishing to be held by each in turn, and she took a malicious pleasure in striking them and scratching their faces to make up for the many times they had done the same to her when they were babies. And still, she grew younger. Dr. Hackensaw would spend hours pacing the floor, with his baby widow in his arms, reading her the newspaper or passages from Milton's Paradise Lost. Meanwhile, his powerful brain was striving hard to devise some means to check the fatal catastrophe that seemed about to terminate the experiment which had begun so favorably. The Last Measure. When the baby was only 5 days old, Dr. Hackensaw prepared a baby incubator, and by the time she was -1 day old, she was duly installed in her new dwelling. Her rate of rejuvenation had now decreased, and she went back through the prenatal ages at about the same rate as she had originally come through them 85 years previously. When the fetus was about 7 months old, Dr. Hackensaw transferred it to a glass jar full of a suitable culture fluid and watched with growing anxiety as she reverted to the tadpole stage with a well-developed tail and gill slits. It was evident that Mrs. Young would soon be nothing more than the original egg cell from which she had started. And then what would happen? Would she vanish into nothingness? Dr. Hackensaw determined on one final effort. He had carefully preserved the few drops of blood he had originally taken from the lady's arm. The fetus was now so minute it could only contain a relatively small number of the microbes of youth. The doctor resolved to risk everything in one final attempt. By the use of an anesthetic, he endeavored to stop the activities of the microbes, and then introduced into the fetus the drops of blood he had preserved. And then he waited. Anxiously he watched. To his joy, he saw that the process of growing younger had ceased. 2, 3 days passed, and then the fetus began to grow again in the normal manner. 9 months later, Mrs. Young was a normal baby again, but her rate of growth now was that of an ordinary child, and she was obliged to pass through all the phases of childhood and youth, and finally, at the age of 20, or rather when 105 years old, married James Trimble, the grandson of the man to whom she had been originally engaged. But Dr. Hackensaw gave up his search for the secret of perpetual youth. Of course, to a scientist, it would be a great advantage to remain alive and young for 1,000 years or more. On the other hand, think what a disadvantage it would be to the human race if all men had an indefinite tenure of life. Progress would be greatly checked, for old ideas and habits are difficult to eradicate. It is the new generations, freed from the prejudices of their parents, that carry the race forward. Then, too, the physical and mental powers of the race would remain stationary. It is by the survival of the fittest in the past ages that man has obtained his wonderful intellectual powers, and it is only by the survival of the fittest in coming generations that he can hope to increase them. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jen Broda. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. The Secret of the Mermaid. Author's note. For many years, our surgeons have been able to perform astonishing feats in grafting one part of the body upon another, and even one animal upon another, a live rat having been grafted upon the back of a cat, the pair living in harmony together. Of recent years, still more wonderful feats have been accomplished. Dr. Alexis Carrel, of the Rockefeller Institute of Research, having succeeded in keeping detached portions of the body alive for months in suitable solutions. Dr. Carrel was also very successful in transplanting organs from one animal to another. He even received the Nobel Prize for his method of suturing the blood vessels of the parts together. It is therefore safe to say that operations, such as the one I have mentioned in this story, will at no distant date be matters of everyday routine and will seem as commonplace as the fact that we can now converse by telephone with friends hundreds of miles away. Prologue. The circus performance was at its height. The trained seals had performed their wonderful feats of catching and balancing balls, and now it was the turn of the high diver, Miss Ola Podrida, as she was called on the bills. Her real name was Olive Bird, but Olive had been changed to Ola, and Ola Podrida, literally the Spanish for a little of everything, had struck the manager as making an attractive stage name for the young girl. Dr. Hackensaw had brought his little girl, Hoochie, to witness the performance, and the pair sat in a box in the front row close to the arena. Hoochie enjoyed the trained animals and the funny clowns, but when she saw Miss Ola Podrida climb the ladder to a great height and prepare for her much-advertised diving feat, Hoochie closed her eyes to shut out the fearful sight. And then the unexpected happened. For months, Ola had performed her act successfully, but today, something was wrong. Either she was not feeling altogether well, or something was wrong with the diving platform, for her foot slipped just as she was making the plunge, and it was apparent to all that she was falling so wildly that she would inevitably fall some distance away from the tank. A gasp of horror went up from the spectators at the sight. The poor girl did not altogether lose her head. Her acrobatic training had prepared her for emergencies, so she managed to turn in the air so as to strike the ground feet foremost. But the height was too great, and her crushed and senseless body lay bruised upon the ground. Dr. Hackensaw was over the railing in a moment and was the first man to reach her. He immediately took command of things and had the girl carried on a litter to his house, which was fortunately close at hand. Here he had all the instruments necessary for a major operation. A quick examination convinced the doctor that the girl's injuries need not necessarily prove fatal. Her success in landing feet foremost had saved her from serious internal injuries. But both her legs were badly crushed and must be amputated without delay. "Fetch me the man who owns the trained seals," cried Dr. Hackensaw to his servant, "and bring with you the largest seal. The only hope of saving the girl's life lies in my having one of the seals at once. I must buy the animal from the owner at any price." Half an hour later, an operation was performed on the unconscious girl, an operation the like of which had never before been attempted in scientific annals. 1. Mr. Percy Fitzmaurice was taking a stroll in the country one fine spring afternoon, and was enjoying the odors of the flowers and the songs of the birds, when suddenly, far sweeter than the song of any bird, came the tones of a soprano voice singing divinely. Percy was enchanted. He was a lover of music, and there was something wonderfully clear and melodious in the tones. Evidently, it was the voice of some young girl whose blood had been sent coursing through her veins by the advent of spring. For the song of a young girl, like that of the birds, is nothing but a love call to some unknown mate. If I were living in the old days, thought Percy, I would feel sure that this was the song of a siren and was intended to lead me to my destruction. Here in New Jersey, however, in the 20th century, no such explanation is possible. I'm bound, however, to have a peep at that young lady, even if I die for it. It was not an easy matter, however, to get a peep, for the road was bordered by a long high wall that enclosed some wealthy man's estate, and the voice came from behind the wall. "This place must belong to some exclusive millionaire," was Percy's inward comment. "It must be his daughter who is singing. Well, perhaps I'll be Prince Charming and win the fair maid and half her father's kingdom." Percy glanced up and down the road and chanced to spy a painter's ladder standing against a barn not far distant. Without asking for leave, the adventurous young man grabbed the ladder, scaled the wall, and then placing the ladder on the opposite side, climbed down into the private grounds. This part of the enclosure was very wild, many trees and shrubs forming a dense wood. Into this thicket, Percy cautiously advanced in the direction of the voice, and soon came within sight of a small lake. But what was his astonishment to behold, in the middle of the lake, a beautiful young lady of about 18, swimming about gracefully in the water, but occasionally pausing with her breast and arms well out of the water, and her long hair flowing loose about her shoulders. It didn't seem possible that a human girl could remain so far out of the water. And again Percy found himself involuntarily thinking of the sirens and the mermaids of bygone days. And to add to this belief, every once in a while, he would perceive what certainly looked like a mermaid's tail thrashing up out of the water. In silent wonderment Percy gazed, and then all his doubts were set at rest. The creature swam to a rock by the side of the lake and clambered out in full sight, only 10 yards away from the spot where the young man stood. And once more from her throat thrilled forth the wonderful melody that had so entranced the young man. There was no longer any possible doubt. Percy rubbed his eyes again and again, but there could be no questioning of the fact that this was a genuine mermaid. The upper part of the creature was the finely molded body of a beautiful young woman, but instead of legs, she had an evident tail, a tail exactly resembling that of a seal. Percy stood riveted to the spot until the song began, and then forgetting everything, he came forward to the border of the lake. But at the sight of him, the girl uttered a wild shriek and dived down into the water below. Percy rushed to the spot and looked down into the clear depths, but no sign of the creature could he see. She had vanished mysteriously, and though he waited an hour, not a trace of her could he find. As dusk was coming on, he unwillingly climbed the wall again and returned to his hotel. He said nothing of his adventure, but at table that evening he inquired of Pep Perkins, who happened to be staying at the same hotel, who the owner of the villa was. "Oh, that?" cried Pep. "Why, that's old Doc Hackensaw's place. The country people, all around here, are afraid to go anywhere near that stone wall. They tell all kinds of queer stories about the mysteries to be found on the doctor's place. But he's a good friend of mine, and I know he wouldn't harm a fly." "Do you really know him?" cried Percy eagerly. "Could you get me an introduction to him?" "Know him? Why, I should smile. The old Doc eats out of my hand. Sure, I'll introduce you. I'm invited to dinner there tomorrow, and I'll take you along as an escort. I'll be glad to have you, because the Doc has invited a rich young fellow, and I want you to keep the Doc busy and give me a chance to get the young fellow to myself." 2. "Glad to meet you, Mr. Fitzmaurice," said Dr. Hackensaw. "Any friend of Miss Pep's is a friend of mine. I am at work just now on some experiments in grafting, the grafting of animals, you understand, not of plants. The subject has always had an extreme fascination for me. The subject of grafting is closely related to that of the regeneration of lost parts. In fact, it was the study of the latter that first led me to take up grafting in real earnest." "I'm afraid I don't exactly understand what you mean by the regeneration of lost parts," said Percy diffidently. "I mean simply this, that many plants and most of the lower animals possess the power of growing a new part to replace a part that has been cut off. For example, a florist will cut off a slip from a geranium and plant it. An entire new geranium plant will grow from the slip. Sometimes it is sufficient to plant a small bit of geranium leaf. This sends forth roots and grows into a complete plant. Theoretically, a single cell of the plant ought to be enough for a start. Now, in the like manner, the lower animals also possess the power of growing new parts. When a lobster breaks off one of his claws, a new claw immediately starts to grow in its place. When a lizard is caught by a snake, it escapes by breaking off its tail. It then grows a new tail in order to be ready for the next snake. The salamander can likewise grow a new leg. And certain low forms of animal life can even grow a new eye if they lose the old one. In warm-blooded animals and in man, this power of replacing a lost organ is very limited. No bird or mammal has the power of replacing even the end joint of a toe if it's lost. their power of regeneration is confined to the reuniting of a broken bone or the replacement of the flesh in a wound that is not too deep. Evidently, this regeneration of parts is merely a question of growth. When you cut off a lizard's tail, why does not a new leg grow on the spot instead of a new tail? And why does it grow to the same size as the old one? These are problems that are not yet solved. Scientists say that when the organ has grown to the proper size and shape, further growth is checked by inhibition. Inhibition? What's that? The body, like any other organization, has headquarters from which orders are sent out for the purpose of coordinating all the parts and making each do its proper share of the work at the proper time. When, for instance, the stomach has digested a meal, the flow of digestive juices is automatically stopped or inhibited. Now it is believed, at least by certain scientists, that in like manner, when the lizard's new tail has grown to the proper size, the growth is automatically checked in much the same way. To me, there seems absolutely no reason why a man should not be able to grow a new arm or leg when the old one is cut off. Why should he be inferior in this respect to the lobster and the salamander? The power of growth and multiplication of a cell is practically unlimited. Talk of immortality. As a matter of fact, every animal or plant alive today is but the continuous outgrowth from the primitive cell that formed the amoeba from which every living being has sprung. Every man's life has really been continuous for millions of years. Were you successful in your experiments, Doctor? Unfortunately, no. All of my attempts to cause a new limb to grow failed. I followed in the footsteps of Dr. Alexis Carrel. You have probably heard of his experiments. He succeeded in preparing a solution in which an amputated arm or leg may be kept alive for months. Other tissues, when placed in the solution, will not only live, but grow. I became convinced that here was the key I was seeking, and that if I could only hit on the correct treatment, I could place a guinea pig with an amputated leg in the solution and cause new leg tissue to grow until the damage was completely repaired. So far, I have met with no success. I find the bones, especially, a great stumbling block, for the growth of bone is not easily coordinated with the growth of tissue. Someday I hope to succeed. There is no reason why new cartilaginous bone and tissue should not be formed at the same speed as they are in the fetus or unborn animal. But my results were so unsatisfactory that I had to turn my attention to a more promising field, namely grafting. Every gardener knows how to graft one plant on another. The grafting of a part of one animal on another animal has also been successfully accomplished. In fact, the art was successfully practiced many years ago. The so-called rhinoceros rat is a rat with the end of the tail of another rat grafted on its head and growing there. In the old-time German student duels, when a man's nose happened to be sliced off, a new nose was grown by making an incision in the man's arm, placing the nose in this incision, and tying the arm in place until the nose and arm had united, when a new nose was carved out of the tissue of the arm. The modern method is to cut a flap of skin from the forehead and bend it down and graft it on the mutilated stump of the nose. Of recent years, far more wonderful results have been obtained. Dr. Alexis Carrel, for example, has succeeded in grafting the leg of one dog in place of the amputated leg of another. He even succeeded in the much more difficult task of transplanting the kidneys of one animal to another. His success was largely due to his having found the means of making an almost perfect union of the veins and arteries of the individual with those of the other. He, however, failed completely when he tried to transplant the kidneys of a dog to a cat, or those of a cat to a dog. An important fact is that the younger the animal, the more easily is the graft made. In the prenatal or embryonic stage, practically any amount of grafting can be performed. Geoffroy de Saint-Hilaire once wrote a book on monstrosities. If you want the wildest kind of a nightmare, you need only look at the pictures of the human monstrosities which have resulted from the natural union of two unborn babies in the womb. Everyone has heard of the Siamese twins, which were thus united by a ligament. Calves with 2 heads and chickens with 4 legs are not uncommon. Evidently, 2 egg cells, in developing, have thus grown together to form one individual. But enough of this talk, Mr. Fitzmaurice. If you will accompany me, I will show you some of my practical results. Dr. Hackensaw led the way, and Percy obediently followed. Pen after pen of monstrosities were exhibited, freaks such as a circus would have given a fortune to possess. Among other things was an animal with the horns of a cow, the head of a horse, the body of an ostrich, and the legs and arms of a monkey, while the tail was a snake's body without the head. To enumerate the creatures would be impossible. Large and small animals were there, vertebrates and invertebrates. It was a collection such as would make a man think he was back in the old days when there was no prohibition. To see a dog's body with 3 living heads of cats grafted on it gave Percy quite a shock, and yet it was only one of the least of the curiosities exhibited. "Are you able to graft a warm-blooded animal with a cold-blooded one?" asked Percy. "Yes," replied the doctor, "but in such cases I have to use an intermediate graft. For instance, I couldn't graft a dog and a codfish together, but by grafting the dog on a marsupial, that is to say, on an opossum or a kangaroo, and the opossum on a reptile, I can then graft the reptile on the fish. Of course, each graft must be allowed to unite properly before the new one is made. I have even succeeded in grafting animals on plants by using as intermediate grafts such low forms of invertebrates as the sponges." "Doctor," asked Percy, coming at last to the point which was uppermost in his mind, "haven't you any human beings grafted in this manner?" Dr. Hackensaw frowned. "I don't perform my experiments with humans," he answered shortly. "Only in cases of absolute necessity would I resort to such a step. I'm sorry I haven't time to show you any more today, but I must get to work." Rebuffed in this direction, Percy nevertheless did not give up hope. He determined to climb over the wall again and try to get another glimpse of the mermaid. But though he came every afternoon for a week, he neither heard her song nor did see her in the lake. His first appearance had evidently frightened her, but Percy was persistent. "Perhaps I'd better try at nighttime," he thought. "I may have better luck then." So, stepping into his flivver, Percy started off for the doctor's villa. Not wishing to run the risk of frightening the girl by the sound of his machine, Percy stopped the car some distance away from the spot where he had before clambered over the stone wall. And then, to his surprise, he heard a voice cry out, "I've got her, Bill! Crank up! Quick!" This was followed by a girl's piercing shriek, muffled at once by a heavy hand over her mouth. "Hurry up there, Bill! Get away from here before anyone comes!" The auto began chugging, and then came thundering toward Percy at a terrific rate. What could Percy do? He pressed his starter and had a wild impulse to place his car in the middle of the road in order to block the villains. But this might mean instant death to the girl as well as to himself. Then an inspiration came to him, and seizing his spotlight, he turned the glare full in the eyes of the approaching chauffeur. The result was instantaneous. The driver, blinded, at once slowed up speed, but, unable to see the road, had not gone 50 feet when the machine dashed out of the roadway and went crashing against the stone wall. The windshield shivered into fragments, and the chauffeur, thrown against his steering wheel, was lucky to escape with no damage except a couple of broken ribs. As for the other villain, Percy was upon him in an instant, and with one blow knocked him senseless. Then he turned to the released girl in the auto, who was screaming at the top of her lungs. The young man lost no time. He grabbed her in his arms, and then to his surprise, he realized that this was no ordinary girl. It was the mermaid whom he had seen in the pond. Wild with delight, Percy carried her to his own car and then started off at full speed for the entrance to Dr. Hackensaw's grounds. Dr. Hackensaw was reading in his library, but at the sound of the violent honking of the auto, he came out to see what was the matter. Percy, carrying the girl in his arms, unceremoniously entered the house and, depositing his burden on a sofa, explained matters in a few words. Dr. Hackensaw thanked him warmly and then proceeded to explain matters in his turn. "You see, Percy," he said, "when you asked me last week whether I had ever made any human grafts, I refused to answer you. That was because I did not wish the existence of this young lady known. Let me introduce you. This is Miss Ola Podrida, one of the acrobats of Mr. Lyon's circus. Some months ago, Ola, while performing a high dive at the circus, unfortunately slipped and had a bad fall, crushing both her legs. I happened to be in the audience, and I saw at once that there was no hope in saving either of her limbs. On the other hand, if I cut them off, her entire future would be ruined. Think of what life would be to a young girl with both legs cut off close to her body. Then I happened to think of the trained seals that had just been performing. Here was a chance to perform a human graft, for the seal is a warm-blooded animal. Accordingly, I was careful to amputate the girl's legs in such a fashion that it was easy to graft to them the tail of one of the seals. I was greatly pleased to find that the graft succeeded admirably. And this explains how it is that Ola is now a mermaid instead of an ordinary girl. She was always very fond of the water and enjoys nothing so much as a swim in the lake. Unfortunately, she has a beautiful voice and she will insist on singing. I don't know who these villains can be who tried to kidnap her. I presume they heard her singing and climbed over the fence. When they saw Ola, they probably thought they could sell her to some circus for a good round sum. I shall try to have them arrested so they will not be a menace in the future. My servants are attending to that now." "And is Miss Ola to remain a mermaid all her life?" asked Percy, glancing at the young girl, who had covered herself with a shawl, and who now glanced shyly back at him. "No, thank heaven. I was just keeping her in that form until her 2 new legs are ready." "Her 2 new legs?" echoed Percy in surprise. "Yes, I am growing 2 new legs to fit her. For many years I have been working on this problem, and I knew that someday I should need something of the sort. So, from fertilized ova, I have grown a varied assortment of pairs of legs and arms of different sizes to be used when occasion requires. At the time of the accident, I had none on hand that were quite ready. There is, however, a suitable pair of legs that will be ready next week. I shall then cut off her seal's tail and graft legs in its stead. In a few months, she will be able to run about and even dance as well as ever. In fact, better, for I warrant the new legs will be an improvement on the old ones. And now, Percy, as the operation will require Miss Ola to be confined to her room for some weeks to come, and as the time will hang heavy on her hands, I hope you will call often to cheer her up." "I certainly will," cried the young man, and the young lady rewarded him with a smile as she renewed her thanks to him for what he had done for her. The grafting of the new legs was a success from the very start, but it was fully 3 months before the young lady regained complete control of her limbs. When she did not return to the circus, however, for by that time Percy had persuaded her to change her name from Ola Podrida to Mrs. Percy Fitzmaurice. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Roland. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. The Secret of Size. Author's note: what causes size? Why, in a normal family, will a dwarf occasionally be born, while in another normal family, a giant will suddenly appear? What causes these exceptions? Every abnormal growth, every monstrosity, has its reason for being, and the function of science is to discover these causes. Once known, we may prevent these growths, or, if we so desire, we may produce giants and dwarfs at will. "Here I am again, Doctor," cried Silas Rocket, gaily entering the laboratory. "My newspaper, the New York Daily Growl, wants some particulars in regard to your giant rabbits." "What particulars do you want?" "In the first place, is it true that you have live rabbits the size of an ox?" "Yes, it's perfectly true." "Next, my editor wants to know how you produce these creatures." "Ah, Silas, it was no easy job, simple as the matter really is. But I got started on the wrong track. For years I have been seeking to discover why it is that an occasional giant or dwarf is born, but it was only after long research that I discovered the secret of size. Still, I finally solved the problems, and I have some specimens of my work at my country place in New Jersey that I am sure will interest you." "The secret of size?" echoed Silas. "What is the secret?" Dr. Hackensaw smiled. "That's a thing that has puzzled many a scientist, and all kinds of theories have been advanced to account for abnormally large or small growths. Still, in general, scientific men believe the cause of the occasional production of giants and dwarfs to lie in metabolism. They consider it the effect of anabolism and catabolism." "What?" "Metabolism. To speak more simply, they consider the question one of nutrition or food. Anabolism is the building up of tissue, and catabolism is its destruction. If an animal or plant gets a great deal of food and can assimilate it, it grows to giant size. On the other hand, if it is starved, it remains small. It is dwarfed." "Nonsense!" cried Silas Rocket. "Do you mean to tell me that if I fed a baby rabbit and a baby elephant the same amount of grass, the rabbit would grow to the size of the elephant?" "A question of assimilation." "Yes, if it could properly assimilate the food. Otherwise, you would merely kill it. The theory of metabolism is the true one, but I did not find it of much assistance. True, we see examples of it every day. The weeds around a manure heap, for instance, grow taller and ranker than normal. In fact, I have seen such plants grow to 3 or 4 times the usual size. A man 3 or 4 times the normal size would be a giant 18 to 20 feet high. In the case mentioned, the amount of food seems of itself to be sufficient to produce the excess of growth. On the other hand, there are also well-authenticated cases with regard to dwarfed plants. The Japanese, for instance, achieved considerable success in producing dwarf trees. They produce dwarf apple trees about 1 foot high, perfectly formed in every respect, and bearing real apples. These miniature trees are produced, I'm told, by giving the young plant barely food and moisture enough to keep it alive. It thus grows for years and years, and yet remains diminutive in size." "How about alcohol? I thought animals were stunted by giving them alcohol." "Yes, the case is somewhat similar. Formerly, it was a common practice to keep pet dogs small by administering suitable doses of alcohol. This seemed to check the proper assimilation of food and therefore the growth of tissue. Certain scientists have claimed that the pineal gland in the brain determined the size of the animal, but this theory may be disregarded. Very little is known about the pineal gland, so that it makes a very convenient nucleus to hang any theory on, and all sorts of powers have been attributed to it." Here Dr. Hackensaw paused for a moment, and then continued. "I had not carried on my experience long before I became convinced that the question of size was one of nutrition, and yet not quite in the way ordinarily imagined. An experiment I made with dogs led me to view the matter in the proper light. You have probably seen the pet dogs the ladies are so fond of, the toy Pomeranians, small enough to be cuddled in one hand. Well, it struck me that here among dogs, where we have giants like Great Danes and St. Bernards and dwarfs like the Pomeranian, there was a fruitful field for research work. I accordingly took a fertilized ovum of a toy Pomeranian and one of a collie and introduced both of those into the womb of an ordinary-sized dog. When she gave birth to the puppies, there were, as I had anticipated, a Pomeranian and a collie. The former remained small, the latter grew to normal size. Both had received the same nourishment in the mother. Evidently, difference extended further back. It extended as far back as the fertilized egg. Here, on the very verge of success, I was nonplussed and I got off on the wrong track. If, thought I could change every one of an animal's cells to double or triple their normal size, the animal itself should be 2 or 3 times its regular size. And if, on the other hand, I could reduce the size of each cell, the animal itself would be dwarfed. The theory was very plausible, but it led me nowhere. All my experiments in this direction failed. At this juncture, I chanced to read the result of some of the experiments made by Dr. Driesch on fish eggs, and by Jacques Loeb on the eggs of the sea urchin. Dr. Driesch cut a fish's egg in 2 and succeeded in growing a complete fish from each half egg, one egg thus producing 2 fish. Jacques Loeb carried the experiment a step further. He took a sea urchin's egg, raised it until it had reached the 16 cell stage, and then cut it into 16 pieces. He raised each of these cells separately, and thus succeeded in raising 16 sea urchins from a single egg that would normally have produced only 1 animal. But, and here was the ray that threw light on my problem, the sea urchins, when mature, were smaller than the normal size. They had not had enough capital to start with, and had remained dwarfs. Size is evidently a question of nutrition, but the problem has to be referred back to the egg stage. Dwarfs also. Science has also succeeded in doing the very reverse. Experiments have taken 2 separate eggs, joined them together into one, and hatched a single individual out of this double egg. And this individual, as might have been expected, was larger than the normal. Ample capital at the start had given it an advantage in the race for life. My problem was solved. You mean to say that you can produce dwarf or giant animals and plants at will? Precisely. To produce a miniature St. Bernard dog, for instance, I take a fertilized egg cell from an ordinary female dog of the species. I grow this ovum in a test tube in a suitable culture fluid and keep separating the new cells as they form. In this manner, I can, from a single egg cell, produce 100 or more dwarf dogs. If I want a giant dog, I reverse the process. I take a number of fertilized egg cells, join them all into one single large cell, and grow this to maturity. Is it as simple as all that? Simple? It is exceedingly complex, and many curious problems are involved. For example, I can produce a dozen giant dogs from a single egg. I grow this egg to the 16 cell stage, then unite these 16 cells into one large cell and grow this to the 16 cell stage, and so continue indefinitely. This I find most useful when breeding thoroughbred stock. From a single egg from the most perfect animals, I can produce 100 young the same size as the parents, or larger or smaller if desired. I can also produce freak animals. I can join an egg cell that would ordinarily produce a male with a cell that would produce a female, and thus combine the 2 different cells into a single egg. Again, this method enables me to make marvelous crosses and produce hybrids impossible in nature. I can join the egg cell of an elephant with that of a mouse and get a freak animal any size I desire. I can combine a dozen different animals together in this way. In fact, I have hybrids of the whale, the rhinoceros, the dog, the cat, the ostrich, and the salmon, all joined together into a single animal. It makes the most wonderful combination. But to return to the subject in hand, I would say that I have completely mastered the question of size. I am now able to produce chickens as large as ostriches, pigs as large as rhinoceroses, and cows as large as some of the extinct antediluvian monsters. There is no danger now of our supply ever running short. A ham will last a family for a month. A hen's egg will feed a dinner party, while one cow will give enough milk to supply a dairy. How do you milk your giant cows? Asked the reporter. Some problems. Dr. Hackensaw smiled reminiscently. That, Silas, was no easy problem, said he. My hired help were all afraid to go near the huge creatures that could crush them to a pulp by inadvertently stepping on them, and whose 24-foot-long tail could swish them over like 9 pins. Just think of having to milk a brontosaurus twice a day. Ordinary methods of milking would of course be impossible. I have to use a milking machine somewhat like that used in large dairies. I had even to devise special stalls for the beasts so that men could attend to them without danger from their horns, hoofs, or tail. What about your other giant productions? My gigantic productions are especially useful for furnishing a plentiful supply of tidbits. For instance, my quail are so large that a single individual will supply quail on toast sufficient for a banquet. My frog legs weigh several pounds apiece. The liver from a single goose will make 1,728 times as much pâté de foie gras as that of an ordinary goose, and so on. 1,728? Echoed Silas. Isn't that pretty close figuring? Yes, but you see, I find it convenient, as a rule, to make my products on the scale of a foot to the inch. Consequently, an animal is 12 times the usual length, and its cubical dimensions and weight are 1,728 times the normal ones. For my insects, I increased this proportion considerably, as I wished large specimens for the purpose of study. A giant fly, a giant mosquito, and a giant spider afforded me much valuable information. Unfortunately, the spider got away one day and found its way into an old maids' meeting. They called themselves the Click-Click Society on account of the busyness of their knitting needles, but Nits dubbed them the Clack-Clack Society, or even the Cluck-Cluck Society, claiming their tongues wagged faster than their needles. Well, my giant spider got in among those elderly spinsters and broke up the meeting. Reliable eyewitnesses declare that the display of hosiery and lingerie on that occasion was more wonderful than any ever before seen in town. As for my earthworms, well, my chauffeur Pat came across a bunch of these wriggly giants one day and declared he had never seen anything like it, at least not since Prohibition came into effect. Giant plants. How about your giant plants? Asked Silas. The plants gave me considerable trouble. The seeds had the habit of getting scattered around, and as they grew into giant plants, this naturally gave the farmer considerable trouble. My most valuable results were obtained with wheat. In this instance, I exceeded my 12-to-1 limit, for my grains of wheat are about the size of muskmelons. A single grain will furnish a good-sized family bread for several days. My giant fruits, too, are remarkably handy for the kitchen. My huckleberries and currants are the size of small melons, which makes it easy to extract the pits. My cherries are as large as pumpkins. It doesn't take long to pick them, but you've got to be careful, as one of them, falling on your head, would make you see more stars than are shown by an ordinary telescope. All in all, my fruits are a wonderful success, and you must taste some of them. I meant to start canning them, but have too many demands for the natural fruit. You mustn't believe, however, that I was satisfied with merely increasing the size of our ordinary articles of food. I wanted to go further. I wanted to experiment with those animals and plants which are now too small to be of any value to man, yet which might prove valuable if increased in size. But why am I chattering away here? Just step into my airplane, and in less than half an hour we shall be at my Jersey farm, and there, in 5 minutes, you will get a better idea of my giants and dwarfs than you would from a whole volumes of talk. The menagerie was indeed an interesting place. Some 30 miles from New York City, Dr. Hackensaw had started a Brobdingnagian farm. Trees, but a few years old, were there, yet they towered higher than the gigantic California redwood trees. The grass of the pasture was the height of ordinary corn. Giant animals and plants of many varieties were present. There were numerous outlandish-looking species, which the reporter did not recognize, they being enlargements of insects and microscopic animalcules. Here, too, was an aquarium with sardines as large as salmon, and salmon as large as small whales, while, on the other hand, a diminutive sperm whale was about the size of a minnow. Microbes. What in the world are those? Asked Silas, pointing to a row of tanks in which certain nondescript species were floating in a peculiar fluid. Dr. Hackensaw chuckled. Those are my pets. Those are giant bacteria and bacilli. I have here the disease germs of cholera, malaria, yellow fever, and of many other illnesses. I can study them much better than I could through a microscope and learn their life history and the effects of remedial agencies. Many a fact have I learned that will be of the greatest use in medicine as well as in the arts. For you must know the microbes play a most important role in the industrial arts. In fact, life itself would not be possible without them. I am gradually accumulating giant specimens of the most important species, and I confidently expect to revolutionize many branches of science by the knowledge I thus gain. Then, too, since each part of the animal is increased in proper proportion, I am enabled to study the anatomy of the various organs, the red blood corpuscles and the phagocytes that attack the disease germs, the various tissues, the glands and their secretions, and the poisons and antitoxins and the serums. I can likewise study the changes produced by disease. In short, an entirely new world is open up to scientific investigation. How about your dwarfs? They are not so useful, and I have made comparatively few of them. That 4-year-old baby giant you see over there is looking at his own twin brother, a 4-year-old dwarf held in the palm of his nurse's hand. Yet both were grown from the same egg. Quite a contrast between the two, isn't there? The first child 15 feet high, and his twin brother about 5 inches in height. If I had made him a little smaller, I could carry him around in my pocket and pass him through a keyhole whenever I wanted to know what was in a locked room. He would be an invaluable assistant for a gang of criminals. Behind him you will see a bull moose, small enough to fit into a coffee cup, but just as savage as if he were full size. See how he comes butting at my shoe? And with the words, the doctor stooped down and picked up the frantic animal in his hand and exhibited it, kicking and struggling before he set it down again. A dream. Last night, Silas, continued the doctor, I had a most peculiar dream. I dreamt that I had succeeded in making a human midget the size of a microbe. I had a hard job teaching him to speak, but managed it in this way. He spoke to me through a loud talker, while I answered him through a special instrument I invented to reduce sounds. Then I encased him in a microscopic submarine and injected him into the blood of a rabbit, with instructions to observe and report to me all that he saw on his trip. Of course, in his submarine, he could pass unharmed through the circulation and visit the different organs of the body in turn. I especially wished him to study the digestion and the action of disease germs and the antibodies. I followed his course, and by means of an X-ray apparatus, and after a week's trip, I removed him from the rabbit's body and was gloating in anticipation over the wonderful account I was about to receive, when I was taken aback by the yowling of a cat on the back fence. Wouldn't that jar you? The day following the one on which the above conversation took place, the New York Daily Growl appeared with the following glaring headlines. Menagerie of giant beasts let loose. Escape of Dr. Hackensaw's gigantic animals. Cow the size of brontosaurus running wild in Harlem. The fact of the matter was that the giant cow had broken loose and had butted down the wall of the enclosure, and giant rabbits, chickens, dogs, and whatnot had made their escape and were terrifying women and children in the suburbs. Men with shotguns and pitchforks chased the intruders, and the police too took a hand. But it was not till a regiment of soldiers organized a systematic hunt for these fugitives that the last of the giant beast was slain. Dr. Hackensaw cheerfully paid all the damages, but he was inconsolable at the loss of his cherished menagerie, the result of many years of patient work. End of section 27. Read by Greg Roland.
Section number 28 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. read by Russell Packer. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. Around the World in 80 Hours. Prologue. Yes, Mr. Sharp, I'll guarantee these new airplanes of mine to make an average speed of over 300 miles per hour, and to run more than 10 hours without need of making a stop. The speaker was Dr. Hackensaw, and the person addressed was a blasé-looking young man whose high position in the government must have been due to strong political pull, as the man was evidently utterly unfit for the position he occupied. Here was Dr. Hackensaw, offering to construct for the government a number of aircraft possessing a speed far greater than that of any machines hitherto constructed, and yet this self-satisfied young fellow was refusing to listen to the proposal. Finally, the worthy doctor lost his temper. "Don't you realize, man," said he, "that what I am offering you is an opportunity to make our country the greatest military power in the world?" "I understand your offer all right," returned the young man, laughing, "but I strongly doubt your ability to deliver the goods. In other words, I don't believe your machine will do what you claim for it, and the country has no money to throw away on experiments." "If that's all," cried Dr. Hackensaw eagerly, "I'll give you any demonstration you want, and prove to you that my new airplanes will make 300 miles an hour or more." "Yes," returned the young fellow, grinning, "perhaps they will for a few seconds, or a few minutes, with the machine a complete wreck at the end of the experiment." "No, indeed," retorted the doctor, warmly. "But tell me plainly, what test would you require? I'll agree to any test you ask." "All right," replied the young man, his grin growing broader. "You say your machine will travel 300 miles per hour. The distance around the Earth is about 25,000 miles, hence your machine ought to make the trip in 80 hours. When you have made the tour of the world in 80 hours, I'll agree to order 500 of the machines for the government. The only stipulation I make is that you make the experiment within the next 100 years or so, as I am afraid I may not be on the job longer than that." And the young fellow guffawed at his own wit. "Very well, Mr. Sharp," replied Dr. Hackensaw quickly. "I will accept your conditions, and instead of asking you 100 years, I will agree to make the trip in a fortnight. I am not too old yet to vie with Jules Verne's Phineas Fogg, and to accomplish in 80 hours what took him 80 days, and what took Nellie Bly almost as long." Chapter 1. "Doctor, what's this I hear?" cried Pep Perkins, bursting into Dr. Hackensaw's sanctum unannounced, as was her wont. "Is it true that you're going to make a trip all around the world in 3 days? Author's note. When Jules Verne wrote his Tour of the World in 80 days, the feat was impossible. Progress has been so rapid, however, that unless this story is published at once, the journey around the world in 80 hours may be an accomplished fact before the story appears. As regards the special phonograph mentioned in the story, it should not be more difficult to make a phonographic record than will produce sounds unlike any known on Earth, than it is for an artist to draw a picture of things that never existed." "A little more than 3 days," corrected the doctor. "In 80 hours, to be more exact." "Gee, that will be dandy. Take me along with you, Doc. I'm just dying for some sort of excitement, and a trip around the world like that will bring all the shutter shooters around me, just as they follow Charlie Chaplin and Mary Pickford around." "I'm sorry, Pep, but I can't take you along," replied the doctor. But the young girl, well aware of her power over the worthy man, pretended not to hear the refusal. "How many places will we stop at on the way?" she asked. "I shall try to make only 7 stops, or 8 if you count our landing here in New York on the return. I shall try to arrange a stop every 3,000 miles or so. I expect my first stop to be in Paris, the next possibly Cairo, the third in India, the fourth in western China, the fifth in Japan, the sixth in Hawaii, the 7th in San Francisco, and the last back here in little old New York. Of course, in each place I shall only stop long enough to get a fresh machine with supplies, for there will be no time to lose. Moreover, to guard against accidents and emergencies, I shall have extra machines waiting for me every 500 miles of the course, even on the ocean, where the machines will be waiting for me on board ships whose exact location I can ascertain by wireless. Unknown sounds. "What's that funny phonograph you're working on now?" asked Pep. "Has that got anything to do with the trip?" "No, nothing whatever," replied the doctor, little dreaming the service the phonograph was destined to render him. "This is just a new invention of mine. I am making some experiments at present with artificial phonograph records." "What do you mean by artificial records?" asked Pep. "Well, you see, an ordinary phonograph reproduces real sounds. My new phonograph produces sounds that have not been made and that have never existed." "How do you manage it?" "Simply enough. An artist draws pictures of things that exist only in his own imagination. I do the same thing for sounds." "Cut out the josh, Doctor, and tell me straight. I don't understand what you mean." "All right, Pep. You know, of course, that when you speak into a phonograph in making a record, the needle, or stylus, as it is called, cuts a groove into the wax. It is the shape and size of this groove that regulates the sounds that the phonograph afterwards reproduces. Now, it struck me that it would be possible to make phonographic records by merely cutting the proper grooves without having to make the sounds." "What would be the use of that, even if you could do it?" asked the young lady, taking the chewing gum out of her mouth and fastening it beneath the seat of her chair. "It would have a great number of uses," replied the doctor. "To begin with, it would enable us to repair records. Many remarkable records by famous persons are spoiled in the taking by some slight accident and are worthless. A slight repair to the injured portion would give us many wonderful records. My invention will also enable me to produce records that could not possibly be obtained otherwise. For example, the best soprano cannot sing above a certain key. I can, however, cut records that will produce clear musical notes octaves above any yet sung." "But the grooves on the phonograph record are so small," objected Pip. "Mechanics of it. True, there were certainly mechanical difficulties, but I have solved most of them. In order to cut accurate grooves, all that was necessary was to cut them on a large scale and then reduce them. Of course, I had first to take an ordinary record, magnify it to many times its original size, and get an expert engraver to copy the enlarged grooves on a hard rubber block. Then, by means of a reducing pantograph, these enlarged grooves were cut into a wax disc at the original size, and this engraved record made a very good copy of the original. I soon realized, however, that I must find a mechanical means for making the enlargement as well as the reduction, and I found the pantograph would serve the same purpose. To the short arm of the pantograph I attached a reproducer, and to the long arm a recorder. When the reproducer needle traveled in the grooves of the original record, the recording needle cut grooves many times the size on an immense wax disc. Before this, I had tried enlarging the grooves by using a loudspeaker, but I soon found that the depth of a groove made by a loud noise is very little more than that of one made by a low sound. The next step, of course, was to engrave a large record without any model. To obtain satisfactory results, it was necessary to analyze ordinary records in order to discover what connection existed between the grooves and the sounds produced. To do this, I hired a man with very clear articulation to make an ordinary phonograph record of every vowel and consonant sound in the language. I enlarged these records and thus found what shape of groove would produce each letter. My engraver could then produce any sentence I desired by combining the grooves in the proper order to make the sounds. I studied pitch in the same way. A record would be made of a couple of octaves either sung or played on a musical instrument, and a study of the enlarged records showed me what modifications in the shape of the groove produced pitch. Similar studies were necessary to obtain the proper quality and overtones. My first results were promising but very crude. It was only when I used chemical engraving instead of mechanical engraving that I obtained real satisfaction. Chemical engraving? Yes, what are called photoplates. For example, to reduce my large engravings to the proper size, I photographed them on a metal disc coated with sensitized film. On developing, the parts which receive the highlights retain the thinnest coating, and when etched with acid produce the deepest grooves. In other words, my negative is reversed, and if played on the phonograph would give sounds utterly unlike the original. It is therefore necessary to make a positive by repeating the process from the negative. The grooves, thus reversed back again, will now produce the proper sound. I am now able to make records that will produce any imaginable or unimaginable sounds. When I want a thunderstorm or a roar of artillery, I don't have to wait for nature or man to supply me. My engraver cuts the grooves we have found will give the proper sounds, and the process is quiet and easy. But I'm wasting time. If you're bound on coming with me, I suppose you'll come, but you've only got 2 weeks to get ready in. Only 2 weeks to collect a supply of face powder sufficient for the 80-hour trip. Pep laughed and began at once to pack up. And not content with face powder, she prepared a whole trunk full of evening dresses in order to be ready for any emergency. As she remarked, "You never know what will happen when you travel with Dr. Hackensaw. He's a philosopher, and a philosopher is a man who can take care of the whole world, but can't be trusted to look after his own collar buttons." Chapter 2. "Well, Pep, are you all ready?" "Yes, I'm ready." "Then jump on board and we'll start off for our tour around the world. Mr. Sharp, it is now 5 minutes to 10, and the date is August 15th. We have a fine morning for the start, so I shall leave here at the stroke of 10. If you will kindly sign your name in my book here, I will have your agents at the different stopping places sign too, so that you can know there is no fake, but that I have really traveled all around the earth. Otherwise, you might imagine I had just flown to the nearest hooch station and back again. Well, goodbye. I'll be back for the weekend." So saying, Dr. Hackensaw followed Pep into the airplane that was waiting for them, the Hoochie, as it was named, after his little girl. The Hoochie was a large and very peculiar-looking craft. It looked more like an arrow than it did like an airplane, for its wings were quite narrow for the size of the machine. And in addition to the horizontal wings, there were 2 vertical ones, one on top and one below, like the fins of a fish, and designed to keep the plane from wobbling in its flight. The machine had 8 propellers, 2 in the rear, 2 in the front, 1 on each side, and 2 on top that could serve as helicopters when desired, to hold the machine stationary, for they could be swung through an angle of 90 degrees from a vertical or horizontal position. 4 engines of 500 horsepower each ran the propellers and could be switched to any or all of the propellers by an ingenious gear shift worked by pressing electric buttons. The entire tonneau, including the pilot's seat, was enclosed in a glass body protected by an outer metallic casing. Any portion of the metal casing could be opened at will, thus allowing the passengers to view objects outside, no matter where these happened to be situated. An external platform made repair work handy and facilitated entering and leaving the car. This was also convenient for observations when the car was hovering over one spot. At the stroke of 10, the doctor, snugly ensconced in the car with his fair companion, gave the signal and away shot the car, hurled by its projector. Meanwhile, the engines had been chugging away, but almost noiselessly, as they were provided with silencers. Now, however, the propellers were thrown into gear, and forward darted the machine, climbing diagonally up into the sky. "What are those 2 other planes that are following us?" asked Pep, looking out through the glass window and noticing that two other machines very similar in build had followed them into the air. "Those are our escort," explained Dr. Hackensaw. "They will follow us across the Atlantic in order to be ready to help us in case of emergency. It would be too dangerous otherwise, for the slightest accident to our machine would mean death if there was no one at hand to pick us up." Relay system. "Will they follow us all around the Earth?" "No, indeed. They will leave us at Paris, and there 3 extra planes are waiting for us to carry us on to Cairo, where a new relay will be in readiness. I had about 50 planes ready to sell to the government, so I sent half of these ahead on this route to wait for us, and the other half I sent in the opposite direction over the Pacific to establish relays in San Francisco, Hawaii, Japan, and China." The Hoochie and her consorts soon reached a speed of 100 miles per hour, then 200, and finally climbed up to 300. A wireless telephone had been installed on all the machines so the occupants could talk together sociably. Everything went along swimmingly, but, as Dr. Hackensaw was wont to remark, there is only one sure thing in this world, and that is trouble. In order to attain a greater speed, the doctor had risen higher and higher, and now his instruments indicated that he had reached an altitude of 10 miles, about double the height of the highest mountain. There was a great advantage in doing so, for at high speeds, the resistance of the air is considerable. As the doctor explained to Pep, the resistance of the air increases as the square of our velocity, while the power of our propellers in the rarefied air only diminishes as the density of the air. Consequently, there is a great advantage in flying high. "But," objected Pep, "you have to climb 10 miles up and 10 miles down every time you land." "True, but as we land only 8 times, this makes only 160 miles extra to go. Not even that, because we rise and descend on the diagonal. It would pay us to travel at an altitude of 25 miles, and I'm going to try it." Even this rate was too much, for scarcely had the instruments in the Hoochie registered 2,000 miles traveled from New York when an alarm signal came from one of the attendant planes, and this was followed by a message. "Something has gone wrong. We are falling." Dr. Hackensaw at once ordered the second plane to turn back and fish up the occupants in the crippled plane. Then he added, "When you have saved the men, don't bother about the plane. It will probably float. Follow straight after me, as I may need help before I reach Paris. We can send someone back from there to save or destroy the wreck." To Pep, the trip was somewhat monotonous. At a 10-mile altitude there was nothing to see. Not even a cloud in the heavens. All was inky black sky and bright sunlight. An hour or so later the attendant plane caught up with them again, hearing the occupants of the number 3 car, whom they had literally fished up from their falling plane. The rescuers had hovered over the wrecked plane as it descended, and had let down a rope ladder provided for just such emergencies. The wrecked men, encased in helmets to protect them in the rarefied air, had climbed up to safety one after the other, long before the wrecked plane had fallen a single mile of the 10 miles to the ocean level. The rescuers had then put on an extra burst of speed in order to catch up with the doctor. About 8 p.m., by the doctor's watch, both machines landed at the aviation field in Paris. Here a few minutes' stop was made to take on fresh supplies of gasoline and oxygen, and to make a careful inspection of the machinery of the Hoochie. Everything seemed in such good condition that the doctor decided to keep the same machine for the next stage of the journey. He also kept the rescuing plane and the 3 new planes he found waiting for him, for experience had shown him that a single accident would deprive him of his escort. With 4 attendant planes he could continue his route even if 2 accidents occurred, a rescuing plane being left behind in each case. From Paris to Cairo, the journey was made mostly during the morning hours, as noon on the trip occurred several hours earlier than noon in New York. At the Cairo landing, the doctor, in his pajamas turned out of his berth, made a rapid inspection of the machinery, and decided that the Hoochie was good for another lap. 3 new planes were awaiting him here, and these, with the best of the other planes, made a good escort of 4. A glance at the instruments showed that the average speed made during the last lap was very nearly 400 miles per hour. If the trip continued in this fashion, the tour would really be too easy. But Dr. Hackensaw well knew by experience that the average speed made during the last hour was to be no exception to the rule. That morning the doctor and Pep had remained late on their couches. Even so, the day was long, though they tried to while away the time by playing cards and dominoes. When they reached their stopping point in India, a dilemma arose. The hoochie, which had so far behaved beautifully, began to show signs of the strain. Either the machine must be abandoned, or a stop must be made to overhaul it. The doctor was now 2 hours ahead of his schedule, and he was so desirous of making the entire trip in the same car that he decided on the second alternative. He compromised matters as follows. 3 new planes were waiting for him here, and in one of these he sent Pep on ahead, with instructions to wait 1 hour for him at the next stop, which was in China. In case he failed to appear, she was to complete the tour alone. 2 good planes would accompany her, and 2 would remain with the doctor. Pep was delighted with the arrangement, and inwardly hoped the doctor would be delayed. What a triumph it would be to be the first person who had circumnavigated the earth in an airplane. The accident. The plan seemed a wise one, as it doubled the chances of success. Unfortunately, however, Pep was young and enterprising and not over-obedient. She had strict orders not to exceed a speed of 300 miles per hour, and for the first 2 hours she allowed the pilot to keep very close to this figure. Then she gradually increased the speed until the 400-mile limit was reached. Even that didn't satisfy her. After a couple of hours at this speed, she demanded even more power, and the pilot, a young fellow nothing loath to show off the capabilities of his machine to this pretty young girl, put the speed up to the highest notch, obtaining a record of over 450 miles per hour. But the natural result followed. Something gave way, and the machine started to fall to the earth. There was nothing for it but to volplane down and make a landing to ascertain what the trouble was. With 10 miles to descend, it was an easy matter to select a good landing place. Pep tried to telephone to the doctor, but the instrument didn't work, so she hastily scribbled a message and attached it to one of the special buoy balloons provided for such emergencies. These were balloons about 10 feet in diameter that could be distended until they would exactly float in the air outside. This was accomplished by a simple though ingenious system. A stopcock on the descending apparatus admitted the outside air, whose pressure automatically cut off the admission of gas when the balloon was properly inflated. An electric lantern in the balloon was arranged by clockwork so as to be switched on automatically at night. At 10 miles height, with no clouds or air currents of any strength, the balloon would float in the same spot for hours and could be seen miles away. There was therefore no danger of Dr. Hackensaw failing to see the buoy. And as a red balloon signified that a letter was attached, the doctor would certainly receive the message. And so he did. The repairs to the hoochie only occupied an hour, and then putting on full speed, he set off to overtake his fair companion. Perceiving the red balloon, he slowed up, captured it with its message, and then followed the trail of smaller balloons left by Pep to indicate the direction taken. The pilot of the first plane had landed close to a pagoda, so Dr. Hackensaw ordered his own pilot to land alongside. A large crowd of excited and jabbering Chinese had gathered around the 2 machines, which they regarded with hostile eyes. Dr. Hackensaw vainly made pacific signs. The anger of the people only increased. Finally, they pushed one of their number forward as an interpreter. To Dr. Hackensaw's joy, this was a white man, and he spoke English. Phonograph valuable. "Gentlemen," he said, "you don't know how glad I am to see you, though I'm afraid you're going to have a hard time of it. Some of the Chinese have gone to notify the Mandarin, and he will decide what is to be done with you. It will be a couple of hours before he gets here, and meanwhile you will be kept prisoners here. My name is Christopher Lamb. I came here as a missionary. At the start, nothing was too good for me. One of the mandarins even allowed me to sleep in his own coffin, which is the highest courtesy that can be shown a man. Sleep in his coffin? Interposed Pep. What do you mean? Why, every rich Chinaman buys his coffin during his lifetime and keeps it in his parlor as an ornament. To allow a stranger to sleep in it is a mark of high honor, and I appreciated it. But, of late, things have been different, and for the past year I've been kept in prison because the authorities don't like my preaching. If you are allowed to go, I hope you'll take me with you. Even as the man spoke, the natives surrounded the two airplanes and fastened them by cords to stakes driven into the ground. In vain Dr. Hackensaw protested. All remonstrance was useless. "It's no use, sir," said the interpreter. "I know the Mandarin. He's not a man that will listen to reason. It would take a miraculous intervention from Buddha himself to set you free." "What?" cried Dr. Hackensaw, struck with a sudden idea. If their God here told them to release us, would they do it? Of course they would, immediately. All right then, just step into the airplane with me, Mr. Lamb. For the time being, you are to act the part of Buddha. I want you to make a phonograph record in Chinese. I have here some wax blanks, and when Buddha's commands are uttered through a loudspeaker, I feel sure these poor Chinese will be convinced it is their God who is talking to them. What shall I tell them? I'll coach you. And as Dr. Hackensaw spoke the words, Mr. Lamb translated them into Chinese and enunciated them slowly and distinctly into the instrument. The rest was but child's play. Dr. Hackensaw had with him already engraved some records with artificial thunder, the roar of cannon and musketry and all kinds of unearthly noises. For convenience in experimenting, his phonograph could take several discs at once, each with its own needle, and by shifting a lever, any one of the records could be switched on in place of the other. This was to facilitate the study of the combination of different sounds, and so analyzing the engraved grooves on the record. Everything being in readiness, Dr. Hackensaw, through his interpreter, informed the natives that he was under the special protection of their god, Buddha, and that Buddha himself would confirm this. Buddha speaks. A hush of awe fell over the hundreds of spectators by this time assembled. Then Dr. Hackensaw adjusted his loud talker and set the phonograph going. The record opened with loud claps of thunder and the roar of artillery, accompanied by hideous noises of all kinds. Then came a loud, gruff voice, apparently from the heavens above. "People of China, listen to me. These strangers are men from the sky. They are special friends of mine, and anyone who harms a hair of their heads will be cursed. He will perish miserably with all his family, and their graves will be defiled. Let these men go in peace, or I will destroy this whole town with thunder and lightning. I have spoken." Then came another burst of thunder and artillery, and all was quiet again. The effect of the speech was magical. 100 eager men came forward to loosen the ropes, and as the disabled plane had by this time been put in order again, the airplanes soared aloft. Dr. Hackensaw, however, had taken Pep on board with him, so as to prevent future trouble. Needless to say, Mr. Lamb went with them. They had to make another stop in China for their supplies and still another in Japan before starting for the long flight over the Pacific. They had reached Japan at noon by the doctor's watch, but in reality in the early morning by Japanese time after an all-night ride. They had to put on extra speed to make up for lost time, and on 3 occasions one of the escort planes had to be left behind for repairs, with a rescuing plane to attend to it. Hawaii was reached at about 10 o'clock p.m. by the doctor's watch, and San Francisco the next morning. Fortunately, the doctor's plane, the Hoochie, his latest and best model, stood the trip well, and a brisk overhauling put it into proper condition for the final lap. Some slight delays ensued, but by running the machine at full speed, the Hoochie reached the landing place in New York a few seconds before 6 p.m., the scheduled time. They had made the trip in exactly 80 hours. By traveling eastward, they had been 4 days and 8 hours on the trip, but the days, day and night included, were only 18 hours long. Had they traveled westward instead, the trip would have lasted only 2 days and 8 hours, but the days would have been 36 hours long. 18 tedious hours of daylight followed by an 18-hour night. In either case, of course, the total time would have been 80 hours. Mr. Sharp was at the landing place waiting for them, and he held in his hand a signed government order for 50 of the new airplanes as a sample. "Well, Pep," cried Dr. Hackensaw gaily, "we've made the tour of the world in exactly 79 hours, 59 minutes, and 37 3/10 seconds. We had nearly 23 seconds to spare. It's a pity we didn't make use of this spare time to see a little more of the countries we passed through." "Yes," answered Pep disconsolately. "It was a great waste of time. Just think of it. Here I've been all around the world and have come home without having had a single proposal. Not even from a Chinese mandarin." End of section 28.
Section 29 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jen Broda. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Vizandi. The Secret of the Flying Horse. Author's note. For centuries, man has dreamed of flying. From the days of Icarus, who flew too near the sun, and from the days of the fabled flying horse Pegasus, literature is full of such flying creatures, griffins, dragons, fairies, and whatnot. The primitive idea, of course, was naturally that of using bird-like wings for the flying. When the airplane was invented, however, the propeller was found far more practical than wings. But flying machines with flapping wings are a possibility, and while they cannot hope to compete with airplanes in most matters, they would still fill a niche of their own. As a substitute for cavalry in war, they would possess certain advantages. Barbed wire constructions and trenches would offer no obstacles to their passage. Prologue. "You say you seen it, Joe?" "That's what I said. I saw that flying horse as plainly as I see you." "What had you been drinking? Some of your own Applejack?" A roar of laughter from the loungers in the country tavern greeted this sally, but Joe continued, undaunted. "No, sir. I hadn't touched a drop of Jersey Lightning." "Are you sure it wasn't some new kind of flying machine?" "Flying machine your granny. Hain't I lived in the country long enough to know a horse when I see him?" This was a sure enough horse, with hide and tail and teeth and everything, and wings to boot. "I seen it too, fellers," chimed in a second man, familiarly known as Dave. "I seen it down by the river, standing quietly in the pasture, and though it was much bigger than an ordinary horse, I thought I'd try to catch it. So I went up close to it, and when I got within 20 feet of it, it saw me and reared up on its hind legs and shouted to me, 'Go back! Go back!' Must have been a guinea hen," suggested the man who had first spoken. "They always say, 'Go back, go back.'" At this, a fresh laugh went up, and Dave looked sheepish. For the horse's remark had really been, "Go back, you fool, go back." But Dave had thought it advisable to present an expurgated edition. "That's some horse," cried a fourth man. "A horse that can fly and talk is a horse worth seeing." "I didn't hear the horse talk," interrupted a new speaker, who answered to the name of Cooney. "But I heard him snort and neigh, and I saw what I never expected to see in this life. The horse, when I saw him, was flying up into the air, and he had an angel astride on his back. And while I was looking, the angel spread her wings and flew up and around the horse. and then came down again and stood on tiptoe on its back, like the girls does in the circus. At this fresh addition to the story, a shout of derision went up from the crowd, who were convinced that Cooney's addition to, and apparent corroboration of, the story were intended as a satire on the tales of his predecessors. But Cooney vehemently maintained his statement as fact. "Say, Cooney," cried a young fellow with a sandy goatee, "do you know what's the difference between you and a liar?" "No." "Well, neither do I, but I'll bet there ain't much difference. And I'll say the same of Dave and Joe. And I'll say one thing more. If the angel had wings, what the tarnation did she need a flying horse for? Why didn't she use her own wings?" Chapter 1. A Human Flying Machine. Some 3 months before the conversation above recorded, Miss Pep Perkins, while rummaging through the garret of Dr. Hackensaw's country house, came across a large wooden chest and tried to open it, but it was locked. At the first opportunity, she inquired of the doctor what the contents might be. Dr. Hackensaw laughed. "That," said he, "is one of my earlier attempts at a flying machine. That was long before the days of the Wright brothers, and, of course, my idea of a flying machine then was one with wings that would flap up and down, so I built that one." "Oh, show it to me, please," begged Pep, and the doctor obligingly opened the case and showed her the machine. Pep was delighted with it, for it was a gem, a real work of art. The wings were made of real birds' feathers, and were pure white and of the softest and finest texture. "What a beauty!" cried Pep, delighted. "It's a regular peach. Haven't you ever tried to make it fly?" "What's the use? A propeller is far more efficient motor than wings. To make a winged flying machine would be just a step backwards." "But could you make a winged machine if you wanted to?" persisted Pep. "Certainly," replied the doctor. "There would be no difficulty about it. Man has already beaten nature in the field of aviation. A man can now fly faster than any winged creature that exists. It would be but child play to beat nature again by making a mechanical bird, depending solely on its wings for flight, yet larger than any bird that evolution has yet been able to produce." "Dr. Hackensaw," begged Pep, "I want you to do me a great favor," and she coaxingly put an arm around the doctor's neck. "I want you to fix these lovely wings so they can be attached to my shoulders. You could arrange them so they could be worked by a light motor. I want to be able to fly like a bird. And I also want a winged horse, one that can both gallop and fly." Dr. Hackensaw shook his head, but in spite of all his inventions, the worthy man had not yet invented any means of circumventing a woman with a fixed idea in her head. So Pep finally carried the day, and the doctor constructed the 2 machines she desired. The winged horse presented no special difficulties. Dr. Hackensaw had already perfected a mechanical horse for the use of farmers, one that worked by gasoline and that could be harnessed to a plow or cart or carriage at will, thus taking the place of an ordinary horse. One of these he had constructed with a radium motor and made in the exact shape of the animal, covering it with the hide of a giant Percheron horse. The body was so large that a man could comfortably lie down inside. This horse could walk, trot, or gallop at will. To enable it to fly, the doctor adapted large wings to its shoulders, and the flapping of these enabled the animal to rise from the ground and soar like a bird of prey. The wings were worked by a train of revolving gear wheels, so they could vibrate if desired, with the speed of the wings of an insect. The speed could be regulated by the use of gear shifts. The head of the horse was hollow, of India rubber, inside the skin of the head of the real horse. By means of a tank of compressed air, kept filled by the engine, the animal could be given the most lifelike movements, lifting its legs, turning or shaking its head, rolling its glass eyes, and opening its mouth. A special neighing and snorting whistle had been attached, and Pep had insisted on a concealed horn opening into the animal's mouth. The horn was arranged so as to disguise her voice and change it into a deep bass. "I want a horse voice," said Pep, emphasizing the pun. "I want the people to think that it is really the beast that is speaking." As to the wings for her own use, these gave the doctor more trouble. In these too, he used his radium motor, the energy being furnished by the disintegration of radium into lead. By a special heating device, 1 gram of radium could be made to disintegrate rapidly enough to produce sufficient power to work the wings and enable the young lady to fly. A gasoline motor would have been too cumbersome. "Gee, I'll make a peach of an angel," cried Pep delightedly as she fastened the beautiful white wings, made of real bird feathers, to her shoulders and surveyed herself complacently in the looking-glass. "I'll have to have a special costume made when I really fly." It may be well to state here that the wings were fastened not directly to the young lady's arms, but to lugs that formed part of a light but strong metallic framework, a metal combination garment worn under her clothing. This garment was rather snug-fitting and encircled her thighs and bust. To put it on, she stepped into the 2 leg openings and then buckled the garment over her shoulders and around her waist. In this way, her whole weight when flying was borne by the framework, which, of course, was padded to prevent chafing her skin. Learning to control the machine was no easy task, but Pep could already drive an automobile, and she was young and determined, so she had soon mastered control of the horse. After that, it was not very difficult for her to learn to fly with her own angel wings, as she called them. Dr. Hackensaw had ordered her not to fly beyond the bounds of his large country estate, and to fly only at night when she was less likely to excite comment. But as Pep mastered the control of her flying steed and gained confidence, she became somewhat reckless and flew beyond the boundaries set. And that is how it happened that the 3 farmers had been able to catch sight of her. Nor did Pep try to hide from them. On the contrary, she took a malicious pleasure in mystifying them. Miss Pep, although 18 years old, was still a child. Pep was especially delighted with her angel wings. These fastened at her shoulders to lugs on the metal framework, the lugs projecting through openings at the back of her dress. The machinery was entirely concealed, so that Pep, when flying, looked exactly like the conventional pictures of angels. Of course, great speed was not possible. Both she and the horse flew with what the Italians call a slow slowness. But this moderate pace had the advantage that no unsightly helmet was necessary, as on an aeroplane. You could fly with your face uncovered and enjoy the beauties of the scenes below you. There is, of course, an exhilaration in an airplane traveling at from 100 to 200 miles per hour, but it is entirely different from the satisfaction of gliding quietly along through the air at angel speed. It was like the difference between running a race and taking a stroll. Each has an interest of its own. Chapter 2. A Trip to Africa. "Pep," said Dr. Hackensaw, "I'm going to take a short trip to Africa. Do you want to come along with me?" "Do I? Well, I just guess. But what African bug is biting you?" "I'm going to study a big problem, whether it is possible to flood the desert of the Sahara by letting in the Mediterranean Sea. Some people claim that the thing is possible, others that it is not, that most of the desert is at a higher elevation than the sea, and hence the best that could be done would be to create a few lakes in the desert. However, even that might be worth doing, and if by irrigation I can bring fertility to large areas of this great waste of land, I will gladly undertake the work." "When do we start?" asked Pep. "The steamer sails Tuesday. Can you be ready in time?" "Sure, Mike," responded Pep gleefully. And what's more, I'll take my flying horse along. I want to see the desert of Sahara and go for a lion or an elephant hunt on my winged steed. Chapter 3. The Elephant Hunt. Now, Pep, said Dr. Hackensaw, tomorrow we are going to have a grand hunt. The guide tells me there is a troop of wild elephants within a couple of miles from here, and a troop of lions not far off. You can have all the sport you want, but do promise to be careful. On your flying horse, there is no danger, so long as the mechanism works properly, and so long as you are not reckless. I have carefully overhauled the machine. It is in perfect condition, and your own wings can help you in an emergency. But do be careful. All right, Pop, answered Pep flippantly, for it must be confessed that she was youthfully disrespectful toward the worthy doctor. Dr. Hackensaw sighed, but said nothing further. The morning dawned bright and fair, and the doctor, accompanied by a couple of Arab servants and a troop of Negro beaters, started out for the spot where the elephants had been sighted. As for Pep, she mounted her flying steed, Pegasus, and started ahead on her own account. She soon outdistanced the hunters and came in sight of the elephants. At the sight of the flying horse, the elephant leader gave a trumpet of alarm, and the troop gathered together in a bunch, wondering whether to fly or to hold their ground. Not wishing to spoil the sport of her companions, Pep gave the animals a wide berth and circled around to see if she could spy the lions. She did not see them, but she spied something else, another camp of men, of whose proximity the doctor was unaware. Curiosity prompted Pep to come nearer, at the risk of being shot at. She slowed up as she approached, but her presence was not noticed, for these men, too, were on a lion hunt and had just caught sight of several of the animals in a neighboring thicket and were endeavoring to surround them. And then Pep saw a sight that made her blood run cold. A large male lion was creeping unperceived behind one of the hunters who was kneeling by a tree, his eyes glued in the opposite direction. Before the startled girl could utter a single cry of warning, the lion had pounced on its prey as a cat pounces on a mouse and carried him off in its jaws. Pep almost fell from her horse at the sight, for she had seen the man was a white man, some traveler or explorer in those wild regions. Pep had a rifle slung to her saddle and 2 revolvers in her belt, but she dared not shoot, her aim from the flying horse being too uncertain. Reckless of all danger, Pep directed her course straight for the lion, and as she passed, clubbed him over the head with her rifle. The animal scarcely felt the blow, but he was startled and dropped his prey while he turned around to see what foe had assailed him. The sight of the flying horse, however, was not to his liking, so the beast turned and, picking up the senseless man again, made for a thick jungle. But Pep was now desperate. She knew that if the beast once got into the tangled underbrush, she could do nothing. She must head him off at all costs. Pulling out her revolver, she shot the lion in his hindquarters, and then, flying over his head, landed between him and the jungle, ready for a second shot. Snarling with pain and rage, the lion once more dropped his senseless burden and came at her with a roar of anger. Poor Pep was half frightened to death, but she was a girl of spirit, and seeing she now had a good chance for a shot, she placed 2 bullets in the animal's head just as the infuriated animal made a leap for her horse. Down came horse, lion, and rider in one heap, but luckily one of the shots had hit a vital spot. The beast gave one convulsive roll on the ground and died, while Pep fainted away. Pep's shots had been heard, and when the rescuers arrived on the scene, Pep was quickly revived and found to be unhurt except for a few bruises and scratches. As to the man whose life she had so miraculously saved, he had sustained no vital injuries, though his left arm was broken. He begged to be allowed to go with Dr. Hackensaw's party, and Pep played the role of untrained nurse to the wounded man, who in return delighted her with the present of a lively young lion cub. Poor Pegasus, the flying horse, had been put out of commission, so Pep had to ride a camel and was dreadfully seasick from the motion of the beast. She understood that the term ship of the desert applied to the camel is no mere metaphor. But when Dr. Hackensaw playfully joked her about having gone out for a lion hunt and captured a man, she replied seriously, "No, Doctor, I don't want to marry yet. I don't mind flirting a little. You used to scold me every day on the ship for flirting with the officers. But a husband isn't much fun. All I've captured on this trip is a lion's skin that will make a handsome rug." Dr. Hackensaw himself was not fortunate. He returned to New York, his problem unsolved. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fezandier. The Secret of the Dream Machine. This is one of the best stories from the pen of Clement Fezandier that we have ever published. It holds a big moral for all of us. We are all so much engrossed in our everyday work that we cannot look ahead even 25 years. When you look through the pages of this magazine, you no doubt scoff at our advanced ideas and our so-called dreams of the future. In fairness to yourself, it will do you good to read this story. It will no doubt open your eyes. The Editor. Author's note. Many people imagine that our dreams are warnings or the foreshadowing of future events. They are nothing of the kind. They are mere jumbles of ideas we've received during our waking hours, modified to a certain extent by physical sensations felt during sleep. There is, therefore, no reason why we should not order our dreams as we order our dinners. Perhaps within the next 100 years or so, dream machines like the one mentioned in this story may be available for all of us, and nightmares be forever banished from the earth. Chapter 1. Doctor, what causes dreams? Asked Silas Rocket one day as he briskly entered the doctor's sanctum. Dr. Hackensaw looked up from his work with a smile. Dreams, said he, are but chance associations of ideas which already exist in our minds. Any event which has strongly impressed us during the day is apt to influence our dreams. But do not dreams sometimes come true? Certainly, very often, but in all such cases they're mere coincidences. A number of my own dreams have come true occasionally in a most remarkable manner. During the World War, many a mother must have dreamt her boy was killed in battle, and alas, the prophecy must have been fulfilled in a number of cases. Such cases, of course, are mathematically certain to occur. As to other most unlikely coincidences, you must remember that, as some great philosopher, I think it was Aristotle, once said, it's one of the probabilities that many improbable things will happen. But whence comes your special interest in dreams? Because last night I had a most extraordinary dream. I dreamt I was the man who had first invented kissing, and that I had taken out a patent on my invention and charged a royalty of 1 cent for every kiss. Well, the money came pouring in hand over fist, coins, bills, checks, etc., until our richest multimillionaires were beggars compared to me. And then the trouble began. A whole army of women, sweethearts and mothers with babies in their arms, came at me brandishing all kinds of weapons, calling me all kinds of hard names, claiming that I had beggared them. What they would have done to me I don't know. Luckily I woke just then. Now, Doctor, can you tell me what caused that nightmare? I think so. If I were Sherlock Holmes, I should deduce that you must have called on your fiancée, Miss Gloria Mundy, last night. Yes, I did. But how in the world did you guess that? A deduction. Dr. Hackensaw chuckled. Isn't it wonderful, said he, that merely calling on your sweetheart should make you think of unlimited kisses? Some associations of ideas are so recondite that you wonder what could ever have started them. And the doctor fairly cackled at his own wit. Pshaw! Exclaimed Silas, blushing. Can't a man kiss his own lady love without being laughed at for it? Certainly, Silas, returned the doctor. I was merely interpreting your dream for you. But talking of dreams, you may perhaps be interested in my latest invention, a dream machine. A dream machine? What's that? It's a machine that causes dreams and enables you to order any kind of dream you want, just as you would order your dinner. Why, how in the world does it do that? Because, Silas, as I told you, our dreams have two causes. First, they're a jumble of ideas already existing in our mind. Secondly, they're the result of the physical sensations which reach us during sleep. For years I made it a practice to note down my dreams immediately on awakening, and I was surprised to find how often I could trace the origin of the dream to something I'd seen or read the day before, and also often to some picture I'd seen. I found the same thing true for physical sensations. If you dream of freezing, you're likely to awake and find that a breeze is blowing into the room or that your blankets have fallen off. If you dream that you're flying in the air, you may confidently attribute this to a too copious dinner, for it is a curious fact that a full stomach will produce during sleep a feeling of lightness. Sometimes the most absurd dreams have rational interpretation when you analyze them. For example, I one night dreamed that I emptied out a large lake by peeling off the water in layers, lifting off one layer of water after the other. On awakening, however, I remembered that the day before I had counted several hundred sheets of tissue paper, and the lifting of one sheet of tissue paper after the other had in my dream been changed to lifting off one layer of water after another. I might prolong the list indefinitely, but what's the use? My dream machine is in the next room, and I will give you a practical demonstration that will be worth more than any amount of talk. The dream machine was indeed a most peculiar-looking contraption. Imagine a bed surrounded by all kinds of tubes, rods, stopcocks, and electric wires, and with dials of various sizes to serve as meters. A small phonograph also stood by the head of the bed. The entire apparatus was enclosed in a large, airtight globe, thus enabling the operator to condense or rarefy the air, increase its humidity, or modify it in other ways. You see, explained the doctor, as our dreams are based on ideas and on sensations, my machine must have two parts, one to produce ideas and the other to produce sensations. The first part is just an ordinary phonograph, as I've found it best to instill the desired ideas before the subject drops off to sleep. The phonograph, provided with the proper record, is set going before the subject loses consciousness. I have prepared a number of dream records to suit all tastes. The young girl, of course, wants to dream of her wedding and honeymoon. The lad of spirit wants to dream of adventures, of trips into the jungle, of flying machines and war, of rescuing beautiful maidens from the hands of black-bearded villains. In fact, every man can have his dreams made to order, for special phonograph records can be made at very slight expense. The phonograph records, as a rule, consist merely of a few words repeated at intervals to turn the mind in the desired direction. For example, the 3 words love, sweetheart, kiss, repeated several times to the ear of the maiden as she falls asleep, will usually be sufficient to produce the desired dream. Sensation. I don't see why you need any second part to the machine, said Silas. Words alone ought to be able to suggest any idea desired. True, but the other part is sometimes useful. Here's a stopcock, for example, that lets in perfumes of different sorts at will. Another blows breezes on the patient. Effects of heat and cold are produced by still others. If I wish the subject to dream of a feast, I have merely to press this key, which injects a drop of aromatic liquid into his mouth. Rubber fingers are arranged, which can be set to touch the sleeping man's hands or feet in different manners, according as you wish him to run, walk, climb, grasp an object, shoot a gun, etc. In order to time the different portions of the dream properly, I use a sort of piano player. The piano player records have holes punched in them, which cause the proper keys to be pressed in the order desired, and so automatically cause the sequence of ideas which you wish the dream to follow. But isn't your machine expensive? Objected Silas. Yes. There is the cost of the phonograph and the piano player, and the bed with its various attachments, but every person who has a phonograph can buy dream records to use at home for ordinary dreams. If he wants something special, he must go to one of my dream hotels, where the beds are provided with my machines. But now, Silas, as you've seen my machine, I want you to try it for yourself. What would you like to dream of?" "Doctor," replied Silas, "you once sent me 100 years into the future, to the year 2025. I wish now that you would send me into the past, back to the year 1776. I think I could show our staid old ancestors a thing or two. George Washington and Benjamin Franklin would have to bow down to my superior knowledge. And as to patent royalties, why, I should be master of all the marvelous inventions made during the past 140-odd years, from the steam engine to the airplane. Why, I should be a multimillionaire in no time, and the biggest bug in the bunch." Dr. Hackensaw laughed heartily. "All right, Silas," said he, "I'll send you back to the year 1776. But I know, by hard personal experience, that the life of an inventor who tries to market his inventions is by no means all rose-color. In fact, I'll bet you $1,000 against $1 that you won't succeed in having a single one of our modern improvements adopted." "I'll take you up, Doctor," cried the reporter gaily, and he extended himself on the couch and tried to compose himself to sleep, while Dr. Hackensaw prepared a suitable phonograph record. Then the record was placed in the machine, and as Silas dropped off to sleep, he was conscious of these words, buzzing slowly into his ear. 1776. Benjamin Franklin. Steam engine. Railroad. Telephone. Electric light. Automobile. Airplane. Chapter 2. How is thee feeling now, friend? Silas started up in a daze and found that he'd been lying on the ground while a pretty Quaker girl in the conventional costume was bathing his temples from a nearby spring. "Where am I?" he cried, sitting up and gazing in astonishment at the rural landscape about him. "Thee is here, in the town of Philadelphia," answered the girl soothingly. "Philadelphia?" echoed Silas in surprise. "Where are the houses? There's not a single building in sight." Then his brain cleared and he asked, "What year are we, pray?" "We're in the year of our Lord, 1776. The Continental Congress has just met and signed the Declaration of Independence." "Ah!" cried Silas, springing to his feet. "I haven't any time to lose. I must go to Washington at once and speak to the congressman." And he began fumbling in his pockets, but his face fell. "Not a cent!" he cried. "I don't know what I'm going to do." He forgot that his money would have been worthless even if he had had any. The current coin consisted of pounds, shillings, and pence, when it did not consist of tobacco or some other commodity. "Congress is in session here," replied the maiden, "but General Washington is not in Philadelphia at present. Yet if thee will follow me, I am sure my father will be glad to have thee as a guest." Silas followed the young girl rather sheepishly. Here was he, planning to revolutionize the world of 1776, and yet with all his knowledge unable to secure a meal, but dependent on others to provide it for him. Still, he could make ample compensation soon. What should he turn his hand to first? That was the question. Should it be the automobile? No. That was too complicated and required material not easy to obtain in this ancient civilization, and when he looked at the mud and ruts in the road and reflected that this was Philadelphia, he realized at once that even if he had an automobile with him, it would be absolutely useless. You can't run an auto in mud a foot deep. An airplane was evidently preferable. It was easier to build and required no roads. The great problem was to find petroleum to run it, but he knew there was plenty of oil in Pennsylvania waiting to be tapped. But to get the oil, he would need capital. His first problem, then, was to make money. Surely, with his head full of the countless inventions made during the 19th century, he should have no trouble in becoming rich. Many simple inventions had made fortunes for their promoters. But as he questioned Ruth and her father, he found that his task was by no means easy. The main industries seemed to be the fur trade, lumber trade, that is to say, the shipping of masts and other lumber abroad. This trade, of course, now prevented by the war. And the growing of tobacco. How could his boasted knowledge help him with these? And his wealth, even when acquired, would consist mainly in bales of tobacco and packs of furs, not a very handy capital with which to start a 20th century factory. Only two practical ideas occurred to Silas. The first was a percussion cap, breech-loading magazine rifle to replace the old flintlock muzzle loaders that missed fire half the time and that left the owner helpless after each shot until a new charge could be rammed home. The second idea was the manufacture of matches, and these he determined to make at once, as they seemed the easiest thing to manufacture with his limited resources. The first invention. Accordingly, after a dinner of venison and cornbread at the house of his Quakeress, whose name, by the way, he learned was Ruth Friend, Silas hunted all through the town to find a chemist's shop. With great difficulty he was able to secure a small amount of sulphur and phosphorus, and such other chemicals as he judged would be most useful, leaving his watch as a deposit. Then he started in to manufacture some matches. His success was not very great, but he finally produced a dozen large, clumsy matches which would answer as samples. These he triumphantly exhibited to Ruth's father. "There, Mr. Friend, what do you think of those?" he asked, when, after repeated efforts, he had succeeded in lighting one of his matches and starting a fire. "Friend Silas," answered the Quaker, "that thing looks and smells like an invention of the devil. Moreover, of what use is it?" "Of what use?" echoed Silas. "Why, it will take the place of your old flint and steel." "Indeed? Well, friend, I would not trade my trusty flint and steel for many thousand of such matches, as thee calls them. I can light a fire more quickly with my flint and steel than thee can with thy matches. And it costs me nothing and requires no work, while to make matches such as thine requires chemicals and labor. They are worse than useless." And so it was with all the other inventions with which Silas sought to amaze the good people of Philadelphia. He had a large circle of listeners evenings, for his stories appealed to them like fairy tales, but when he insisted on being taken seriously, his listeners shook their heads and thought his mind was a trifle deranged. It was when they talked among themselves about his wild tales that they gave free vent to their minds. "Just imagine," said one, "he said he would one day show us how he could catch a man's image on a piece of glass, and the image would not only remain there permanently, but could be printed off on paper many times. He called it photography." "He spoke to me of something even more extraordinary than that," chimed in another. "He said that he would some day take a sheet of wax and let us talk and sing to it, and that the wax would remember every word, and would repeat the songs and speeches without a mistake over and over again, and even weeks later if we wished. And he said this phonograph, that's what he called it, would even imitate the very tones of each man's voice. Surely the fellow must be a fool." "And to me," said a third, "he said that he knew how to make a machine that would enable him to look right into a man's body. He said it would be possible to see a bullet, even though hidden in a man's chest." "That's nothing," interrupted a fourth. "He told me he was going to try to get capital enough to make some stagecoaches and some boats that would run by steam. He said that with steam he could run a dozen heavily loaded wagons at a speed of 60 miles an hour or more. How's that for a wild dream? Not content with that, he said he knew how to build flying machines that would go 200 miles an hour. No bird can fly that fast, and it stands to reason that even if a flying machine is ever made, it'll be so heavy and clumsy that it cannot fly even as fast as the slowest bird." Talk about electricity. Then, too, you ought to hear him talk about electricity. Ben Franklin knows a lot about electricity, but you ought to hear this fellow talk. He says you can make electricity out of running water, and it'll do all our work for us. He must have forgotten that he had just said that steam would do it. He said electricity would run our stagecoaches, work our machinery, plow our fields, sweep the floors of our houses, and even furnish us a better light than a good wax candle would give. What do you think of that? "He told me something else," spoke up a chemist who happened to be present, obviously the best educated person among them. "He wanted me to trust him for some chemicals, and he told me he knew how to build a machine that would enable him to talk from here in Philadelphia to a man in England. But I tripped him up neatly. I happen to know that sound only travels 1,080 feet per second, and as the distance to England is some 3,000 miles, it would take the words spoken here over 3 hours to reach England, and 3 hours to come back. 6 hours to get an answer to a question. He's such an ignoramus, he thought you could get an answer right away." Note: it may be well to state, for the benefit of some of my younger readers, that in the telephone it is not the sound that travels, but the electric current, The speech is therefore transmitted thousands of miles in the fractional part of a second. See Fezantier. End of note. And so the conversation continued. Some thought that Silas might have sold himself to the devil, but the more advanced leaned to the belief that the reporter was crazy. A visit to Franklin. All Silas's efforts to secure financial help for his schemes failed, and he saw that he must earn his first capital by making and marketing some simple invention. He thought of a toy, the handball with an elastic, which is said to have made its inventor a millionaire. But he had no rubber, and the children of 1776 had no money for toys. Then he thought of the safety pin and the crimped hairpin. With great difficulty, he managed to obtain some stiff wire and made a few pins of each kind, but the wire was too soft and the ladies were too unprogressive to use these devices even when given to them free. His one hope now lay in seeing Benjamin Franklin. That great philosopher and statesman was a scientist and a man of advanced ideas. Franklin was in Philadelphia at the time and received the reporter genially. Silas, with some copper sulfate, zinc, and acid, had managed to make a simple gravity cell, and as this was 24 years before Volta invented his famous voltaic cell, Franklin was delighted at thus finding that an electric current was a possibility. So far, all electricity was of the static kind, produced by an electrical machine. By the use of his cell and a bit of wire, Silas soon demonstrated to the great philosopher the possibility of a simple telegraph with dots and dashes. Franklin acknowledged the practicability of the invention, but looked upon it as a mere scientific toy. The device, said he, is highly ingenious, but it would be of no real value. What need is there of this telegraph, as you call it? If the news is good, it will keep, and if bad, we shall hear it soon enough. Silas tried to explain the advantage it would afford the colonials by giving them advance information in regard to the movements of the British troops. But, objected Franklin, what would prevent the enemy from cutting the wires? Besides, think of the cost, and the British would soon learn to make the device themselves. Then Silas tried to explain about a wireless, but here Franklin could not follow him. So Silas tried another tack and explained the principle of the dynamo. He insulated his wires by dipping them in beeswax and by coiling them to form simple electromagnets. He showed how it was possible to change mechanical force into electricity. Here, too, Franklin was delighted with the idea, though he failed to see that the invention had any practical value. Just think what a waste of power there would be with such a machine, said he. Here you are using a one-man power to produce a very small current. You say that we could use our water wheels to produce the electricity, but this would be most wasteful. Why not have the water wheels do the work directly, themselves, as they do now in our mills, grinding our flour and sawing our lumber? Yes, admitted Silas, but with electricity you could transport your power anywhere you wanted it, even into your houses, and make it spin your flax, weave your cloth, or sweep your floors. Franklin's face grew stern. As for the housework, said he, we want nothing that will tend to make our women lazy and shiftless. Work is good for everyone, and spinning and weaving is the women's share. The philosopher is skeptical. Then Silas tried to explain the advantages of the electric light. He explained how, by joining a number of voltaic cells together, he could heat a wire red hot and so produce a substitute for candles. But the great 18th century philosopher showed no enthusiasm. Of course, electricity will produce light, said he. We all know that, because lightning is nothing but electricity. I will say nothing of the danger of using a flash of lightning instead of a candle to light up our homes. I will suppose it could be made perfectly safe and that the light would be brighter and cheaper than candles. Even so, I would oppose the innovation. Daylight is better than any artificial light, and the man who rises at dawn and does a good day's work is ready for bed at dusk. The people who want artificial light are the gadabouts who lie in bed until noon and then turn night into day with their chandeliers that hold scores of candles. Silas returned home completely discouraged, but his visit brought fruit. Franklin introduced him to several prominent people, and Silas at last found means of earning money by giving dancing lessons to some of the ladies and gentlemen of the well-to-do families. Poor Silas! After all his dreams of reigning as a king, to be obliged to teach the minuet. He was now dressed in colonial costume, for Franklin had advanced him sufficient credit to obtain the necessary wigs, etc. If I only had a good live newspaper, thought Silas, I could make things hum. I could teach the people here something about advertising and wake them up. Silas had dabbled a little in prestidigitation when young, and resolved to give a few exhibitions to increase his income. Accordingly, with the first money he earned as a dancing teacher, he prepared a few simple conjuring tricks and secured a confederate to help him in giving Robert Houdini's second sight trick. He hired a hall and advertised the performance by printed notices posted up at the principal crossroads of what was then Philadelphia. The hall was well filled, and though the receipts were not wonderful, they were satisfactory. The performance, though very mediocre, had a remarkable success, too great, in fact. His audience were convinced that he had sold himself to the devil. Otherwise, how could he perform such black magic, read what was written in sealed envelopes, or make luminous hands appear in the dark? At the third performance, the hall was filled to overflowing, and there was a hooting crowd outside. In the very middle of the performance, at a given signal, the crowd forced its way to the stage, seized him, and carried him off to the nearest horse pond, where he was repeatedly ducked. In vain he shrieked for help and tried to break away from his captors. He was gasping for breath, and thought his last moment had come when his eyes opened, and he awoke to find Dr. Hackensaw bending anxiously over him. "You seem to be having a nightmare, Silas," observed the doctor, "so I thought it better to awaken you. I suppose you were having trouble. It must have made many people envious to see you as leading man in the colonies." Silas Rocket bit his lip. "I have learned a thing or two, doctor," said he. "I have especially learned that an inventor has no easy time of it, and his troubles only begin after his invention is made and perfected. There was I, master of thousands of valuable inventions such as no man had ever had at command before, and yet I was unable to have a single one adopted, not even the most trifling," and he proceeded to relate his experiences. "I sympathize with you, Silas," said Dr. Hackensaw, "but don't imagine that an inventor finds it much easier nowadays to market a valuable improvement. If he lets another man exploit his invention, he gets practically nothing for it, while he rarely has capital enough to put it on the market himself, and if he does, his lack of business training is apt to result in his losing what little cash he had. Then another man comes in and profits by his failure." "Well, doctor, you've won the bet," said Silas, "and I owe you $1. "On the contrary, Silas, it is you who have won, and here are your $1,000. Didn't you tell me that you taught some of the ladies the foxtrot, and that you got them to humming some of our latest jazz music? If you had remained a little longer, you might have had the staid old colonial dames doing the barefoot oriental or dancing the shimmy." End of section 30. Read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2023.
Section 31 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Matthew Francis. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clément Faisandy. The Secret of the Gravitation Screen. Author's note: man is able to reflect sound, heat, and light. All analogy leads us to believe that gravitation is a form of energy closely allied to sound, heat, light, and electricity. Hence it should be possible to find some means of screening it off, so as to preserve bodies from the attraction of gravitation. Such a screen or reflector could be made of use in many ways. Chapter 1. "Silas," said Dr. Hackensaw, "I've got something to show you today that in certain respects beats anything I have yet accomplished. In fact, it opens up entirely new fields for investigation, and there is no telling to what it may lead us. Silas, I have found the means of reflecting gravitation." Silas Roquette's face fell. "Oh, is that all?" he exclaimed in a tone of contempt. "Ah, Silas," returned the doctor, "I see you don't realize the transcendental value of the discovery, but its practical bearings are simply immense. To take but a single example, All our methods of transportation would be revolutionized, since we can deprive objects of their weight at will and blow them around to their destination by suitable air currents. Just think, every man can carry around his own airplane in the form of an umbrella made of radilumium. That, by the way, is the name of my new metal. When the umbrella is opened, you will rise in the air, and a propeller worked by bicycle pedals will carry you wherever you wish to go. Why, man, the air will be crowded with these aerial bicycles, and the traffic policemen will have their hands full attending to them. You mustn't believe that my investigation was an easy one. I attacked the problem from many different points before I finally met with success. You are perhaps aware of the scientist Majorana, from the result of certain pendulum experiments, concluded that a mass of lead surrounded by mercury exerted less gravitational force than when not so surrounded. This seemed a clue, but after hundreds of experiments with lead and mercury, I was no nearer my goal than before. Next, I tried interference. As you probably know, two sounds by interference may be made to destroy each other and produce silence. Two lights may likewise extinguish each other and produce darkness. It seemed logical to believe that two attractions could likewise be made to interfere and neutralize each other. Unfortunately, I had no attractive force at hand with which to neutralize that of the Earth. Then I thought of magnetism. Magnetism and gravitation must be fundamentally alike. If I could find the means of reflecting magnetism, the same substance would probably screen off gravitation. Metal lighter than air. Now, as you know, I've discovered hundreds of new chemical combinations, alloys, allotropic forms of matter, and even new elements. Among these was a new metal, lighter than air, which I had called radilumium, because radium and aluminum entered into its composition. I had made only about 1 gram of this metal, but had been astonished at its lightness, for it floated above the air in the retort, and when released, flew up to the ceiling in the laboratory. So I turned my attention to manufacturing this radilumium on a large scale. Luckily, my first experiments were cautiously made, else I shouldn't be here to tell the tale, for a ball of the new metal, as it rose, broke the glass retort, and shooting like a bullet, passed through the ceiling and up into the sky. That made me more cautious. I saw I must produce this metal in small particles, and afterwards fuse these particles together with proper precautions. I won't bore you with the details of my experiments. Suffice it to say, I discovered that I must cast my gravitation screen in thin sheets, in the form of wheels with plenty of vacant space between the metal spokes, as in the diagram shown. By placing a heavy weight on these sheets, they could be kept from flying up into the sky. By using several of these sheets, one on top of the other, and revolving them so as to shut off more or less the Earth's gravitation, I could regulate at will the weight of the substance above the screen. When all gravitation was screened off, the whole apparatus would rise up into the air, if properly ballasted below, so as to remain horizontal in the ascent. Well, that stuff would make a dandy car for traveling off to the planets, suggested Silas. Shut off the Earth's attraction and let in that of the sun or any other heavenly body you wish to visit, and away you'd go. Indeed, said Dr. Hackensaw, smiling. You seem to forget that attraction varies inversely as the square of the distance. To us here, the moon's attraction is greater than that of any other heavenly body, but even that would be almost imperceptible. Gravity on the surface of the moon is 2.65. That is to say, a body falling near the surface of the moon would have its velocity increase 2.65 feet each second. As the moon is only some 2,000 miles in diameter, such a body would be only 1,000 miles away from the center of attraction, while the Earth is 240,000 miles away. In other words, the greatest pull we could obtain for a car from any heavenly body would be s squared over r squared equals 2.65 over x, in which s is the distance of the moon from the Earth, r the radius of the moon, and x the required attraction of the moon on the car. Work it out, and you will find that the pull of the moon on the car would be such a small fraction of an inch the first second that the slightest resistance would prevent the car from ever starting at all. And if it did start, it would take hours to go the first few miles. But you could give the car a push to start it, suggested Silas. True, but that would not be necessary, as you will see for yourself when you try on my anti-gravitation shoes. Chapter 2. The Anti-Gravitation Shoes. Dr. Hackensaw led Silas into the center of a large open field. There stood a table firmly tied down to the solid rock beneath by heavy chains. Clamped to the top of the table were a pair of clumsy-looking shoes resting on their sides. "There, Silas," said Dr. Hackensaw. "Those are my anti-gravitation shoes. Just lie down on the table and I'll fasten them to your feet." "Why can't I stand up to put them on?" asked Silas. "Because the time for you to fly up to the heaven as an angel hasn't arrived yet. Be a good boy and do as you're told." With a groan, the reporter lay down on the table, and Dr. Hackensaw fastened around Silas's body a metal framework held by a strong chain wound on a windlass. Then the doctor securely buckled the shoes on Silas's feet, and after placing himself in a cage anchored to the ground, he called out, "Are you all ready?" "Yes," replied the reporter, somewhat dubiously. With a chuckle, Dr. Hackensaw pressed the lever, and the table tilted so as to bring Silas standing on his feet. At the same moment, the clamps that held the shoes to the table were released. Then came a terrific blast of wind, and Silas found himself jerked off his feet and carried high up into the air, suspended head downwards in his flight. The chain on the windlass unwound until about 30 feet were out, and then stopped. "Hi! Pull me down! Quick!" cried Silas. "I can't stand this! All the blood's rushing to my head!" "All right," replied the doctor, and a pull on a second lever started the windlass at winding up the chain, pulling Silas to the ground and clamping the shoes down to the table again. "Whew!" cried Silas, as he wiped the beads of perspiration from his brow and smoothed his ruffled clothing and still more ruffled temper as he thought of the ridiculous position in which he had been placed. "Why didn't you warn me of what was coming? It's a blame fool invention anyway. There's no money in it. All you could do with it would be to use it at some Coney Island amusement resort. That's about the only place where you could find people willing to pay out good money for an experience like mine." "Don't take it to heart, Silas," said Dr. Hackensaw soothingly. "It was even worse for me the first time I tried it. Luckily, I had taken all my precautions." "But what in the world started me off so?" demanded Silas. "You said the moon wouldn't pull me up." "It wasn't the moon," explained the doctor. "It was the wind." "The wind? What do you mean?" Gravity runs railroad. "Why, our atmosphere weighs 15 pounds to the square inch. In the sole of each of these shoes is a very thin sheet of radilumium. So long as this metal was vertical, it created almost no disturbance in the atmosphere. But as soon as the soles of the shoes were horizontal, they cut off the Earth's attraction from the entire column of air above them. The pressure of the surrounding air forced this column up, and the new air, losing weight in its turn, a strong wind arose, which would have carried you up into the sky if you had not been securely held down by the chain. Silas, this invention of mine is going to revolutionize transportation. I'll show you how simply people and cars can climb over mountains at practically no expense." So saying, the doctor drew his notebook from his pocket and made a rough sketch. "There," he said, "is a track going up one side of a mountain and down on the other side. P is a passenger or a car held to the track by a rod, C. A double wheel, W, at the lower end of the chain is free to roll along the track, the whole being grouped so as to run on the rail. The passenger has on his shoulders a knapsack containing the anti-gravitation metal. A knob outside the knapsack enables him to shut off as much of the Earth's attraction as he desires. When he turns the knob, he becomes lighter, and up he soars, following the track to the top of the mountain. There, he reverses the knob, letting in more of the attraction, and as he becomes heavier, he slides down to the other side. Not a cent to pay for fuel or power of any kind. Gravitation does all the work. Merchandise can be transported for practically nothing, for, of course, a car can be carried as easily as a passenger. No more shall we be obliged to make our roads level. A road with ups and downs will be far preferable. Silas, you've no idea what marvels this new invention of mine will lead to. It will absolutely revolutionize commerce and industry. Long before I discovered my gravitation screen, I experimented with such a railroad, using a balloon as a motive power, letting out ballast on the downhill slope. I even used kites, a special device enabling me to increase or decrease the surface exposed by the kite according as to whether I was ascending or descending the hill. My acquired velocity, of course, carried me over the neutral point at the top of the hill. How easy to raise a sunken ship with all its cargo by letting sheets of this anti-gravitation metal down into the water edgewise and then sliding them beneath the sunken vessel. And what need of steamers anyway? Load up your ship with a full cargo, screen off enough gravitation so the ship will rise a mile above the ocean and pull it to its destination by means of one or more airplanes harnessed to it. If you wish greater power, you can have the aerial ship drawn by a steam tug. The tug has the resistance of the water to serve as an abutment, but the ship in the air has only the resistance of the air to drive against. Then, too, think of the advantage of my gravitation screen on architects and others. You can carry a house from one city to another through the air. The house trust can manufacture houses by the thousands in one spot, using efficiency methods and quantity production. Then it will deliver the finished house on a man's own lot, and houses will not be solidly fixed to the earth. When you want to go off for a summer vacation with your family, you will take your whole house with you. One of the greatest obstructions to the progress of a city is the out-of-date dwellings it contains. How easy would it be to improve a city if we could cart away to the country all the rickety old houses of the slums and lay out the city with wide streets of up-to-date buildings? As to the use of my invention for war purposes, they are practically unlimited. Think of the advantage of being able to fly over the mountains with heavy artillery or with regiments of soldiers and ammunition and provisions of all sorts. Think of what you could do with a flying fort. You could land your fort right in the middle of your enemy's chief city or on his line of railroad and cut off his supplies. You could very easily cause whole armies to surrender without the loss of a man. But now, Silas, I'm going to show you the jewel of my collection. I'm going to show you my Air Express, capable of carrying merchandise from one part of the earth to another at the rate of 1,000 miles per hour. Chapter 3. Dr. Hackensaw's Air Express. I think I have solved the problem of cheap and rapid transportation, Silas, continued the doctor, as he led him into a large hangar in the center of which was a large cylindrical car, from the bottom of which projected a smaller cylinder. Here, my boy, is my Air Express, observed Dr. Hackensaw impressively. Here is a car that can defy the laws of gravitation and travel 1,000 miles per hour without the need of a propeller or motor of any kind. Gravitation and anti-gravitation do the whole work. The only power required can be supplied by a 15-year-old boy, yet this car can reach a place 12,000 miles away in 12 hours. What do you think of that? I confess, I don't understand it, replied Silas. Does it work the same way as your mountain climbing car? No, indeed. The principle is entirely different. This car takes advantage of the rotary speed of the Earth on its axis, for, as you know, the Earth turns 1,000 miles every hour. When you were a boy, Silas, you must have wondered why people who took a 12-hour balloon ride did not find themselves at the antipodes when they landed. The reason is, of course, that our atmosphere spins around with the Earth, the lag being very slight. If, however, we could get a car up above the air and screened from the attraction of the Earth, it could wait there while the Earth spun around, and when the car came down 12 hours later, it would find Australia waiting for it at the spot where it had left New York. In a word, the car would not have traveled to Australia, but Australia would have traveled to the car. That is the principle on which my Air Express works. This cylinder that you see here is my car. It is loaded with merchandise for Australia, and I intend to send it off this week. But, objected Silas, didn't you once tell me that if a car left the Earth, it would shoot off in a straight line at 1,000 miles an hour in the same direction in which the Earth was turning? I did, Silas. I see I shall need another diagram. This circle is the Earth, and the arrow shows the direction of rotation. Y1 is the position of New York at the time the car is shot off, and A1 is the position of Australia at the same time. C1 is the position of the car when it starts off on the straight tangent, and C2, C3, and C4 are its position at intervals of 6 hours, since the car receives an impulse of 1,000 miles per hour from the rotation of the Earth. At the end of 6 hours, the car has traveled 6,000 miles and will be at C2, while New York will be at Y2, and the end of 12 hours the car would be at C3, and New York would be at A1, while Australia would be at Y1. The point being from which the car was shot. Of course, long before this time, the passenger would let in the Earth's attraction so as to be pulled back to some new point X, where the car would meet Australia. In fact, I should never let the car get more than about 1,000 miles from the Earth, as I believe the atmosphere there would be sufficiently rarefied. But you told me the car would also fly off at a tangent to the Earth's orbit around the Sun. True, but the tangent of the orbit itself would differ so slightly that I could easily make up for the difference by letting in a trifle more attraction from the Earth. What is the object of that cylinder below the car? Well, that holds ballast to keep the car upright during the trip, for it is important that the screen should always be parallel to the Earth's surface. Have you found anyone to send as a passenger? Yes, I'm going to send my 15-year-old office boy, Miggs, or I suppose I should say, Tintagiles Smith. Chapter 4. Tintagiles Smith. Tintagiles Smith was Dr. Hackensaw's 15-year-old office boy. His father, plain John Smith, decided that his son should have a distinctive name. He succeeded, for there's probably no other Tintagiles Smith in existence. Tintagiles was born a scientist. At the age of 12, he learned that yellow and blue combined to make green, so he took two small boys, chalked the nose of one with blue crayon and the other with yellow crayon, then compelled the boys to rub noses together until a beautiful green resulted. At 13, Tintagiles found a position, and with the first money he saved, he bought a revolver and started for the Wild West to fight the Indians. His father caught him, however, before he had gone 15 miles, and after a spiritual séance in the woodshed, Tintagiles found standing more comfortable than sitting for a couple of days afterwards. Finally, at 15, Dr. Hackensaw, hearing this story, decided that a lad with sufficient ambition and enterprise to emulate Buffalo Bill would make a valuable assistant, and accordingly took him to his employ. He knew he had chosen wisely when he learned later that Tintagiles had paid a public stenographer to write him some love letters addressed to the office, which letters the boy would apparently by accident display to his fellow clerks, so that the words, "My own precious darling," or "Loads of kisses from your own little tootsie-wootsy Mabel," would drive them wild with envy. Now, it was a sign of culture to be able to pronounce the name Tintagiles correctly. It rhymes with sneeze, and the accent is on the second syllable, and the G is soft. As the office boys were not over-anxious to show off their culture, they nicknamed him Miggs, a most inappropriate name, for he looked as if his name was Tintagiles. Miggs had begged hard to be allowed to accompany the doctor on his trip to the moon. Dr. Hackensaw, on refusing, had promised to take him next time, and so it happened that Miggs was chosen to pilot the negative gravity car on its trip to Australia. On the day appointed for the start, Miggs appeared sharp on time, all ready for the trip, as was evidenced by a copy of the Nickel Library and a pamphlet, How to Become a Detective, peeping from his pocket. "Aren't you afraid to go alone on such a trip as this, my boy?" asked Silas Roquette patronizingly. "Nope," responded the lad monosyllabically with a curl of the lip. Without another word, he entered the car through a door in the top, closing the opening behind him. In order to avoid all chance of accidents, the machine was timed by clockwork to start and return automatically. The boy, however, having been taught how to modify his speed in case of necessity by opening or closing the anti-gravitation screens. At the appointed time, the screens began automatically closing, and as they did so, the air above becoming lighter, the car was gradually sucked up until it was high in the air, the speed of the vehicle gradually increasing as more and more of the Earth's attraction was shut off. "I hope no harm comes to the boy," said Silas with some emotion as he clambered down from the platform followed by the doctor. Dr. Hackensaw heartily echoed the wish. Chapter 5. The Flight. Miggs was delighted as the car arose in the air, and he felt the peculiar sensation of lightness due to the cutting off of some of the Earth's attraction. Although cautioned by the doctor not to fool with the instruments, his first care, when about 25 miles from the ground, was to close off the screen completely, cutting off all attraction from the Earth. This was delightful. Away he shot at a speed of about 1,000 miles per hour, but to his surprise, he was pushed against the western side of the car, for the atmosphere, though extremely rarefied at this height, offered an appreciable resistance to the car's progress, while there was no resistance to his own. However, he soon got beyond the limits where the air had any appreciable effect on the car's flight. Then the last vestige of his weight left him, and he found he could swim about in the air or somersault around in the car in a way that would have made a circus acrobat green with envy. To his surprise, the sun and the stars stood still. There would no longer be any morning, noon, or evening for him, for the rotation of the earth no longer affected him. He, like the sun and stars, was now a heavenly body, and viewed from the earth would seem to be revolving around it once every 24 hours, rising in the east and setting in the west. For 1 hour, Miggs allowed the car to rush through the heavens, and then gradually checked its speed by letting in more and more of the Earth's attraction, until after a journey of about 1,000 miles, he brought the car to a complete stop, and then allowed it to fall towards the Earth, its velocity increasing about 32 feet each second of the fall. When the speedometer indicated a speed of 100 miles per hour towards the Earth, Miggs regretfully shut off the gravitation again, allowing the car to continue downward by its acquired velocity. When he reached within a few miles of the Earth's surface, the atmosphere became dense enough to retard the car considerably, and he was obliged to let in a little more attraction in order to get up speed again. Unfortunately, his interference with Dr. Hackensaw's nicely regulated adjustments resulted in upsetting the doctor's calculations, for the car landed in India instead of Australia, and Dr. Hackensaw, anxiously waiting for news of the car and its cargo, received the following characteristics dispatched by wireless. "Mistake somewhere. Landing here in India instead of Australia. Car lost. Some fresh kids fooling with it. Closed the screens and the car went up like a flash. It must be near the moon now. One of the Hindu kids went up with it. Please send good wad of money by cable. Mail a bunch of detective stories to San Francisco so I can have something to read on my way home. Miggs." End of section 31. Section number 32 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Matthew Francis. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clément Faisondi. The Secret of the Microscopic World. Author's note: this somewhat fantastic story of a microscopic world of men and women is written for the purpose of giving, in palatable form, some interesting and not commonly known facts in regards to bees, especially in regard to the manner in which the bees contrive to hatch out males or females at will. My facts are taken from some of the best authorities, and hence may be relied upon. As to my speculations concerning the formation of a class of human neuters in the not-distant future, this is less a matter of theory than a matter of fact. Even at the present day, families are very small and are continually growing smaller, while the number of bachelors and maids is increasing yearly, forming what is really a class of neuters in the human race. "You've come just in time, Silas," said Dr. Hackensaw. "I've got something to show you today that is, in its way, more wonderful than anything you have yet seen. I myself would not believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Truly, Shakespeare was right when he said, 'There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in thy philosophy.'" "Well, don't keep me on pins and needles, Doctor. Tell me at once what this new wonder is that you're going to show me," said the reporter with a smile. "Silas," continued the doctor impressively, "it's a common failing of mankind to believe that all the greatest discoveries have already been made. In the last 100 years, we have seen all the marvels accomplished by steam, electricity, and radioactivity. Yet still we doubt that the future has similar great surprises in store for us. Of course, we are ready to admit if some of the planets, like Mars or Venus, may have new wonders to show us, but as to the Earth itself, we think we know it pretty well. As a matter of fact, we know very little about it, especially the microscopic world. Well, Silas, I once showed you my super microscope. Evidently discoveries of the greatest importance await us in the world of the infinitely small, and I spared neither time nor money in perfecting my instrument. I have made many discoveries in regard to the constitution of matter, the life histories of disease germs and other bacteria, and have solved a number of the problems relating to life itself. But recently I had the good fortune of stumbling upon a microscopic world such as I had never dreamt of. Silas, if I were to tell you that I had found on the speck of earth no larger than the size of a pinpoint, a world of microscopic men and women with their cities and farms, their commerce and industries, you would laugh at me and think I had lost my reason. But the fact remains that I have found just such a world. How I ever came to hit on it is a mystery, for there seems only one such world. I have searched the surrounding particles in vain for anything like it, though even if another existed, the chances are great I could never find it. The search would be far more difficult than the traditional one of looking for a needle in a haystack, but the microscopic world seems unique. Silas Roquette's incredulity showed on his face, but he was too polite to say what he thought. "I see you don't believe me, Silas, and I don't blame you. I, myself, couldn't believe my own eyes when I found this microcosm, this small world, in the field of my microscope. The thing, however, is not so impossible as it seems at first sight. You understand the laws of evolution, or the survival of the fittest, as Herbert Spencer called it. As a rule, the large animals have an advantage over the small ones, and hence evolution is usually from the one-celled animal or plant to the larger mammals. But size is not always an advantage. The large animal requires more food and is more readily found by his enemies. Natural selection has produced the microbe, as well as the elephant and the whale. In fact, above a certain limit, size seems a decided disadvantage, for all the large antediluvian monsters have perished from the face of the earth. Such giants as the Brontosaurus, the 80-foot-long Diplodocus, and the 100-foot-long Gigantosaurus have all vanished. They were too large and could not compete with the smaller species. They succumbed in the battle of life because their enemies found them an easy prey. Now, size is a very variable quality in animals, as we see in the dog and the horse. The former ranges in size from the toy dog you can hold in your hand to the gigantic mastiffs. The horse varies from the small Shetland pony to the immense Percheron, and in ancient times horses existed that were no larger than small dogs. Similarly with plants. The scrub oak and the scrub pine are low forms closely related to the giant oaks and pines of our forests. Well, that's true, assented Silas. Size is a mere matter of relativity, Einstein to the doctor. Nature can produce a minute insect as easily as an antediluvian monster. And as the small animal can more rapidly escape extinction, it is the most natural thing in the world that a race of men and women should have gradually become smaller and smaller, until finally they attained a microscopic size. In Africa, there are tribes of dwarves less than 3 feet high. Among the monkeys, there are some very small species. Under certain conditions, we can easily conceive how the microscopic world evolved. However, be the reason what it may, such a race of diminutive men and women exists, and I'm going to show it to you right now. You will be the first person, besides myself, who has seen it. Come with me to my microscope rooms. Microscope rooms? Echoed Silas. Have you more than one microscope? Yes, indeed. My supermicroscope is in fact nothing but a combination of several microscopes, each one enlarging the image it receives and passing it on to the next. Here is microscope number 1, continued the doctor, opening the door that led to a peculiarly constructed room containing an immense instrument. The lenses were several feet in diameter, and the instrument itself was some 20 feet high. All the adjustments had to be made by machinery. There appeared to be nothing on the object glass, but in reality there was an almost invisible speck of earth, illuminated by most powerful electric lights, whose beams, however, first passed through suitable solutions that filtered out the heat rays that would otherwise have destroyed the microscopic world in an instant. "Well, that's a fine instrument," said Silas, "but it must have cost a pretty penny." "It did, but it's worth every cent of it. And this is only one of the microscopes. Come now to the second room." The second room contained microscope number 2. "You see," explained Dr. Hackensaw, "the great problem in obtaining successive enlargements is to find some means of illuminating each enlargement you obtain. Otherwise, the light soon becomes insufficient. To achieve this result, the images in my first microscope are photographed by a moving picture camera, which takes about 100 snapshots per second, developing the plate at the same time. I study this film carefully, and a special device enables me to pass the film through the second microscope in such a way that the particular spot I have chosen will be the one magnified as the film passes through. Of course, as you understand, there is not the slightest difficulty in illuminating the film or negative as highly as I wish. As the records being permanent, I can go back at will and magnify other portions of the original film. As a rule, however, I magnify the central portion of the picture, and there is, of course, less distortion of the image by doing so. Each succeeding microscope merely repeats the process. It takes some one central spot on each of the image of the previous films and enlarges this again. Finally, for convenience, the last negatives, which like the others are taken in natural colors by the process of my own, are projected on an ordinary movie screen and give me a slow-up of the scene actually occurring in the microscopic world. By means of audions and a loudspeaker, I can at the same time hear the sounds made by the creatures, as you will perceive for yourself." So saying, Dr. Hackensaw pressed a button, and the room was in total darkness. Instead of a sheet, the screen was a mirror, and as the projector began to automatically throw the images on the screen, Silas beheld a vision that filled him with delight. It was a real city which was depicted here, with houses of magnificent architecture, but altogether different from our modern ugly buildings. They were more in the Oriental style of the Hindus. The costumes, too, were different from ours, simple but very attractive, both men and women having bare arms and legs. They were very much like humans, too, but more refined in features, and the figures spoke to each other, though Silas was unable to understand a word that they said. "Why, they have a language all their own!" he cried. "Yes," answered Dr. Hackensaw triumphantly. "They speak the language from which our Sanskrit must have originally evolved, for it possesses many Sanskrit roots. Believe me, it was some job to understand their speech, but by catching the conversations on phonographic records and giving them to some of our best Sanskrit scholars to decipher, I have been enabled to understand what they say, and the fact that these men speak a Sanskrit language bears out my theory that these people are descended from normal-sized men and women."
"Then they are really men and women like us?" queried the reporter.
"Not exactly. Wait until you have seen the Queen."
And Dr. Hackensaw adjusted a few thumbscrews, bringing a different roll of film on the machine. And now there appeared on the screen a wonderful picture of a beautiful woman reclining in a sort of hammock, bare-legged and bare-armed like the others, but considerably larger than her sisters.
"Isn't she a beauty?" cried Dr. Hackensaw enthusiastically. "I call her Ionia because an ion is the smallest thing known. She is a dear girl, and I confess I have fallen in love with her."
"But how is it that she is so much larger than the others?"
"I will tell you my explanation, Silas, and I think it is the true one. I believe Ionia is a queen in the same sense as the queen bee in a hive. In a word, that she is the mother of all her subjects."
"Good gracious!"
"To the large extent of people, Silas, the relation between sexes is looked upon as something halfway between a sin and a joke. They do not realize that the evolution of sex is one of the most marvelous achievements of nature, that it is sex which has produced the higher animals and raised man to his present supreme position. It is sex that laid the base for social life and made civilization possible. The primitive animals and plants that possess no sex have been left far behind in the race, and yet, strange to say, there now seems to be a reaction. Among the highly socialized community of animals, such as the ants and the bees, there has been evolved a sexless form, neuters, or workers as they are called. The ants show a transition stage. There are a number of males and females in the anthill, but the majority are neuters, either workers or soldiers. In the bees, there is only one real female in the hive, the queen, and workers are undeveloped females. The drones, or males, are kept on tolerance and killed off at the approach of winter. Only one drone is really necessary, but it is desirable to keep a number, so that when the queen leaves the hive seeking a lover, she shall not have to travel far before she finds him. Only one drone out of thousands in the hive is made happy, and he pays for the privilege with his life, for he dies in the act of mating. Now, I am convinced that this microscopic world we have before us, the conditions are very much the same as with bees. I am convinced these smaller, undeveloped women are really neuters, and that the queen is the only true female. In fact, if I am not mistaken, she lays eggs like a bee, instead of bringing forth her young alive. It must be so, for as you will see, her house contains cells of 2 sizes exactly, as is the case with bees.
"Do bees make cells of 2 different sizes?"
"Yes, the drone cells and the worker cells. In fact, they make a 3rd and still larger size when they want a new queen. The bees are ahead of us in one way. They have the power of determining which of their young shall be males and which shall be females."
"Is it possible?"
"The fact is undeniable, and for years the true explanation eluded our entomologists. But at last the solution has been found."
"What is the explanation?"
"It was a pretty problem," continued the doctor. "Of course, it has long been known that the workers constructed 2 sizes of cells, and that the eggs laid in the large cells always hatched out as drones, while the eggs in the small cells hatched out as workers. But there seemed 3 possible explanations. First, the queen bee might possess the power of laying a male or female egg at will, and was always careful to lay a male egg in the drone cell and a female egg in the worker cell. Second, the queen might know in some way whether her next egg was to be male or female, and so be able to lay it in the right cell. Third, the eggs might all be alike, but the sex be determined by the food furnished by the workers to the growing larvae. As a matter of fact, none of these 3 theories was the correct one, though the true explanation was only discovered comparatively recently by careful observations under the microscope."
"And what is the secret?"
"Simply this. The queen bee has in her abdomen what is known as a sperm sac. During her wedding flight, the sac is filled full of sperm by the drone, who then dies. The queen bee then returns to the hive with this small sac full of sperm, and this must serve her afterwards to fertilize her eggs during the remainder of her life, that is to say, for several years."
"But that doesn't explain the sex of the young."
"Yes, it does. When the queen lays an egg in a small cell, that is to say, a worker cell, the tip of her abdomen is compressed, and a drop of sperm is forced out of the sperm sac and fertilizes the egg. When, on the other hand, the queen lays an egg in a large cell, a drone cell, her abdomen is not compressed, and the egg laid is unfertilized. The fertilized eggs produce females,
The unfertilized eggs always produce males. This explains, too, how it is that when, as occasionally happens, a worker bee develops sufficiently to lay eggs, these produce drones, since the eggs have not been fertilized. But doctor, do you mean to tell me that you consider it an advantage for ants and bees to have a sex of neuters? Not only is it advantageous for ants and bees, Silas, but it seems to be advantageous for mankind as well. We too live in large social communities, and we too are rapidly evolving a race of neuters. You will hear a great deal of bosh about race suicide. As a matter of fact, evolution as a rule is inevitably accompanied by a diminution in the birth rate. Animals or plants low in the scale produce eggs or seeds in countless numbers. A cherry tree will produce about 1 million cherries during its lifetime, each capable of growing into a new tree. A salmon, likewise, will lay 1 million eggs, each of which could produce a salmon. Competition kills off all but one of the offspring on an average, so that the total number of cherry trees or salmon remains about the same. Among the higher animals, there are fewer births, but also fewer deaths. In other words, there is less waste. You have heard of the law of Malthus, the law that led Darwin to his theory of natural selection. According to Malthus, population in a new country doubles every 16 years. Hence, unless there were some natural check, there would soon be no room for the new men and women. But as population increases, the birth rate diminishes until, as in France, a point is reached where the birth rate and death rate become equal and population remains stationary. Many men and women marry late or never marry at all, and the couples produce few children or are even completely sterile. In a word, man too has already evolved a third sex, a sex of neuters. But all this is beside the point. Here are these microscopic men and women with their neuters distinct in appearance from either males or females. Here too are the cells in which the young grow from the egg. Watch. Here are some nurses attending to a baby that has just emerged from his cell. We're in luck, because the number of births is very few, these people seeming to have a life as long as our own. Hence, only a small annual birth rate is required to keep up the population. You say these beings have a spoken language? Yes, and in that too they differ from bees. How do you know that bees haven't a spoken language? Pierre Hubert proved that by a clever and conclusive experiment. You are perhaps aware that bees have only one queen in a hive. If anything happens to her, however, they at once set to work hatching a new one from the worker egg. The way they do this is to make one large cell so as to give the larva plenty of space in which to develop completely. Hubert took advantage of this fact. He opened a hive of bees and placed a fine meshed wire netting down the center, thus confining half the bees on one side of the hive and half on the other. Instantly, the whole hive was in commotion, but after a few minutes, everything returned to its normal conditions. The bees on the side where there was no queen had evidently learned in some way from their friends that the queen was safe. Then Pierre Hubert opened the hive again and placed a second netting alongside the first, parallel to it, but an inch away. If the bees communicated with each other by sounds, a distance of an inch should be no obstacle. If, however, they communicated by touching each other, the partition would prevent them from giving their friends news that the queen was safe. The experiment proved the correctness of the theory. The same commotion as before started in the hive, but on the side where the queen was, the disturbance soon subsided as the bees learned that the queen was safe. On the other side of the hive, however, the news was not received, for these bees at once set about rearing a new queen. Hence it was evident that the language of bees is one of touch and not of sound. You say you can understand the speech of your microscopic men and women? What do they speak about? They seem to be very primitive. Their language is simple, like that of a savage, and their sentences are short, consisting of only a few words. They seem to have no art, literature, or science, and their industries are undeveloped. Their houses are transparent, being made of a sort of wax-like substance. They make their own clothing, but it consists of the skins of animals, and is little more than a breechcloth. They feed on flesh and on vegetables, and also prepare a kind of honey which they store up. They make a cordage of vegetable fibers, as you will see if you carefully examine the hammock in which Ionia is lying. They even have horses, or shall I call them unicorns? See, there is a neuter riding one now. Notice how the horn of the unicorn is gracefully twisted. Evidently this animal evolved from dwarf horses of ancient times. Have these creatures no weapons? Yes, they have bows, arrows, and lances. Wait till I turn the film and you can see a mammoth hunt. There. See how these tiny creatures with their primitive weapons bravely attack this monster, which, though microscopic to us, is gigantic to them. See how the unicorns help in the attack. It is really a wonderful sight. Do these creatures use fire? Not to my knowledge. They seem to have stood still at their primitive age while we were making progress. I can only explain it on the theory that their small size gave them immunity from their enemies and made it easier for them to procure food. It is the struggle for existence that produces progress and evolution. Where there are no competitors to fight against, the life of ease renders people indolent, and retrogression sets in. These people in their microscopic world seem to have few enemies, and yet... Dr. Hackensaw paused. "And yet?" repeated Silas interrogatively, seeing that the doctor was holding something back. "And yet there is part of their country which they seem to shun, and with good reason, for it seems to contain monsters in the most frightful kind. Microscopic to us, of course, but gigantic to these little people. You will understand better, however, if I change the film." Silas waited impatiently while the doctor, consulting a memorandum he had made, carefully turned several micrometer screens on his instruments. Even then, he was obliged to use a finder, similar to the finders used with large telescopes, before he could find the exact spot he was seeking. "There, Silas," he said. "Now look." The reporter gazed in surprise. There, among a luxuriant tropical vegetation of palm-like cycads, tree ferns, and tropical cone-bearing trees, there was an enormous brontosaurus quietly grazing, as if we may use the word grazing where no grass or flowering plant grew. "You see, Silas," explained Dr. Hackensaw, "we have before us the Mesozoic landscape with its Mesozoic animals and plants. Grasses and flowers were unknown at that period of the world's history, and the reptiles were the highest animals evolved. In some way, the creatures have survived in this reduced form, but have not progressed. But look, quick, see that ugly carnivorous dinosaur? That's a Tyrannosaurus, I'll bet. What a frightful monster. See him pounce on the Brontosaurus, though the latter is many times his size. Now he's sucking his lifeblood. Ooh! I can't stand this. I must turn the instrument in some other direction. I want another look at Ionia." Again the doctor shifted the thumbscrew, and it soon brought the beautiful queen again upon the screen. But now she was out for a gallop on her unicorn through the shady woods. But horror of horror! Another flesh-eating dinosaur, asleep in the forest, was awakened by the tramp of the unicorn's hoofs, and with one pounce had knocked over the horse and seized the fair rider in its reptilian jaws. "Quick, doctor! Quick! For mercy's sake, save her!" cried Silas. "But what can I do? I'm perfectly helpless!" cried the doctor. "I could no more interfere than I could if this were taking place on the moon!" And then an idea came to him. By an ingenious arrangement, the last microscope and the first one were in the same room, side by side. This was for the purpose of enabling the doctor to shift the object glass at will. There happened to be a small bottle of sulfuric acid on the table. Seizing this, the doctor quickly poured some of the powerful acid into the object glasses. Instantly, the whole picture vanished. Woods, city reptiles, and Ionia with them. To the people on the microscopic world, it was as if some cataclysm had suddenly blotted them out of existence. "I'm sorry. I had to do it, Silas," remarked Dr. Hackensaw, almost sobbing. "But I couldn't stand by and see Ionia torn to pieces by that cruel monster. It's a pity to have had to destroy this whole world of interesting creatures, but curiously enough, I had no power to change anything in their world without destroying it completely. It is much the same in our human world. One man has very little power in improving it, but his powers of destruction are practically unlimited." End of section 32. Section 33 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Matthew Francis. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clément Faisandy. The Secret of Perpetual Motion. Author's note: is perpetual motion possible? The encyclopedias and the physicists answer, no. They claim that a machine accomplishes work and hence uses up energy, and that since new energy must be supplied to replace the amount consumed, a perpetual motion machine is an impossibility. To the author, however, it seems rash to make any such assertion until we know more about gravitation and molecular and atomic forces. 50 years ago, both encyclopedias and scientists declared the Philosopher's Stone an impossibility. But the discovery of radium changed matters entirely, and the transmutation of the metals may now be regarded as an assured fact. "Doctor," asked Pep Perkins,
bouncing into the room where Dr. Hackensaw was examining with interest what appeared to be a child's Ferris wheel. "Is perpetual motion possible?" Dr. Hackensaw smiled. "Not only is perpetual motion possible, Miss Pep," he said, "but no other kind of motion is possible. All motion is perpetual. As a matter of fact, the universe is based on two fundamental laws known as, first, the law of the conservation of matter, and second, the law of the conservation of energy." "I don't understand." "In simple words, all matter is perpetual, and all motion is perpetual. Man cannot create or destroy a single particle of matter, nor can he create or destroy any energy. His power is limited to transforming one kind of matter or energy into another. Here, for example, is a book weighing 1 pound. No matter what I do to the book, I can make it weigh no more and no less than 1 pound. Suppose I cut the book into 1,000 pieces. The pieces would still weigh a pound." "Yes, but if you burn the book, it would weigh less," cried Pep, delighted at having caught the doctor napping. "Not a bit of it," retorted the latter. "If I burned the book and carefully weighed the ashes and the gases and smoke that arose, I should find that they weighed much more than 1 pound, because when the book burned, its carbon would have combined with some of the oxygen in the air to form carbon dioxide. Deducting the oxygen thus added, I would find that the ashes and the product together would weigh exactly 1 pound. Not the smallest fraction of an ounce would be destroyed. This universal law is what is known as the law of conservation of matter. Not a particle of matter can be either created or destroyed." "It doesn't seem possible," objected Pep, but Dr. Hackensaw quietly continued. "Similarly, with motion, if I slam my fist down on the table, the motion is not stopped. It is merely transformed into wind and heat, and wind and heat are merely motions of another kind. The total amount of energy produced would be exactly equivalent to the energy consumed." "Yes," cried Pep triumphantly, "but you yourself created the energy that moved your arm." "Nothing of the kind," returned the doctor. "The energy that moved my arm was derived from my food. It was stored up in the meat or vegetables I had eaten. Plants stored up the energy of the sun in the form of carbon. Animals eat the plants and can then use this energy that has been stored up in the form of starch, sugar, or other carbon compound. Every time you move, Miss Pep, every time you think, every time you feel an emotion, the power that moves your muscles, that works your brain, or that quickens your pulse is nothing but stored up sunlight, bottled up in the green tissues of plants. It is the sunlight of bygone ages stored up in the coal or petroleum that runs our trains, our steamers, and our automobiles, and that heats and lights our houses today. Even the power from our waterfalls and windmills is nothing but the sun's energy in another form." "Is that what you mean by saying that all motion is perpetual?" "Yes. Everything in this universe is constantly in motion. The stars and the skies are all moving. The Earth, with everything on it, has a threefold rotation. It revolves daily around its axis, yearly around the sun, and with the sun it journeys through the unknown portions of the heavens. Nor is this all. Chemistry teaches us that the atoms and molecules of every grain of sand are also in rapid movement. In a word, motion is perpetual, everywhere. Nothing is ever at rest." "Then why is it," questioned Pep, "that people say that perpetual motion is impossible?" "They refer to what are known as perpetual motion machines. That is to say, machines that once given a start would keep on running forever. In a machine there is always friction, and friction changes a portion of the energy into heat, which, although not lost, is dissipated into space and hence lost to the machine. We may by new inventions greatly reduce the losses by friction, but we can never entirely eliminate them. Besides this loss by friction, there is also another loss. Every useful machine does work, and in performing this work, a portion of the energy is also transformed into heat or sound or other useless vibrations. For example, in sawing a log, there is not only the loss by friction in the working parts of the machine itself, but there is the added loss caused by the friction of the saw as it makes its way through the timber." "Then, if I understand you, perpetual motion is possible, but a perpetual motion machine is impossible." "I didn't say that. The statement must be qualified. Of course, I am not speaking now to the host of perpetual motion cranks who believe that by a suitable arrangement of magnets or floats on a wheel,
the wheel may be made to revolve forever. These geniuses seem to forget that the power required to move the float or the magnet is greater than the power obtained, and hence there is always loss of energy. We see this in the dynamo, which is nothing but a series of shifting magnets on a wheel. But the dynamo, in spite of its high efficiency, consumes more energy than it gives out. When I was a boy of 10, I invented the perpetual motion machine that every bright boy invents. I had 2 basins of water, and I proposed, by means of one siphon, to siphon the water from one basin to the other, and by means of a second siphon, to make the water flow back into the first vessel again. If I had succeeded, I should have had a real perpetual motion machine, with the water constantly flowing.
Wouldn't the thing work?
No, for the simple reason that you can only siphon off water from the higher level to the lower one, and both basins cannot be lower at the same time.
Yes, but you keep raising the full basin.
Precisely, and in doing so, you use more energy than the water can give in descending again. That's where the flaw lies. Here's a very similar scheme a man proposed to me this morning.
So saying, Dr. Hackensaw drew from among his papers a diagram.
The water in the upper closed chamber falls through the pipe B on the wheel W, causing the wheel to revolve, and the water then flows back into the lower reservoir. As the water empties from B, a vacuum is formed in the upper reservoir, and atmospheric pressure on the water in the lower reservoir is supposed to force it up into the vacuum, and so the stream will keep on flowing and turning the wheel forever. Simple, isn't it? All the work you want done at no expense.
It looks as if it would work, said Pep. Where's the flaw?
Simply in the fact that the water wouldn't run out of B. It would run back through the long leg A instead. The scheme is ingenious, but so are many of those proposed. In fact, a number of perpetual motion machines slip into the patent office undetected, in spite of the efforts made to keep them out.
But a water wheel or windmill will keep on forever.
Yes, but the force here is constantly renewed. It is the sun that furnishes the energy of the wind or the falling water, but the sun only does so at the expense of its own heat. The supply of energy must be constantly renewed, and will result in the sun's ultimately becoming a cold, dead mass. The same objection lies to self-winding clocks. There are clocks made which wind themselves daily through the change of temperature between the daytime and the nighttime. Here, too, it is the sun's heat that supplies the loss of energy. I might class in the same category the following attractive perpetual motion scheme, which some genius sent to the White House during President Cleveland's administration. The idea was to establish a business for utilizing the fur of cats. The cats were to be fed on rats, and the rats were to be fed on the dead bodies of the cats after the hides had been removed. In order to compensate for the matter removed in the skins, and for other losses, the rats were to be kept in a large enclosure in the open air, and the weeds that would grow spontaneously would supply the rodents with more than enough food to make up for any deficiency. The business could run itself almost automatically, at practically no expense. There seemed millions in it, but to the best of my belief, the president declined the tempting offer. The joke of the matter is, however, that there is absolutely nothing impossible in the scheme. It would be merely doing on a small scale what nature does on a large scale, for all animals feed on plants or on other animals, while the plants feed on the waste of animals. It is one perpetual round, the same as in the case of the water wheel or the windmill, and all losses are, in this case also, compensated for by energy derived from the sun's heat, the energy, in this case, being stored up in the growing plant.
Gee, Doctor, cried Pep, that's a dandy scheme, all right, but it seems to me that all you say shows that a perpetual motion machine is impossible.
Not at all, but our inventors are seeking it in the wrong direction. No wheel or magnet or float will ever bring them what they are hunting for. The gist of the matter is this: a machine that does work transforms energy into heat. In order to secure perpetual motion, we must prevent the heat from escaping and change it back into energy again. There is the problem in a nutshell.
And have you succeeded in doing it?
Only to a very limited extent. But while making my experiments, the idea occurred to me that we might find perpetual motion in atomic or molecular forces, of which heat is, of course, one manifestation. Here too, however, my efforts have so far proved vain, although, of course, Until we know something more about the atoms and molecules, we cannot predict what surprises there may be in store for us. And then, all at once, my thoughts turned to gravitation. Here was a source of energy which seemed inexhaustible, for we have no reason whatever for believing that the Earth, in attracting another body, uses up any of its energy. Its attractive power seems just as great afterwards as before. Here, if anywhere, was the place to seek perpetual motion. But I won't tire you with an account of my experiment. For some months past, I have had an experimental machine under construction up in the Adirondacks. I have just received word from my foreman that the machine is now finished, ready for the start. I am going to fly there this afternoon in my airplane, and if you want to come along, you can yourself press the button that will start the machine going.
Chapter 2. It was rather late at night when Dr. Hackensaw and Pep reached the mountain where the perpetual motion machine had been erected. Pep was disappointed. She had expected to see some huge contrivance, but all she saw was a closed metallic cylinder, about 20 feet in diameter and 10 feet high, arranged so it could slide up and down in a tall, strong framework.
There! Exclaimed Dr. Hackensaw triumphantly. That's the machine. Once the button is pressed, that cylinder, or car as I call it, will begin to rise and fall in these guides, and its reciprocating motion will, by suitable gears, turn this dynamo, you see.
But how does the thing work? Asked Pep.
It works by means of a gravitation screen at the bottom of the car. I told you some months ago that there was no more reason why we shouldn't find means to shut off gravitation than to shut off heat or light or sound. I found the means of constructing a gravitation screen and sent Miggs off on a trip to India. Well, curiously enough, I didn't realize at the time that I had discovered perpetual motion, but the idea struck me all at once, and the result is this machine that you see here.
Dr. Hackensaw paused here for a moment, and then continued impressively.
At the bottom of this heavy cylinder that you see here is a gravitation screen that may be opened or closed at will. When closed, the attractive force of the Earth is partially or wholly shut off. The air above the car loses its weight, and atmospheric pressure from below will force the car upward with a pressure that can reach as high as 15 pounds to the square inch. On a surface 20 feet in diameter, you can readily understand that the machine will lift tons upon tons of weight. When the car reaches a certain height, the gravitation screen automatically opens and the car descends by its own weight. By means of these gears, work is done both during the ascent and the descent. As the car descends, the screen automatically closes and the car rises again. And so the machine will keep on working forever. We have here real perpetual motion, for we perform work without the expenditure of any energy.
Yes, assented Pep. The same as a windmill or water wheel.
No, indeed, returned the doctor. In a windmill or water wheel, we obtain energy from the heat of the sun. The sun has lost that energy. But in the case of my machine, no energy has been lost. Gravitation has done the work, and we have no reason for believing that the Earth has lost any of its power of attraction. I could build thousands of these machines, manufactured heat, light, and power enough for all the needs of the Earth, and yet the power of attraction of the Earth would not be reduced one particle. In the case of heat emanating from the sun, the heat is not replaced. The sun must grow cold someday. But this power I obtain from gravitation is power I obtain for nothing. In a word, it is true perpetual motion. This machine, Pep, will revolutionize all industry and all transportation. I have solved the problem of getting something for nothing.
But, objected Pep, it must take some power to open and close the gravitation screens.
Almost nothing. A few pounds pressure suffices, and I have tons of power at my disposal. This invention is bound to be the most profitable of the many profitable inventions I have made. It will bring me in not millions of dollars, but billions of dollars. There will be no more use for coal or petroleum, because I can obtain unlimited electrical power at a trifling expense.
Well, Doctor, shall I press the button and set the machine going?
Not tonight. It is too late. Better wait until morning.
Chapter 3. In the middle of the night, Pep was suddenly awakened by a rough hand placed over her mouth, while a hoarse voice whispered in her ear,
"If you make the least noise, kid, I'll slash your throat, as I did Dr. Hackensaw's."
And to Pep's inexpressible terror, as the man turned on his flashlight, she saw that the villain was masked, and that both his hands were covered with blood. As a rule, she did not lack courage, as she had shown on more than one occasion, but now she was so terrified that she offered no resistance as the man gagged her and tied her hands behind her back. "Now, kiddo," said the burglar, "lead me to the place where Dr. Hackensaw left his bag. I know he brought a bag full of greenbacks with him to pay off his men here, and I happen to need the money more than he does." As the fellow said the words, Pep remembered that the doctor had deposited his satchel inside the anti-gravitation car, and she accordingly obediently led the way thither, followed by the burglar. "Oh, it's in there, is it?" said the man, as he came to the perpetual motion machine and threw open the door. "Yes, I see it," and he climbed into the car. Then Pep recovered her wonted energy. With one kick of her bare feet, she slammed the door closed, and then, with the skill of a ballet dancer, she pressed down the starting switch with her toe, although the switch was at a higher level than her head. Instantly, the machinery began to work, and Pep felt a strong current of air as the car, slowly losing its gravity, began slowly to ascend in the guides until it reached a certain point, and then descended again, this up and down motion continuing, while Pep vainly struggled to free her hands or get the gag out of her mouth. Failing in both these objects, she started to run back to the house to alarm someone, when suddenly she heard a large crash and saw the car ascend to the very top of the guides, where something gave way and the car shot up into space. The villain, in his desperate efforts to escape, had evidently completely closed the gravitation screen, and then the screen must have automatically opened again, for a few seconds later the car fell to earth with a crash and broke open, revealing the crushed and lifeless body of the villain. "No, indeed, Pep," said Dr. Hackensaw genially. "The fellow didn't even try to harm me. I see he searched through my room, and not finding my satchel there, he thought he could frighten you by showing you a pair of bloody hands and telling you that he had cut my throat. You can see that it was imitation blood he used. Not a bad idea, because it impresses a woman and keeps her from screaming. I would rather have lost a few $1,000s, though, than to have him ruin my machine. It will take me months to build another one. But you were a brave girl, Pep, and I'm glad you outwitted him, because he might have taken it into his head to kill you, in order to make sure of getting off safely with the cash." As for Pep, once she was assured of the doctor's safety, she was jubilant, and she was never tired of recounting to her friends her adventure with the burglar. Poor Dr. Hackensaw got very tired after a while of listening to these endless repetitions, and he even went off so far as to remark one day to Silas Roquette, "Do you know, Silas, I verily believe the nearest approach to perpetual motion in this world is a woman's tongue." End of section 33.
Section 34 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. The Secret of the Extinct Microbe. Author's Note. History has preserved for us some account of the horrible plagues that in former times occasionally overspread the earth. Even in recent times, epidemics of cholera, infantile paralysis, etc. have visited us, and there is no telling when a more violent attack than any yet known may make its appearance. The one enemy that exists, the most dangerous to mankind, is the microbe, and unless we mobilize properly for the combat, these microscopic creatures may sweep mankind from the planet. Luckily, scientists recognize the danger. The Lister Institute of London has now some 1,500 species of microbes under cultivation, and adds a new species to its list almost every day. They make a study not only of the disease germs, but also of the microbes beneficial to humanity, those without whose aid human life would be impossible on the earth, for microbes are at one and the same time our worst enemies and our best friends. Chapter 1. "Pep," said Dr. Hackensaw, "do you really want to come for another short trip to Africa with me?" "Sure I do, Pop," replied Pep Perkins with alacrity, for she was always ready for a trip anywhere at any time. "But what's up now? Are you going on a hunt?" "Yes, Pep, a hunt for animals more dangerous than lions and tigers. I'm going on a microbe hunt." "Jerusalem!" cried Pep, surprised. "Can't you find any microbes here in New York? I read somewhere that every dollar bill was covered with billions of them. Can't you get a dollar bill without going to Africa for it?
Dr. Hackensaw laughed. To tell you the truth, Pep, said he, I'm jealous. I have, as you know, a fine collection of microbes in my bacteriological laboratory, more than 1,000 species. But there's a society in England that's got more species than I have. Now I am sure that the Orient must contain thousands of unknown species, and I mean to bag some of them. Moreover, I have been offered a bargain in some very ancient Egyptian mummies. Hence, I have decided to start tomorrow for the pyramids in my aeroplane, the Hoochie. If you are ready in time, you can go with me.
Doctor, said Pep, I saw in the paper last week that a fly in the dining room was more dangerous than a Bengal tiger.
Well?
Well, I bet that if the man that wrote it was given his choice of 2 dining rooms, one with a live tiger in it and the other one with 10,000 or more flies, I know which room he'd choose, and he wouldn't hesitate much either.
Dr. Hackensaw laughed again. You're right in one way, Pep, said he, and yet a dangerous microbe is capable of doing far more damage than any tiger. This English society that I've been speaking of sends specimen microbes to other investigators for study, but some species are so dangerous they cannot allow them to leave their hands. For example, the Bacillus tularensis was so virulent that no ordinary bacteriologist could be trusted to handle it. In fact, its culture was discontinued, though the disease it causes, a sort of blood poisoning, is seldom fatal to man.
Pop, said Pep, didn't you once tell me that if a needle were dipped into the blood of a diseased tissue, it would hold on its point millions of microbes of different species?
I did.
Then how in the world can you separate them and pick out the one microbe you want out of the bunch? Suppose there are 1,000 different species and 1,000 germs of each kind. How can you possibly fish out the one you want?
Dr. Hackensaw smiled. The problem was by no means an easy one to solve, he explained. It was a far more difficult task than the one set to the princesses in the old fairy tales. If you remember, the wicked stepmother spills on the ground a bushel of millet and rapeseed well mixed together, and requires the princess to separate them. The young lady always succeeds, but she has to get the help of the ants. Even the ants would be powerless to help the bacteriologist, for a microbe is infinitely smaller than a rapeseed.
But how does he manage? Persisted Pep.
Well, a modern businessman would find no difficulty in separating rape from millet seeds. He would either use sieves or a blast of air to blow the lighter grain away from the heavier one, or centrifugal power, or something similar. But the biologist has no such resource. He holds on the point of his needle some millions of invisible germs of different species, and he is required to separate from the invisible cluster one single microbe, let us say the germ of malaria, from which he wishes to obtain a pure culture.
The job seems hopeless, remarked Pep.
Yes, and yet in reality it is very simple when you know how to set about it. The bacteriologist has but to take a quantity of distilled water, heat it to make sure that every germ it contains is killed, and then with proper precautions introduce his drop of blood. He now shakes the flask until the microbes in the drop of blood are well scattered through the liquid. Each drop of the water will now contain only about 1,000,000 microbes. He then takes on a clean needle, a single drop of this water, and introduces it into another flask of distilled water. After shaking the flask, each drop of water will now contain, let us say, only 1,000 germs. By continuing the process, a point is at last reached when only 1 drop of water in 100 contains any germ at all, and then usually only a single microbe, occasionally 2 or 3 that cling together. The biologist's task is now almost over. He lays out a large sheet of sterilized blotting paper, and in sterilized air he lets the water fall on the paper, drop by drop, each drop some distance from its neighbors. What happens? The drops that contain no microbes remain unchanged. Those that contain only 1 microbe will grow and form a pure culture of that species. In those drops that contain 2 or 3 microbes, the culture will be impure and must be discarded. This, of course, is only a broad outline of the process followed, but you will understand that the experimenter has no trouble in picking out his culture of pure malarial germs from the others on the paper.
Say, that's great, cried Pep. And yet so simple after all. Well, I'll go and get ready. Shall I take any money along? A lot of money?
Yes, said Dr. Hackensaw. In fact, judging from past experience, I would advise you to take more than that. Chapter 2. Well, Pep, what do you think of the land of Egypt? Asked Dr. Hackensaw some days later as he surveyed the pyramids from his biological laboratory, for his assistants had hired a house for him in Cairo. And he found the establishment in full swing when he arrived with Pep in his aeroplane.
Gee, it's fierce, replied Pep. There's not a single handsome young fellow at the hotel, not even a homely single young man. They're all married. I hope you'll finish your microbe hunt soon so we can get home again. My assistants here have found a number of new species already, but come and look at my mummies. The guide assures me that some of those I have just bought are among the oldest ever found here. I've just been examining them, and I have seen evidences that people 5,000 years ago suffered from many of the same diseases we have now, for their bones and tissues still show traces of the disease. Chronic arthritis, which is a rheumatic disease of the joints, existed then, as did also some infectious diseases of the teeth and tubercular disease of the spine. I wish some of the old-time bacteria had survived, so I could compare them with the modern ones. It is no easy job to examine the hard and brittle mummified tissues and organs, but the late Sir Mark Armand Ruffer proved by the microscope that bacteria existed in ancient times and that the old Egyptians were subject to kidney disease. All the evidence goes to show that pneumonia, plague, malaria, and possibly even smallpox existed 3,000 or more years ago. The mummies had been removed from their wrappings and were stretched on a table in the center of the room. Several of the tissues had been cut off and were soaking in a solution to soften them for examination. "By the way, Doctor," exclaimed the young assistant, "we found a strange thing wrapped up with one of the mummies. A small, highly decorated earthenware jar, but hermetically sealed. Here it is. What do you suppose it can contain?" Dr. Hackensaw picked up the object with interest. It was a small vase, and was decorated with taste. It, moreover, bore some hieroglyphics which, however, conveyed no meaning to the doctor. "I've read, Pep," said he, "that seeds found in Egyptian mummies were so well preserved that they have germinated after several thousand years. I never put any faith in the stories, though there is no inherent reason why the thing should be impossible. For a microbe to retain its life so long, however, would seem an impossibility, for even in the spore stage, few microbes retain their vitality long. I wonder what we shall find in here. Something interesting, no doubt." "Why don't you open it and see?" asked Pep prosaically. "A very good idea," assented the doctor, and with great precaution he dug out the resinous substance that closed the mouth of the bottle and disclosed a dried-up human heart. "Nothing very interesting here," said the doctor. "Probably the heart of a king or some other high personage. I wonder if the resin that formed the stopper may not be more interesting. I have a great mind to examine it to see if, by any possibility, it might contain some living spore from bygone days. It will do no harm to try." And leaving Pep to flirt with the young assistant, the doctor took the piece of amber-like substance into the laboratory and proceeded to cut a small piece from the center and dissolve it slowly in a suitable liquid. For 2 or 3 weeks he continued the work, then one day triumphantly called to Pep. "Eureka!" he cried. "I have found it! I have found a prehistoric microbe unlike anything that has been found so far. The species must be extinct, but some of the spores became embedded in this resin and have retained their life for 3,000 or 4,000 years. If you will look at my cultures under the microscope, you will see that the species is somewhat triangular, but with the points blunt, making the figure really six-sided. My assistants have succeeded wonderfully, and I have now an amount of the culture sufficient to begin my new experiments. I call my new microbe the Bacillus tentagelis. I named it after Miggs for the reason that with a boy, as with a microbe, you never know what's going to happen. I inoculated some of the germs into a dog this morning, but unfortunately the dog ran away after the operation. I sincerely hope that if my microbe does produce disease, the disease will not prove a contagious one, or all the dogs of Cairo may fall victims to it. Unfortunately, the disease was contagious, and contagious to an extraordinary degree. Before a week had passed, there was an outbreak of distemper among the Egyptian dogs. Peculiar eruptions appeared on their bodies, accompanied by a violent fever. Worse still, the plague soon spread to human beings, and men, women, and children fell victims to it. Luckily, it was not fatal, but it brought them down to death's door, and the convalescence was very slow. By a miracle, Dr. Hackensaw escaped, although he toiled night and day with the new microbe, studying its life history and its effects on man and animals. The epidemic spread far and wide, and its ravages resembled those of the plagues of ancient days. Pep was constantly at the doctor's side, ready to run his errands for him, and to her he unbosomed himself. "There must exist some remedy for this disease," said he, "and it's my job to find it, since I am the author of the mischief. But I seem to have tried every method known to science for fighting disease, and none seems to answer. Drugs seem powerless. Of course, antiseptics such as carbolic acid, bichloride, mercury, etc. will kill the isolated germ, just as they will any other disease germ. but they do not seem able to reach the microbic spores when they are snugly embedded in the tissues.
Why not try inoculation? Asked Pep.
I have. Of course, it would be dangerous to inoculate living germs, but scientists have found that the inoculation of dead microbes will often answer. A living germ grows and spreads, and so gives the very disease it is desired to avoid. Jenner, with his cowpox, used a milder germ than that of the smallpox he fought. Pasteur weakened his germs by exposing them to the air. He found that in rabies, which is the scientific name for hydrophobia, if the diseased spinal cords are hung up in the air for a day or two, the germs will become weak, and only a mild attack of hydrophobia will result when they are inoculated. By beginning with these weak germs and gradually using stronger and stronger ones, he could make a rabbit or dog immune even to the most virulent germs. In fact, he found means of increasing the normal virulence of the germs, for he found that when he passed the disease from one dog to another, the microbe was more virulent in the second dog than in the first one. You must know, Pep, that when a microbe attacks a healthy person, the body fights might and main to protect itself. It puts forth all its efforts to localize the disease. Pimples and other such eruptions are prisons which nature has provided for microbes that she has no other means of getting rid of. Then there are the phagocytes, or white corpuscles of the blood, which attack the invading microbes and eat them up. The phagocytes are helped by the opsins, which soften the microbes and make them easier to absorb, and also by the agglutinins, which glue the microbes into bunches and so hinder their free passage in the blood vessels. Then there are also the antitoxins, whose business it is to destroy the poisons excreted by the microbes. Now, microbes are comparatively new to science. Practically nothing was known about them before Pasteur's experiments on hydrophobia, but nature knew about them hundreds of thousands of years ago, and has used her antitoxins, etc., against them from time immemorial. In fact, nature must know many similar things which we shall not learn of for thousands of years to come. From all this, you will readily understand that when a microbe enters the body, the alarm is at once given, and all the arsenal of antibodies attack the intruder. Now it has been found that even a dead microbe introduced into the body produces these reactions, from which we may safely infer that the action is mechanical or chemical, probably the latter. These dead germs are therefore excellent for inoculation purposes, and perfectly safe, for they can cause no disease. But in this new plague they seem of no use. The body has been so long free from this particular species of germ that it no longer reacts to them in the early stages, and the disease therefore spreads through all the tissues unhindered. I have only one last hope left, that is... The doctor paused. There was a great shouting outside, for a mob of Arabs had gathered in front of the building. They had learned in some way that the doctor was responsible for the present outbreak, and the mob was now stoning the windows and clamoring for vengeance. "We must get out of this, Pep, at once," cried Dr. Hackensaw. "Quick, borrow your maid's Arab dress and her heaviest veil, and I will get an Arab costume from my valet. We've got to get out the back way and get to the hangar. Once in our aeroplane, the Hoochie, we can get to some quiet spot where I can continue my researches. Luckily, the Arab dress is ample enough to conceal almost anything. I can carry my flask and test tubes with me, and no one will be any the wiser for it."
"Gee," cried Pep, "won't that be great? I'll go barefoot and wear those heavy Arab anklets I bought. I can easily color my legs brown. This will be the first real fun of the trip."
Dr. Hackensaw hesitated a moment as to whether to disguise himself as an Arab woman or man. The heavy veil would of course be a protection, but to go as a woman would necessitate sacrificing his beard, so he finally decided to go as a man. "If you carry a basket of green figs on your head, Pep, and I take a water jug in my hands, I can stop and hide my face by appearing to take a drink if I see any danger of being recognized. Under the fig and in the jug I can pack some of my paraphernalia." The pair managed to slip out by the back way unnoticed, and once in the street, mingled with the throng, there was little fear of detection. It would have taken a keen observer to detect that they were not real Arabs. They reached the hangar without trouble, and as the Hoochie was in readiness for flight, they were soon miles away from the howling mob. It was not until Malta was reached that the doctor halted. Here he hired rooms and continued his researches with unabated zeal. For years he had experimented, seeking to produce artificial antitoxins and other antibodies chemically, by imitating the natural products found in the human body. All such efforts had so far proved unsuccessful, and there was no time now to prosecute such researches. "Even a serum is out of the question, Pep," he explained to her one day.
"What's a serum?"
"A serum is what you might call a
vaccination made to an animal instead of to yourself. You do not run any of the danger, and yet you profit by the result. The animal is inoculated with the disease and at once begins manufacturing antitoxins, etc. The antibodies appear in the serum of its blood, and by injecting the serum into your body, you profit by it just as though you had manufactured it yourself. The only disadvantage is that the supply does not continue. You have to keep on injecting new serum. On the other hand, you run no risks. Then why not try to make a serum? I have tried it, but the animals won't react to this microbe any more than man does. I have only one hope left. This terrible microbe existed on the Earth thousands of years ago and yet became extinct. What destroyed it? Evidently some enemy. Almost certainly some other species of microbe. If so, the probabilities are great that the sealed jar still contains some specimens of the enemy form. I must hunt for them. This clue was too promising a one to be overlooked, so the doctor began making cultures of every species of microbe he could find in the old jar, and each species in turn he placed with some living specimens of the Bacillus tentagelis, and finally he was successful. "Pep!" he shouted. "I've got it! I found the antidote to the disease! I found the microbe that put the tentagelis out of existence some thousands of years ago! Victory! I can now undo all the harm I've caused. My, but it was a close shave. It shows again how one man can easily do more harm in the world than 1,000 men can repair. Even a scientist, with the best of intentions, may let loose a power for evil. I can sympathize now with the old-time monarch. I think it was Alfred the Great when he rebuked a chemist who offered him an explosive more powerful than gunpowder and paid the fellow to keep the discovery secret." For the next week or two, Dr. Hackensaw was a busy man, for he had to propagate the Bacillus pepita, as he called the new microbe, on a gigantic scale. Luckily, microbes, like yeast, propagate with tremendous rapidity, and under favorable conditions could cover the earth in a few weeks. Large quantities of the new species were shipped to Egypt, where their presence at once made itself felt. As if by magic, the epidemic was checked, and then those who had suffered from the strange disease began rapidly to recover. The Bacillus pepita had again vanquished the plague as it had once before in prehistoric days. "Pep, my dear girl," said Dr. Hackensaw, "I can't tell you how pleased I am at the turn things have taken. The experience shows, though, how necessary it is that we should at once begin the thorough classification and study of the different species of microbes. Unfortunately, while our governments find billions for war, they grudge the few millions necessary for such scientific research work. Of course, the study of the bacteria will, curiously enough, lead to the invention of new diseases, for doubtless many species of disease germs are harmless today because conditions are not favorable for their spread. Nevertheless, we must run the risks, for the microbes are the one dangerous enemy left for mankind to conquer. No large animal now in existence, no lion, tiger, or other wild beast has any chance of ever supplanting man. But almost any species of microbe, under favorable conditions, could multiply in such numbers as to destroy man's food or kill off the last man alive by some dread epidemic worse than any that has ever yet appeared on Earth. Our only safety lies in knowledge. An army of militia would be powerless. What we need is an army of competent bacteriologists." End of section 34.
Section 35 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rucker. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fezandi. A Journey to the Year 3000. Author's note: it would be a wise man who could tell in advance all that he will do in the next 24 hours. How much more difficult to predict the condition of the world 1,000 years hence, except in broad general lines. "Pep," said Dr. Hackensaw, "do you want to take a little trip with me?" "Sure I do, Pop," replied Pep enthusiastically. "I'm always dying to be on the go. Where are you bound this time?" "I'm going on a little journey to the year 3000, and I thought you might like to come along." "Quit your kidding, Pop, and tell me what you mean." "I'm not joking, Pep. I'm in dead earnest. You know my dream machine?" "Yep, you're a machine for making people dream whatever you want them to." "Precisely. Well, you and I are going to visit the year 3000 in a dream." Pep's face fell. "Aw, that won't be any fun," she said. "Won't it? Well, you just try it and see. The dream will last only an hour anyway, so you won't lose much. Besides, you'd be doing me a great favor. I've been experimenting lately in making two people dream the same thing at the same time. That is to say, combining both in the same dream. It is by no means an easy trick, for our individual brains differ so much that the same word will suggest an entirely different train of thought to each. For example, I am experimenting now with two lovers who have been separated for the summer. I try to give them both the same dream every night by means of the same suggestive words on a phonograph record. For example, the words like lake, moonlight, canoe, upset, save her will certainly make both the lovers dream at the same time of a canoe ride ending in an upset, which he saves her from drowning. The details may and certainly will differ, but I can elaborate these as far as I think desirable, so that when the pair write to each other, they will be convinced they have indeed met in dreamland. The experiment has been so successful that I now wish to try to take you along with me in a dream." "All right," said Pep resignedly. "If it will give you any pleasure, I am willing to spare you an hour." "Thank you. I don't think you'll regret it. I have the phonograph records all ready, so if you will step into the glass chamber, I will set the temperature, air blast, and other attachments so they will work automatically by clockwork according to the graphs I have prepared. I shall then join you, and we can start at once. Please lie on the couch near the wall, and I will lie on the other couch. That's right. Are you ready? So am I. Then I'll press the button for the start. 1, 2, 3, go!" And at the word, the doctor pressed the button that was to hurl them 1,000 years into the future. As he did so, a soporific gas stole gradually into the closed glass chamber and soon caused the pair lying on the couches to fall into a deep slumber. Then an air blast swept out these gases, and nothing was heard but the phonograph, which had already begun and which kept on repeating in a mournful drone the words meant to reach the sleeping senses of the dreamers and make them dream of the year 3000 with all its inventions and improvements. Chapter 2. "Here we are, Pep," cried Dr. Hackensaw. "We must be in the year 3000, and I suppose we are still in New York City, though I don't see any houses or any people. Ah, here comes someone." "I'm here with you, Pop," cried Pep. "But what a funny guy that is. Why, he hasn't got any hair on his head. He's as bald as a billiard ball. Say, Rube," she called out tauntingly, "what made you shave your head? The cows won't know you when you get home." The person addressed turned around and looked at them in amazement, and with a special wonder at their hair, and at Dr. Hackensaw's beard. "Why, who are you? What are you?" cried the newcomer in great surprise. "We're strangers and we've come to visit you." "What's your number?" "My number's 82Y325. "What does that mean?" asked Pep. "It means that I was born in the year 2892 in New York City, and that my birth was the 325th recorded in New York that year. The odd number shows that I am a girl. The even numbers are given to boys. When we marry, we add an M to the number." "You don't mean to say you're a girl?" cried Pep. "A girl without any hair? That's terrible." "No one in New York has any hair. You are the first people I ever saw with hair on the face or on the heads. But I've heard of the hairy savages that lived 1,000 years ago." "Hairy savages!" cried Pep, drawing herself up proudly. Are you speaking of us? Certainly, but I'm forgetting that I ought to put you in touch with the newspaper. For an ordinary news item, they only pay $100, but you ought to be worth from $500 to $1,000. Wait till I see first if you've already been signaled. So saying, she took from her pocket a gold ring attached to the pocket by a long thread and slipped the ring on her finger. "Hurrah!" she cried after a moment of intent listening. "Your presence here isn't known to the paper yet. It's a scoop for me. Just listen and you can hear the account yourself. Here's a ring for each of you and a microphone to slip into your ear." Dr. Hackensaw and Pep obediently placed the rings on their fingers and the microphones in their ears, and then waited to see what would happen. Nothing happened for a minute or two, and then suddenly they heard a shout. "Two hairy creatures of ancient times visit New York. One a man and one a woman. They wear outlandish garments and speak an almost unintelligible Old English." This was followed by a picture of themselves, which in some unaccountable manner they found in their mind's eye, evidently through vibrations of the microphone carried through the auditory nerve to some central ganglion, and from there transmitted to the optic nerve. A pause ensued, and then came a different voice addressed directly to them. "New York Daily Broadcaster will pay you $100,000 for a full account of yourselves. Start at once." Dr. Hackensaw hesitated, but Pep, to whom $100,000 was a fortune, began at once giving a rapid summary of their lives. At the conclusion of her speech, the voice said, "Thank you. The $100,000 has been placed to your credit at the store." "You're in luck," cried the 30th century maid. $1 means 1 day's food and lodging and clothing of the simplest sort. So $100,000 means you can live all your life long in luxury without doing any work. My name is Electra, and I received $1,000 for reporting you because you're a scoop." "That's good, Miss Electra," said Dr. Hackensaw, "but I must ask for some explanations. In the first place, where can I get a newspaper?" "What do you mean? You just got the news. In fact, you were the news." "But haven't you any printed newspaper?" "Yes, a few thousand copies are printed to keep on file in the libraries and for the use of deaf people. But you'd have to order a copy in advance if you want one. But what use would it be to you?" "I could read it." "What's the use of that?" "That was all very well in the year 1900 when the Indian chief Tammany ruled New York. But nowadays—" "What?" cried Dr. Hackensaw, interrupting her. "Oh, I see. I'm afraid your historians have got their facts about old New York slightly twisted. However, it doesn't matter." "But nowadays," continued Electra, "we carry our telephoto phones with us in our pockets and get the latest news direct from the newspaper. When you listen in, you hear all the important happenings since the last time you used the instrument. The newspaper will also furnish you old news if you ask for it. For books, you would have to apply to the library. Tell them what you want, and one of the readers will read you the most up-to-date facts on the subject, and send on the illustrations as well. They will also read you a few chapters from any novel you choose." "But haven't people any books at home?" "Oh yes, there are microscopic books, but they are not much used, as you can hear from the library quicker than you can pick up your book." "What are microscopic books?" They are books photographed down to a very small size and can only be read by the use of a microscope. 1,000 years ago, people had enormous books 4 to 6 inches long and almost as wide. A small library of 100,000 volumes would fill a house, and the books were awkward to handle. 1,000,000 of our books would not occupy more space than 1,000 of the old ones. The pictures are in natural colors, photographed from nature, and the book can be either read or listened to on the phonograph. A great advantage when there is dialect or music mentioned in the book. Each page has the phonographic record as well as the print. the amplifier and microphotoscope for hearing and reading. The book occupies small compass and are carried in the pocket. "How is it you haven't any hair on your head?" asked Dr. Hackensaw. "Hair is unsanitary. It is a breeding place for germs of all sorts. Besides, people were growing bald earlier and earlier in life, so the physicians finally decided to do away with hair altogether. It is no longer of any use to mankind. It is just a relic of the days when we were wild animals and required hair to protect us from the weather. So nowadays, whenever a child is born, all the hairs are destroyed at the roots, and we therefore no longer have hair of any kind, neither hair nor beards. Our teeth too are destroyed at birth in the bud before they begin to plague us. You cannot imagine how strange it seemed to me to see both of you with teeth. Not stranger than it did to us to see that you had no teeth. The lack of teeth makes a person look awful," cried Pep. "Does it? Well, if you listen to the newspaper account, you'll see that the thing that struck the public as most frightful about you was not your hairiness, but your ferocious-looking teeth that make you look like cannibals. We destroy them, not only to avoid future pain, but because teeth furnish breeding places for microbes. Our gums become somewhat hardened, and as we use only soft food and it is pre-digested, we no longer need teeth. Only animals that tear or chew their food require teeth. But excuse me a minute, there's a man I should like you to meet." She left then, but returned a couple minutes later. "It's all right," she said. "I've invited him to take an air ride with me this afternoon." "He's a friend of yours?" asked Pep. "No, I never met him before, but I liked his appearance, so I looked at his identification button to see his number, and I telephoned to the newspaper and got full particulars about him. As they were satisfactory, I went up to him and invited him. He telephoned to the paper for particulars about me, and they must have been okay, or he wouldn't have accepted my invitation." "Gee," cried Pep, "I wish I had the nerve to go up to every handsome man I see and ask him to take me on a joyride." I knew there was no fear of his refusing. My father is head of the microbe factory. "What?" "Yes, he manufactures microbes by the ton and ships them to every part of the world. Of course, only a small proportion of these are health microbes for fighting disease. Most of them are for industrial purposes. Agricultural microbes for securing the proper fertilization of the soil. Chemical microbes for aiding the different chemical processes. Dairy microbes for butter and cheese making. Fermentation microbes for producing alcohol, etc., etc. He manufactures thousands of varieties and immense quantities of each. His factory is on Manhattan Isle, all that is left of what once was the whole of New York City. Why, what happened to Manhattan Island? It has gradually sunk and been covered by the sea. It is now a part of New York Bay." "Excuse me for changing the subject," said Pep, "but what must we do to get the $100,000 the Daily Broadcaster promised us?" "It has already been placed to your credit at the store. We don't use money anymore. Everything is done by credit. Money was filthy and served to carry around disease germs. Besides, money led to theft. Credit is much safer. If a store has reason to doubt your solvency, it telephones to the central store to know if your credit is good for the amount. Your thumbprint is your signature. It cannot be counterfeited, for it is made in the presence of the clerk. Nor can your credit be counterfeited. One thing that strikes me as peculiar," said Dr. Hackensaw, "is that I see no advertisements. I expected to see advertisements everywhere, recommending Pitt's Pills or Susie's Soap." "Advertising isn't allowed," replied Electra, "or at least it is restricted within certain very narrow limits. At one time, about the year 2000, advertising had become an unendurable nuisance. The walls of the houses, the streets, the pavements, the vehicles, and even the sky were covered at all times with glaring and changeable advertisements. At nighttime, it was even worse than in the daytime, for the signs consisted of myriads of constantly changing electric lights of different colors. Even the X-rays were used and advertisements projected through the walls of your house into your very bedroom. As if that were not enough, loudspeakers constantly dinned into your ears the merits of Birch's buttons or Peter's pants, till people were driven wild and stringent laws were passed to regulate advertising, confining it to books and periodicals. All publications were given away free to the public, the advertisers paying all expenses. You could choose a library of whatever books you wanted, and they would be sent you free, with thanks for accepting them. And the publishers were very particular about the advertising they accepted, for they found that the more particular they were to publish only advertising of the first class, the more eager the advertisers were in applying for space, even though they paid all the expenses of publication. And then the end of all advertising came about in the very simplest way, by the formation of the General Purchasing Agency, which does all our buying for us. If you want anything from a pin to a house, from a rhinoceros to a wife, a postage stamp, or a theater ticket, you stop in at the company's nearest office. They have one on every block, and place your orders. You are sure of getting the object best suited for your purpose, that can be obtained anywhere for the price you are willing to pay. They sell cheap qualities, but no shoddy, and they even deal in second-hand goods, taking any objects you wish to get rid of at fair valuation. That killed advertising. It was no longer necessary for men to persuade you that Pinch's pills were the best by dinning it into your ears or flashing it into your eyes by brilliant lights or moving pictures thrown on the clouds. In the year 1900, advertising was a highly useful form of education, for it was necessary to hypnotize the people by constant reiteration to impress a fact on their minds and teach them about new products. But it was most expensive and annoying, and was getting so bad something had to be done to stop it. A man would have to pay nearly double the price for goods if we had to go back to the old system. The agency will hunt up for us any article we wish, or will manufacture one for us if unable to find it. If you let them know what things you are interested in, what kinds of plays or books you like, they will send you full information about anything new that comes up in that line. They make a specialty of preparing individual programs of entertainments for home enjoyment, sending you by telephote portions of the best acts on the boards at the time, selecting them to suit your taste, which they soon learn to know. You thus see the very best of the novelties and don't have to sit through any chasers. How long Electra would have continued in this strain it is difficult to say, but she suddenly interrupted herself with a cry. "Good gracious," she cried, "there's the police plane coming for us." "The police plane?" cried Pep. "What do they want with us?" "I suppose they only want to disinfect you, nothing more. You're almost certain to carry microbes in that long hair of yours, and you might easily start an epidemic in the city." As she spoke, a small airplane with no one on board descended gracefully out of the heavens and alighted at their feet with scarcely a flutter. "You must get on board," said Electra, "and the plane will automatically take you to the police station. There's really very little danger of an epidemic, because in entering or leaving a house, we have to pass through a disinfecting chamber that squirts gaseous ozonol into our clothing and kills all the germs we may have about us. But you will have to see the health officer." "Won't you come with us?" asked Pep. "I can't. I have to go get my stomach that I left last week to be repaired and overhauled." "What?" "Yes, my stomach pained me and didn't work well, so I had it cut out and sent to the hospital to be cleaned up and fixed, and I had another stomach put in to use in the meantime. But I prefer my own. I'm used to it, so I'm going to get it today. My liver too needs attention, but I'll wait till next month before I leave that to be cleaned." Thanking Electra for her kindness, the pair stepped into the police plane and pressed the starting button. Instantly, the machine rose from the ground, and soon they were flying over the roofs of the beautiful city that looked like a fairy garden beneath them, for the roofs were all on the same level and covered with growing flowers and shrubs. "Gee," cried Pep, "this is fine. Since we've got to go to the police station, I'm going to have a little fun on the way and learn to steer this machine. It looks easier to guide than any machine I ever piloted." In vain, Dr. Hackensaw begged her not to meddle with the levers. The willful girl who had chosen the pilot seat seized the steering level and was delighted to find that the machine obeyed her slightest motion. It was both wonderful and exhilarating. And the inevitable happened. Not knowing the laws of the road, Pep got into the wrong lane, and when a squadron of 100 airplanes suddenly crossed her path, she lost her head, swerved her machine quickly, and ran headlong into one of the planes whose presence she hadn't noticed. Both planes were badly disabled and fell to the ground. Fortunately, neither the doctor nor Pep were injured, but the occupant of the other plane was not so fortunate, for his arm was broken by the fall. Dr. Hackensaw was examining the poor fellow when a Boy Scout came up to him and said, "You are wanted at once at police headquarters, sir," and stepping into the police plane he motioned them to follow. Dr. Hackensaw hesitated, but he saw the boy was evidently an official, so he and Pep took their places, and a few minutes later the pair were ushered into the presence of the justice of the peace, to whom Pep at once began a voluble explanation of what had happened. "Wait a minute," said the judge. "Before you begin, as the room is somewhat chilly, I must ask the attendant to put another pebble in the crucible." They used atomic heat in those days, obtained by the disintegration of the atoms of stones into lighter elements. "As for you," he continued, turning to Pep, "you must take your seat in the chair of truth." So saying, he pressed a button, and as he did so, a peculiar-looking armchair came walking into the room on its own 4 legs, automatically moved by some invisible mechanism. All kinds of thermometers, dials, and instruments of every sort were attached to the chair. "Sit there," said the judge. "Let your hands rest on the arms of the chair, and tell me how the accident happened. If you prevaricate, exaggerate, or hold anything back, or tell an untruth, I shall know it immediately. For along with the phonographic record of your statement will be the graph of your every heartbeat, and the dilation and contraction of your blood vessels, and the nervous twitches induced in you by the various emotions of anger, fear, etc., that govern you while you speak. In a word, I shall read your mind and know exactly how much confidence I can place in your statements." Pep, somewhat frightened, sat down as she was bid and began her story again, but she had not spoken a dozen sentences before the magistrate interrupted her. "It is no use going on," said he. "The electric light has turned green, and the heart dial marks 33 degrees by Chubb's gauge. You may not think you are lying, but you are prevaricating at a great rate. Now begin over again and tell the full truth, or I shall have to hypnotize you and get the full confession while you are in the hypnotic trance." Thus admonished, Pep began over again, and this time she gave the exact facts. When she had finished, the judge merely remarked, "Guilty, and sentenced to pay the penalty." "But," sobbed poor Pep, "I didn't mean to do any harm." "No, but you were reckless, and your recklessness caused the damage. You must make it good." Here Dr. Hackensaw interposed. "I will pay for the broken arm," he said. "We have a credit of $100,000 here." "Money cannot pay for the suffering of a broken arm," returned the judge. "If the girl had been a thief and had merely stolen money, we should allow her to make restitution, with an added fine to pay police expenses, and to add to the fund from which restitution is made to robbed persons when the thief cannot be caught. In the present case, the girl must make restitution." How can we make restitution for a broken arm? Asked Dr. Hackensaw, puzzled. You don't mean that Miss Pepita's arm must be broken because she was unfortunate enough to break this man's arm? No, indeed. That would be as foolish as to condemn a murderer to death because he has killed a man. We force the murderer to make restitution to society for the life he has taken, and as he cannot resuscitate his victim, we condemn him to save 100 lives in place of the one he has taken. You mean make him a lifesaver on the coast? Asked Dr. Hackensaw, more and more puzzled. No, there is no trouble in hiring all the lifesavers we want. Besides, few of them can hope to save 100 persons from drowning. No, the murderer must not only risk his life, but risk suffering and disease as well. In a word, we require him to submit to undergo experiments by competent medical men who are studying cures for various diseases. He must allow himself to be inoculated with disease germs, or in some manner aid in the progress of science. In this way, and in this way only, can he pay his debt to society. For while he saves only 100 lives of the present generation, the experiment may be the means of saving countless lives in future generations. Of course, it is impossible to evaluate how many lives are saved by any one experiment, but our physicians are generous in making the estimate, especially when the experiment entails considerable suffering. The patient, as a rule, is glad to feel that he is making a real restitution that will rehabilitate him. We always give him the option of being put to sleep for 50 or 100 years instead of submitting to the operation, but only in 1 or 2 cases has the alternative been accepted. Now, this young lady, through her recklessness, has broken a man's arm. She must pay him money damages, but at the same time she must submit to have some mild pathological experiments tried upon her by our physicians. But, Judge, began Pep, there is no appeal from the sentence. The operating room adjoins this one, and your sentence can be carried out at once. And the terrified girl was pushed into the next room, where half a dozen physicians and nurses were waiting for her. She was forced into a chair and was held down while one of the men sterilized a lancet and proceeded to make an incision in her arm, and then she awoke. Gee, she cried, I woke up just in time. Another minute and they would have shot me full of germs. Wake up, Pop, she called out, shaking Dr. Hackensaw by the arm. The doctor slowly opened his eyes. Pep, said he, you had a narrow escape, but let this be a lesson to you whenever you are tempted to drive recklessly in your auto. Think what it would mean if you had to make good whatever damage you caused. To give a leg for one of your victim's legs, an arm for an arm, or your life for his. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jeff Pierpont, Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fezandi. The Mystery of the Z-Ray Spectacles. In Dr. Hackensaw's employ, there was a bright boy of 15 named Tintagiles Smith. The name is pronounced Tintagiles, but as most people would not take the trouble to pronounce it correctly, they called him Miggs for short. One night, Tintagiles had an adventure. Dr. Hackensaw had given him a ticket for the theater, and at the end of the performance, the boy had started off to walk home, when a high-class automobile drew up to the sidewalk alongside of him, and a beautiful young lady in evening dress and glittering with diamonds leaned forth from the car and beckoned to him. "Jump in," she said. "I want to speak to you." Tintagiles turned around to see whom she was addressing, but there was no one else near. "It's you I want," insisted the lady. "Jump in." Our young hero was convinced that the lady was mistaking him for someone else, but he was always ready for an adventure, so he jumped in and took his seat beside his fair interlocutor. "My name," said the lady, "is Miss Muriel Gold. You may possibly have read about me in the society notes of the papers. Your name, if I am not mistaken, is Tintageli Smith." To say that Miggs was surprised to find that he was really the person wanted, and that the young lady even knew his name, would be to put the matter mildly. He was flabbergasted, but he managed to answer, "Yes, that's my name, but my friends all call me Miggs." "Very well, Miggs," returned the young lady, smiling. "I understand that you work in Dr. Hackensaw's laboratory?" "Yes, ma'am." "And I am told that you have the makings of a fine detective in you?" Tintageles blushed. This was taking him on his weakest side. From boyhood up, he had hesitated as to whether he would be President of the United States or a detective, but finally, the fascination of a detective's life carried the day. The lady's words accordingly touched him in a tender spot. "I have so much faith in your abilities as a detective," continued the lady, "that I have decided to make use of you in unraveling a most difficult case. But first, let me ask you something. I am informed that Dr. Hackensaw has invented a wonderful pair of spectacles, X-ray spectacles, I believe they are called, by means of which the wearer can see right through people, or even see through the walls of a house what is going on inside. Is that true?" "Yes, ma'am, only he calls them Z-ray spectacles because it is not the X-ray that he uses." "Have you ever worn the spectacles? Do you know how they work?" "No, ma'am, but I heard the doctor say that they were so simple that anyone could use them." "Do you think the doctor would lend you a pair for a few weeks? I don't want him to know that they are for me. You must ask them for yourself." "I think I could get a pair," replied Miggs noncommittally. "Very well. Now here's what I should like you to do, and remember, there is a handsome reward offered. In fact, I will give you $1,000 in case of success." Miggs' eyes gleamed. "All right," said he. "I'll succeed. What is it you want me to do?" The lady glanced at her watch. "It's a long story," she said, "and I haven't time to go into particulars tonight, but come to this spot tomorrow night at 10 o'clock and bring the spectacles with you. I shall be here with the auto and bring you home with me, and then I'll give you full details. Au revoir till then." Chapter 2. "No, Miggs," said Dr. Hackensaw. "I can't lend you a pair of my magic spectacles. Haven't made the invention public yet, because I don't dare to let these spectacles go out of my possession. I'm afraid they might be used for mischievous purposes. But I have no objection to letting you look through them. Here is a pair. The spectacles, of course, fit over your eyes. As you see, the wires that connect with the earpieces that support the spectacles pass down under the back of your coat, and then through a hole in the pocket to the radium battery and audions, which are contained in a small case that fits in your pocket. The adjusting screws are on the outside of this case. The large knob controls the distance to which the ray goes before it is reflected. Here, put the spectacles on your eyes and the case in your pocket. Now, take off your coat while I make the connections. All ready. Put on your coat again. Connect the spectacles with the wire and look at the wall." "Good gracious!" cried Miggs. "I can see right through the wall into the office where the clerks are." "Yes," assented Dr. Hackensaw dryly. "I sometimes look at them myself, and I must say I don't often see you working, Miggs. Perhaps it's on account of some trouble with the spectacles. Now, if you want to see what you look like, just turn the adjusting screw to the left and look at yourself. You can get a pretty good view of your ribs, your heart, lungs, stomach, and other organs. These spectacles are invaluable to a physician in diagnosing the condition of each organ of his patient. In fact, there are 1,000 uses to which they may be put." "What is the principle on which they work?" asked Tintageles. "Their construction cost me many a sleepless night," replied the doctor. "Yet the problem seemed simple, since I had the penetrating X-ray to start with. But the progress of invention is always very slow. Man must have been familiar with his own shadow long before he noticed his reflection in a pool of water, and water was his only mirror until a few hundred years ago he succeeded in making metal mirrors and then glass mirrors. The use of lenses to refract light came long after the use of mirrors. Finally came the X-ray, which is still in its primitive stage, the stage in which it can merely throw a shadow. Attempts to reflect and refract these rays were only partially successful. Then I took the matter in hand. The analogy of the X-ray to the heat and light rays is so great that I knew there must be some way of utilizing them for the spectacles I dreamed of. Spectacles that would enable us to look either through or into solid bodies at will. My starting point was the discovery made by Frederick Laue in 1912 that X-rays could be reflected by special crystalline surfaces. In a mixed fascicle of X-rays of different wavelengths, he found that the surface would reflect those rays whose wavelengths correspond with its own molecular structure. So far, however, this discovery has only been used in an attempt to determine the real arrangement of atoms in space. Finding myself unable to make any headway with the X-rays, I turned my attention to some of the other rays. To begin with, Miggs, I must tell you that there are a large number of different kinds of rays. Radium, for instance, throws off 3 kinds of rays, known as the alpha, beta, and gamma ray, respectively. The X-ray, which is analogous to the alpha ray, travels only 8,000 to 16,000 kilometers per second. The beta rays vary from half the speed of light rays to approximately the speed of light rays, some particles traveling slowly and some fast. For both the alpha and beta rays are corpuscular and can be deviated by means of a magnet. The gamma rays, however, do not seem to be influenced by magnets. In my experiments, I chanced to discover a new ray, which I called the Z-ray, and which, like ordinary light rays and like the X-ray and the beta ray, has a wide variation in wavelength. My problem was to separate this ray into a number of homogeneous rays of a uniform wavelength. To accomplish this, I used crystalline surfaces like those used by Laue. I found that the rays with different wavelengths penetrated to different depths into the body viewed before the light was reflected. By using one length of wave, I would get a reflection of a flat surface inside of the body, a sectional view. An adjusting screw enabled me to view a section at any desired depth in the body. A flexible diaphragm that can be made to assume any curvature at will enables me to view a curved surface, such, for example, as the outer surface of the heart instead of a plain section through the heart. With a very little practice, anyone can adjust this diaphragm and the distance micrometer screw so as to see any portion of a man's organs that he wishes to examine. I have also a special attachment which enables me to read the letters in a man's pocket. Put on the spectacles again, Miggs, and see if you can read the address on the letter I have in my coat pocket. Miggs adjusted the spectacles once more and then gave a cry of astonishment. "Gee!" he exclaimed. "Why, I can look right into your insides, and I can see your skeleton and your heart and stomach and everything. And all in natural colors, not in black and white like an X-ray picture. And I can see all you've got in your pockets, too. I can see the bills and coins in your pocketbook, and I can read what's on your railroad ticket. Say, Doctor, can't you lend me a pair of these spectacles only for 1 week?" "No, indeed," replied the doctor. "Think what harm might arise if a bad use were made of them. They would be invaluable to a pickpocket, for instance. He could see at a glance how much money each man was carrying in his pocketbook, and could know which ones were worth robbing." The doctor remained obdurate, but alas, the locks in the office were of the most primitive kind. With the aid of a button hook, Miggs was able to pick the lock of the closet, and that night at 10 o'clock he was at the appointed trysting place, and a pair of the magic spectacles were in his pocket. Chapter 3. Miss Muriel Gold was the tool of a gang of professional yeggmen. Poor girl, she was not innately wicked, but she had succumbed to the wiles of a professional burglar, and after he had ruined her and taken her from her home, he had gradually forced her to help him and his pals in their nefarious schemes. The gang was well organized and very successful, with spies everywhere to report where good hauls were to be made. One of these spies was in Dr. Hackensaw's employ. In some way this fellow had heard of the Z-ray spectacles, and the chief of the yeggmen, on learning of the existence of this wonderful device, resolved to obtain a pair of the spectacles at any cost. Evidently the simplest way was to use Muriel Gold as a lure, and she, much as she disliked the task, dared not refuse. She was wholly in the power of the gang. Hence it was that she had waited for Miggs at the theater, and hence it was that she met him the second time to bring him in her auto to one of the lairs of the gang. Miggs did not have long to wait for her. Scarcely had he stationed himself in front of the theater when the young lady made her appearance in her auto. "Have you got the spectacles, Miggs?" she asked eagerly. For an answer, Miggs slapped his bulging pocket. "Then jump in quickly and come to my house, and I will explain to you what I wish you to do. It will be the chance of your lifetime to make your name as a detective." A half-hour's ride brought the pair to a house in an unfrequented part of the city. Here the young lady descended and, followed by Miggs, entered the house. Muriel conducted him into a parlor and was delighted with the spectacles whose operation Miggs carefully explained to her. "Now, Miggs," said the young lady, "I will explain what I wish you to do. But as I shall need you for a couple of weeks, you'd better write a word to Dr. Hackensaw to tell him you are called to the bedside of a dying relative in Chicago and that you will be gone for some time. Then we shall have lunch and you can start on your career as a detective immediately afterwards." Miggs cheerfully wrote the letter, and then refreshments were served. But the drink served to our hero was drugged, and it was not long before he felt the drowsiness steal over him, and was soon sound asleep. It was hours before he awoke again, and when he did, he found himself a prisoner in a small but comfortable cell, but with iron bars on the windows, and the magic spectacles had disappeared. Chapter 4. From that day on, New York City was startled by a series of astonishing safe robberies. How the burglars obtained their information was a marvel, for their robberies were timed to occur on the very night when there happened to be important sums in the safes. It seemed certain that there must be collusion between the burglars and some trusted employees, but in many cases the employee had served faithfully for years. The thing was apparently inexplicable, yet the explanation was simple. Muriel Gold could have thrown considerable light on the matter, for it was usually she who visited the different banks or business houses, and by means of the magic spectacles looked through the walls of the safes to see if they contained anything worth taking. She also, when visiting her friends in the fashionable world, looked through the spectacles into their bureau drawers to see if there were any pearl necklaces or other jewels worth stealing. No hiding place was secure against her piercing eyes, and for many a rich haul was the gang indebted to these Z-ray spectacles. Meanwhile, Dr. Hackensaw had not missed the spectacles. He had received Miggs' note, so was not worried about the boy. But it so happened that the doctor was asked to rewrite a magazine article about the value of these new Z-ray spectacles. He had accordingly begun by setting forth their value to the police. A detective equipped with these spectacles could spot at once a revolver in a man's hip pocket, a razor concealed in his boot, or a set of burglar tools in his valise. They could look through the walls of a counterfeiter's den and see the men at work. They could secure evidence against gambling houses in the same way, and could detect loaded dice or faked roulette wheels at a glance. The smuggling of hooch would be a thing of the past, when a single look through these spectacles would reveal its hiding place in an automobile or coffin. Custom house officials would no longer need to turn the contents of travelers' trunks topsy-turvy. A glance into the closed trunk through the Z-ray spectacles would reveal smuggled goods without trouble. Passengers would be saved the indignity of a personal search, as the spectacles would reveal at once any forbidden goods concealed on their persons. Prisoners could no longer hope to bring concealed files or saws with them into their cells. To physicians, the spectacles would be invaluable. It would enable them to watch the working of every organ inside their patients. The slightest derangement would be manifest. Chemists could detect adulterations in their drugs, and manufacturers detect flaws in their castings. Mechanics could perceive internal crystallizations in their machines at a glance. A chauffeur could locate his troubles without having to take his car apart. In a word, the uses of these spectacles were manifold. There was scarcely a branch of art or science which they would not materially benefit. As he wrote, the doctor bethought him that he wished to locate some trouble he had with one of his new machines, so putting down his pen, he sought in his desk for the Z-ray spectacles he had shown Miggs. They were gone. Instantly there flashed into his mind the boy's request for a loan of the spectacles. The inference was obvious. Miggs must have taken them without leave. "What a lad!" exclaimed the doctor. "I'll bet he's up to some mischief." And then subconsciously there arose in his mind the series of safe robberies that had taken place in the last 2 weeks, and the connection between the two events struck him forcibly. "Some gang of burglars have got hold of the spectacles," he cried. "That explains the whole thing. That explains how they are able to tell which safes contain money. I must get those spectacles back at any cost. Luckily, I can locate them easily. There are no other Z-rays in existence but those that I have produced. My special detector can locate them if they're anywhere within 1,000 miles of here. In 5 minutes, I shall know exactly where they are." It was but a moment's work to switch on the detector, and after carefully insulating his other Z-ray spectacles, he watched the indicating compass needle as it swung quivering around on the dial. "The needle points almost due north," he soliloquized, "and the strength of the Z-waves indicates a distance of about 5 miles. The spectacles must, at the present moment, be somewhere in Van Cortlandt." "Pep!" he called aloud. "Do you want a chance to distinguish yourself by catching a gang of burglars?" Pepita Perkins stopped her typewriting with a jerk. "What?" she cried aghast. "If you want to make a little pocket money, Pep, there are big rewards offered for the capture of this gang of yeggmen and the recovery of the stolen goods. I'll send Spaghetti Joe with you and 2 or 3 other stout men to help him, while you can go along with another pair of my magic spectacles and boss the whole affair." The preparations took but a very few minutes. Spaghetti Joe was a reformed safe-breaker whom Dr. Hackensaw had taken into his employ. A full set of burglar tools was put into an automobile, for it might be necessary to break into a house or open a safe, and Joe was the man who knew how to do it. The men were also provided with special gas throwers designed to throw a soporific gas that would overpower the burglars and render them incapable of resistance. The detector was also taken along to guide them to the exact spot. The 5 miles to Van Cortlandt were covered in no time, and the automobile soon brought them near a lonely house not far from Van Cortlandt Park. Here they descended from the machine and circled around the house, and to their gratification, the needle of the indicating compass turned so as to point always directly toward the house. There was no doubting the evidence. The Z-ray spectacles must be somewhere within that building. Pep therefore took her second pair of spectacles out of its insulated case, and creeping quietly up to the house, peered through the walls. In one room she saw a dozen men smoking, drinking, and playing cards, evidently the gang. In another room, a beautiful young lady was lying on a couch reading. This was Muriel. In still another room was a boy, locked in and vainly seeking some means of escape. Pep's heart gave a jump as she recognized Miggs. Without a word, Pep handed the spectacles to Spaghetti Joe, who had followed her. "It's too dead easy," cried Joe. "They're all bunched in one room and half drunk. We can get them without any trouble." To open a window and climb into the house was the work of an instant. Pep, Joe, and the 3 men put on their gas masks, and then placing the nozzle of the gas-throwing instrument into the keyhole of the room where the villains were assembled, shot the odorless but powerful soporific gas into the room. A minute later, every member of the gang was unconscious, and before they recovered their senses, they were strongly handcuffed. One of the villains, who was not in the room at the time, gave them a little trouble, but Spaghetti Joe dexterously tripped him up and held him while Pep adjusted the handcuffs. As for Muriel, she made no resistance. Miggs was delighted at regaining his freedom, and taking the stolen spectacles, he and Pep explored the house thoroughly for the hidden booty. It was concealed in several ingenious hiding places, some in panels in the wall, others in secret recesses in chairs and cupboards, but the greater portion was buried under the ash heap in the cellar. There were watches and jewelry of all kinds, heaps of banknotes and negotiable securities. In all, there were over $500,000 worth of valuables that the thieves could have cached. No hiding place, however, was secure against the magic spectacles. The Z-rays penetrated through the walls or through the floor and revealed the treasure beneath. It was more work to secure the valuables than to discover them, but at last all were loaded in the automobile, and with the fettered burglars piled in, the car started on its homeward trip, but it was past midnight when Dr. Hackensaw's house was reached. The burglars all received long terms of imprisonment, but Dr. Hackensaw would not allow Muriel to be even arrested. She was only a tool. The kind-hearted doctor gave her a position in his office, and she proved worthy of the trust he placed in her. A handsome reward was paid for the recovery of the stolen property, and Pep was delighted by the receipt of $2,000 in cash and a beautiful pearl necklace as her share. Even Miggs received $1,000 and a fine gold watch. but Dr. Hackensaw thereafter kept his Z-ray spectacles locked up in one of his strongest safes. "Every great invention," said he, "is a power, and a power may be used either for good purposes or for bad ones. These magic spectacles are too dangerous to be put into the hands of the general public." End of section 36.
Section 37 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. Number 37. The Mystery of the Walking Skeleton. Dr. I. Hackensaw was, first of all, an inventor. And an inventor is a man who, when absorbed in some great idea, is utterly oblivious to the external world. It is related that Sir Isaac Newton once started to boil an egg, but boiled his watch instead, holding the egg in his hand for a timepiece. Dr. Hackensaw, however, could have given Sir Isaac a double discount. One day that he had cooked himself an omelette in his laboratory, he was seen to throw the omelette into the stove, mistaking it for a shovelful of coal. On another occasion, his newspaper not having come one morning, he hastily dressed and went to the corner newsstand for a copy. He noticed that people stared at him, but it was not until he was safely home again that he discovered he had forgotten a somewhat necessary article of his wearing apparel, namely his trousers. As this was in New York City, the omission might have led to unpleasant consequences had a policeman chanced to see him. Dr. Hackensaw was wealthy, for while not a businessman, he had made so many inventions of worldwide application and had increased the wealth of the country by so many billions of dollars that a few millions couldn't help clinging to him. The consequence was that the doctor had a number of laboratories for his research work and employed several hundred assistants. Among these assistants was an 18-year-old young lady called Pepita Perkins, or more familiarly, Pep Perkins. Dr. Hackensaw looked upon her as an adopted daughter, and she reciprocated by calling him Pop. It was one night when Miss Pepita Perkins was returning home at midnight from a fancy dress ball that she first saw the walking skeleton. Now Pep was a brave girl. On many a previous occasion she had showed that she by no means lacked courage, but the sight of a ghostly form walking the earth at midnight is enough to strike terror in the bravest heart, and Pep might well be excused for losing her head. The trouble all began with a stalled automobile. The gentleman who was taking Pep home in his car chanced to stall when within a few rods of Dr. Hackensaw's summer cottage in New Jersey. Pep, too impatient to wait, left her escort tinkering with his machine while she took a shortcut home through the country graveyard. Not the slightest fear did she experience, and it was without a tremor that she passed through the churchyard without even deigning to cast a look behind her. Dr. Hackensaw's grounds lay just beyond, and were surrounded by a long, high stone wall, for the worthy doctor had always many inventions in hand that he was not yet ready to make known to the general public. Bitter experience had taught him the inadvisability of taking the public into his confidence until an invention was completed and thoroughly tested. Pep Perkins reached the massive gates that gave entrance to the grounds, was admitted by the lodgekeeper, and was walking briskly toward the house when, at a sudden turn in the road, she saw it. It appeared suddenly, apparently coming out of nowhere. It appeared first as a greenish light, without any definite form. But as she gazed at it, startled, it slowly assumed the figure of the skeleton of a man, every bone glowing with a strange fire. Nor was the skeleton standing still. It was slowly walking directly toward her. Pep's heart jumped into her throat, and when the skeleton opened its bony jaws and with clattering teeth gave vent to a sepulchral laugh, and then in mournful tones droned out the words, "Hallo, hallo, hallo," the poor girl almost fainted from terror. With one wild shriek, however, she tore past the ghostly vision and rushed for the house, where with fumbling hands she had difficulty in opening the door with her latchkey. To her relief, the light was still burning in Dr. Hackensaw's library, showing that he had not yet gone to bed, so she rushed in, wild-eyed and breathless. "Pop," she cried, "do you believe in ghosts?" "Scarcely, Pep, though I must humbly confess that
As in all men, however much advanced, there lingers something in the back of my mind, some hereditary influence from our remote ancestors that produces a slight nervousness, occasionally in the dark. But I am always ready and even anxious to investigate any ghostly phenomena that come to my notice. "Then your wish is granted," retorted Pep. "If you will go to the gate, you will find a walking skeleton that chased me home because I was foolish enough to pass through the graveyard at midnight." Dr. Hackensaw leaned back in his chair and laughed heartily. "I'm afraid I'm the guilty one, Pep," said he, "and I must ask your pardon if I frightened you. I wasn't expecting you home so soon, as you usually don't return from a dance until the wee small hours of the morning. It was really my skeleton you saw." "Your skeleton?" "Well, the words are ambiguous, I know, but you will understand the whole affair if you will listen to me." "All right, start your explanation. As I won't get a wink of sleep tonight, I'll keep you up as long as I can talking to me and reassuring me. I was never so upset in my life. I've got the creeps in the very marrow of my bones." "To begin with," said Dr. Hackensaw, "I must inform you that the existence of this walking skeleton is a profound secret. You are not to speak of it to anyone. I cannot even tell you the purpose for which it is intended, as I have promised absolute secrecy, but I will tell you what I can. To begin with, do you know anything about radium?" "Yes, I know that a pinch of it costs a fortune, and that it is continually shooting off particles and changing into lead." "Precisely. The half period of radium, that is to say, the time required for half a given weight of radium to disintegrate, has been calculated as about 1,690 years. In other words, unless new radium is forming, there must have been twice as much radium on Earth 1,690 years ago as there is at present, 4 times as much as 3,380 years ago, and so on. By making the calculation, we find that 100,000 years ago or less, the whole Earth must have been one solid mass of radium. This, of course, is an impossibility, for our geologists have proved that 100,000 years ago the Earth was pretty much as it is now. Consequently, the inference is that the new radium must be produced continually to replace the old one that is used up. Scientists argued that if radium was being produced at present, the substance from which it was produced must be found close to the radium in every locality where radium was found, and always in the same proportion. Such a substance is uranium. Uranium is much more common than radium, and always exists with it, and the proportion present is constant. In all radium ores, there is about 3 million times as much uranium as radium. Hence, it is evident that uranium is disintegrating into lead, though no direct proof of the fact has yet been had. The fact is that the half-period of uranium is 5 billion years, and consequently many years must elapse before a perceptible amount of product can be obtained. Professor Soddy tried the experiment some years ago. The uranium itself is soon decomposed. It throws off helium gas, 1 atom of helium being given off by each atom of uranium. The product is called uranium X, and although Dr. Soddy started the experiment in 1912, 7 years later in 1919 he was unable to detect the formation of any radium. Just think of it. 7 years of experimenting. Yet the experiment continues, and the triumph of science will be great on the day that the presence of radium in his tube shows that the actual transformation of uranium into radium shall be made manifest. Dr. Soddy calculated that if he continues the experiment 60,000 years, he will produce about 1 cent's worth of radium. Not a very satisfactory financial result, but scientists are seldom good financiers. Pep Perkins yawned and wished that she had remained at the ball. This lecture on radium was as bad in its way as the sight of the phosphorescent walking skeleton, and she determined to make a diversion. "Pop," said she, "it's too late tonight for all that josh about radium. All I want to know is what that skeleton was that I saw near the park gate." "Well, that was just what I was explaining to you," returned Dr. Hackensaw patiently. "Uranium is the heaviest metal known, having an atomic weight of 238. It is continually disintegrating very slowly into other substances, finally producing uranium X with an atomic weight of 234. This is really uranium with a helium atom, atomic weight 4, thrown off. This uranium X doesn't live 2 minutes, but also disintegrates, finally producing ionium, and this in turn produces radium whose atomic weight is 226, thus showing that radium is nothing but uranium with 3 atoms of helium expelled from each atom of radium." Now the radium itself disintegrates. It begins by, "Good night," cried Pep, stamping her foot impatiently. "Do you think I'm going to stand here at 1 o'clock in the morning listening to a lecture? I'm going to bed." "All right, Pep," assented the doctor mildly. "And by the by, if you want more particulars about the walking skeleton, you can get them if you come with me tomorrow. I'm starting tomorrow for a month's trip to Africa, and Sam, which is the name I have given the skeleton, comes along with me." Chapter 2. "Isn't this glorious?" cried Dr. Hackensaw as his express plane the Arrow skimmed gracefully through the azure sky while the deeper blue billowing waves of the Atlantic played below them. "Yes, it's dandy," echoed Pep. "And now that we're on our way, perhaps you will condescend to give me some explanation as to where we are going and what we are going to do, and what Skeleton Sam, as you call him, has to do in the matter." "All right, Pep, there's no reason why I should keep the matter secret any longer. Did you ever hear of Robert Houdin?" "Yes, he was a famous conjurer, wasn't he?" "Precisely. Well, though he has been dead many years, he is responsible for the fix in which I find myself today. You must know that Robert Houdin in his memoirs tells about a trip he made to Algeria on behalf of the French government. There was a plot on foot for an uprising of the natives, and the French decided wisely to send a prestidigitator like Robert Houdin to the affected provinces. Would impress them far more than the finest army they could organize. The course of events showed the wisdom of their act. Houdin's feats of magic convinced the natives that the whites were powerful magicians, and all idea of revolt was nipped in the bud. To see Robert Houdin allow one of their chiefs to load a pistol with a marked bullet and shoot at him, and then see Houdin catch the marked bullet in his teeth, convinced them that the French were invulnerable. Note: to perform this trick, Robert Houdin used a special ramrod. In the gun was a loose tube into which the powder and marked bullet were rammed. The ramrod fitted tightly into this tube, so when Houdin pulled out the ramrod, the bullet came with it, and he was able to place it in his mouth unperceived. And when Robert Houdin shot the same bullet at a white wall and drew blood from the wall, a wax bullet filled with blood was used, their astonishment knew no bounds. Then, to cap the climax, Houdin asked that the strongest man in the audience should come forth, and offered to take away all his strength and leave him weaker than a woman. The challenge was accepted by a husky fellow who had a well-earned reputation for strength. He came forward smiling, and when Robert Houdin asked him if he could lift a 50-pound iron chest, the fellow scornfully put out his left hand and lifted the box with ease. "Very well," said Houdin, "now I'm going to take all your strength away from you and leave you weaker than a woman." He made a few passes with his hands before the man's face, and then said, "Now try to lift that box." The fellow, with still greater scorn than before, put forth a hand, but the box resisted. Amazed, the man clasped the box with both hands and, bracing himself, exerted every particle of strength of which he was capable. His muscles stood out from his body like sinewy cords, and the perspiration dripped in streams from his body. But he was unable to budge the box an inch. Then the poor fellow fell on his knees and begged Houdin to give him back his strength, and of course the clever Frenchman did so. A few reverse passes, and the man was again able to lift the box with ease. "That was clever," said Pep. "How was the trick managed?" "Simple enough. The iron casket rested on a powerful electromagnet. When there was no current, the box was easy to lift. When the current was turned on, however, the powerful current caused the box to adhere to the floor so firmly that it was very difficult to move." "Well, Miss Pep, you may perhaps know that there has been a recent uprising in the African possessions of one of the European powers. I chanced to meet the ambassador of this power, and remembering Robert Houdin's success, I thoughtlessly boasted that I could put down the revolt alone, and without any bloodshed. He took me up at once, and the result is that you and I, Pep, are now traveling together to Africa, and that we two are expected to nip in the bud this uprising of thousands of Arabs and Negroes." "Gee," exclaimed Pep, much impressed. "You didn't tell me I was going to war. You'll have to appoint me general-in-chief. Well, I'm ready now to hear about the radium. I suppose you're going to use that walking skeleton to frighten the natives." "Precisely. The figure is really solid, not a skeleton at all, but the metal surface is so brightly polished that it is practically invisible except the ribs and other bones, which are painted with a composition of my own invention. I could have used phosphorescent paint, but I concluded I could get better results with radium emanation. I suppose you know what radium emanation is?" "Not exactly."
If you dissolve some radium chloride in water, the radium will be found to have lost most of its radioactivity and will not regain it for a month, the time required to produce a new stock of emanation. The emanation is really in the water and can be obtained in the form of a gas. It is this gas, this radium emanation, and not the radium itself, that produces the principal effects attributed to radium. The life of this emanation is short, however, for in 4 days it has lost half its activity. For my purpose, however, this shortness of life is of no consequence. My skeleton, as you've probably surmised, is an automatic figure which I can control from a distance by radio. Different lengths of waves will cause different portions of the figure to move. I can make it walk, dance, gesticulate, and even talk by means of a phonograph inside. As you probably know, radium emanations to become phosphorescent must be thrown on a screen. Originally it was a platinocyanide of barium that was used for the fluorescent screen. But I used a special powder of my own, which I mixed with the gas, that is the radium emanation, and I blow the two together through suitable openings in the body of the skeleton, utilizing the force of the compressed gas for the jet. This enables me to make the skeleton luminous or dark at will, so that the skeleton seems to vanish and reappear. By using different powders with the emanation, I can produce fluorescence of different colors. But what is the use of explaining? Tomorrow night you will get a practical demonstration. Chapter 3. In the rebel camp there was great activity, for the morrow was to see the first real battle between the Arab and Negro troops and the enemy's soldiery. General Blank, at the head of the government army, had received orders to try conciliation, and under no circumstances to commence or provoke hostilities. But he realized full well that the rebels were massing their forces, and that the morrow would see the first real hostilities. He had only scorn for Dr. Hackensaw's project of frightening the natives, but he placed all facilities at the doctor's disposal. And that night about midnight, the walking skeleton made its first appearance in front of the rebel camp. The sentinels suddenly saw appear before them a giant skeleton with luminous bones shining with a baleful greenish fire. The skeleton uplifted its hands and came forward, its jaws working, as by means of an amplifying device it thundered forth the words, "Baalek, Baalek, Baalek," the Arabic equivalent of beware, beware, beware. The sentinels shot at the figure, and it suddenly vanished from their sight with a loud mocking laugh, and then reappeared some distance away and repeated its cry again. The whole camp was now up in alarm, and they all saw with terror the figure appear a third time. Then it vanished and was seen no more that night. "That was a clever performance of yours last night, Dr. Hackensaw," remarked General Blank next morning. "But, as I told you, it has no effect. The rebels are continuing their preparations. My spies tell me, however, that there is some demoralization among the troops. The exhibition may have been of some use." "I'll give them a second dose tonight," said Dr. Hackensaw. Accordingly, sharp at midnight, the skeleton appeared again. This time, however, it was mounted on a skeleton horse with wings, and this time the luminous emanation shot forth from all parts of the figure in jets of colored fire, like the coronal streamers of the sun, and this time the phonograph sent forth peals of reverberating thunder, while lightning flashed at intervals from the figure. And as it circled over the rebel camp, it discharged upon them gases with a fearful stench. A combination of asafoetida, skunk fluid, and Limburger cheese would have been like attar of roses compared to the horrible smell emitted by the figure, while the words, "Maut, Maut, Maut," came from the skeleton's moving jaws, the Arabic equivalent of death, death, death. The natives in terror all fell upon their knees and at once sent messengers to General Blank tendering their submission. As a result, the following night there appeared a flying cherub over their camp, and scattered fragrant jessamines among the natives, a flower of which the Arabs are very fond. The uprising was at an end. Dr. Hackensaw, in 2 days, at a trifling expense, had accomplished without bloodshed results such as a large army could not have accomplished in months, and then only at the expense of many thousands of lives and millions upon millions of dollars. End of section 37.
Section 38 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Faisandier. The Mystery of the Radio Cipher Machine. Is this Dr. Hackensaw? That's my name. What can I do for you today, sir? My name is Julius McMasher, and I am head clerk in the Constantinople office of a large New York electrical firm. Dr. Hackensaw glanced at the handsome young man who stood before him. In spite of a slight touch of effeminacy, the young fellow, with his black moustache and dashing air, looked like a veritable Don Juan, and the doctor mentally decided that the young man was appropriately named. He, however, said nothing, and McMasher continued, I have spent 10 years in Constantinople and speak Turkish like a native, but as affairs over there seem to be looking pretty squally at present, I wish to take some precaution. I especially wish to be able to communicate secretly by wireless with friends I have in Athens and in Malta. I was told that you had invented a device that was not very expensive and that could be attached to any wireless set and would absolutely ensure the secrecy of any message sent. Yes, that is true, replied the doctor. I was also told that the device was such that it could be used with 100 or more different correspondents, and yet that each of them could only catch the messages intended for him, but was utterly powerless to read the messages sent to the other correspondents. The thing doesn't seem possible, but that's what I heard. The thing is true, nevertheless. My instrument is so constructed that no one can receive the message unless you wish him to, and yet he can switch in at a moment's notice when you wish him to, at least if he's provided with my device. May I see the machine? I will show it to you with pleasure. Walk this way, please. So saying, the doctor led the young fellow into an adjoining room, devoted exclusively to wireless apparatus, and taking from a stand a small wheel, he exhibited it to his visitor. The device consists of a broad-rimmed wheel revolving vertically. On the broad rim of the wheel are 20 rows of 10 keys in each row. Each key, when pressed down, pushes down a brush similar to the brushes used on dynamos. The operator, when sending a message, uses 10 different wavelengths. The idea is to rapidly change the wavelength used 20 times at each revolution of the wheel. To accomplish this, the operator presses down one key in each of the 20 rows. As the wheel revolves, each brush pressed down comes in turn in contact with one of 10 contacts, connected each with a separate wire, each of the 10 wires leading from different points of the transmitting coil, so as to send its own wavelength. Your correspondent has a similar wheel, which revolves synchronously with yours. If he presses down the same 20 keys that you do, his wavelength will change exactly as yours does, being always in tune, while no outsider can possibly catch the message. There, cried Dr. Hackensaw, pointing triumphantly to the machine. Did you ever see anything neater or more compact? It can be switched on or off to the wireless set in an instant, and will send a message that my correspondent can hear with the greatest ease, but that's absolutely inaudible for anyone else. How does it work? Asked young McMasher, interested. As you will see, the device consists of a wheel with a broad rim. Through suitable holes in the rim there pass 20 rows of 10 keys each, the keys in each row bearing the numbers 1 to 10. My sending set is arranged to send any one of 10 different wavelengths, and the pressing down of the proper keys decides which wavelength will be transmitted. The idea of the machine is to rapidly change my wavelength as I am sending the message, thus making it impossible for anyone to listen in unless he has a wheel just like this one and revolving synchronously with it, and unless he has the same key pressed down in each row. Let us suppose, for instance, that you and I have decided on the following 20 numbers: 9, 2, 7, 3, 4, 0, 6, 5, 8, 1, 2, 5, 8, 3, 4, 0, 7, 9, 6, 1. I press down key 9 in the first row, key 2 in the second row, key 7 in the third row, and so on, until I have all 20 rows properly placed. You do the same on your wheel, and we start both wheels turning together at the same speed. Then I start sending and speak my message into the instrument. The wavelength keeps changing, but as your wavelength is always the same as mine, you hear every word easily, while an outsider finds it impossible to tune in. He hears nothing at all, but occasionally meaningless sounds. Why can't he try different combinations until he gets the right one? Dr. Hackensaw smiled. With 20 rows of keys and 10 keys in each row, he would have to try 10 to the 20th different combinations before he struck the right one. Or in other words, 100 million billion different combinations. Now, to try these 100 quadrillion different combinations would take him more than one lifetime. Besides, I recommend changing the combination each time just before sending the message. You and your correspondent can have a code word for each number, so by telephoning 20 words he can change his keys in a minute, and the order of the wavelength will be completely changed. As you see, the apparatus is simplicity itself. I've furnished it to several broadcast stations who wish to charge for their entertainments. Only their customers are provided with the code numbers, and hence no one else can listen in to their program. This may seem rather hard on the general public, but will really improve the quality of the broadcasting, for the entertainers who receive pay for their productions can afford to give their customers first-class performances. There would be the same difference as between a free show and a good theatrical performance that you have to pay for. "Doctor, it's great!" cried the young man enthusiastically. "I'll take a dozen of these instruments right away, and you can count on some big orders from me if they work all right in practice." "They'll work all right, never fear," replied Dr. Hackensaw confidently. Chapter 2. Julius McMasher was back in Constantinople and was busily engaged setting up a wireless set when the door of the showroom opened and a richly dressed, though heavily veiled Turkish lady, accompanied by an attendant, came in and asked to see the various styles of wireless apparatus. "Here, Julius," cried the manager, "this lady looks like one of the big bugs. As you're the handsomest man here, I'll let you try to make the sale. She's certainly one of the 500. Julius, all bows and smiles, stepped forward to meet the lady, and understanding that she wished a wireless set, he showed her all the latest models and explained the method of working them. Then, seeing that her glance had fallen on one of Dr. Hackensaw's wireless cipher machines, he explained to her how this device could be used to send secret messages. As he spoke, the young woman became intensely excited and threw back her veil in order to get a better view of the apparatus. Julius looked up at her and was amazed to perceive one of the most beautiful women he'd ever set eyes on. For a moment their glances met, and then the young lady carefully readjusted her veil again. But she had smiled at him, and Julius saw the smile with a thrill of pleasure. He took the greatest pains to explain to her in detail the working of the cipher machine, and as she ordered 2 sets, he gave her a practical lesson then and there, making her change the combinations and work the set herself so as to be sure that she understood his directions. She made one stipulation. It was that Julius should call her up every day at noon and speak a few words to her in order to ensure that the apparatus was working properly. It is needless to say that young McMasher, always ready for an adventure, readily gave the required promise. He had explained to her about the tuning in. In Dr. Hackensaw's first experiment, it was necessary, before sending a message, to tune in each of the 10 different wavelengths separately in order to be sure that each wavelength of the receiving set would correspond exactly with the corresponding wavelength of the sending set. In his improved apparatus, however, the machines were so accurately made that one single tuning sufficed to bring all 10 wavelengths in perfect accord with the 10 of the other set. For a week or so, regularly, every day at noon, Julius exchanged secret messages with this beautiful client. At first the messages related principally to the working of the apparatus, but it soon drifted into conversations on general topics. It must be confessed that Julius flirted outrageously with the lady, yet she didn't seem to mind, but answered his lone messages with peals of silvery laughter. And then one day came a message that made Julian's heart beat high. She told him her set was not working very well, and she would like him to come and fix it. As men were not allowed to come into the harem, he was to meet her attendant at the mosque of St. Sophia, and the attendant would see to conducting him to the lady's palace and smuggling him in. "Above all things, be very prudent," she said, and then she switched off while he vainly tried to obtain further particulars. Sharp at the appointed time, young McMasher found himself at the door of the mosque. The attendant was waiting, yet appeared not to notice him, but as she walked past him she whispered, "Follow me quietly, at a distance." The affair was beginning to assume all the appearance of the regulation Oriental intrigue, but Julius was ripe for any adventure. He waited until the messenger had gone some distance, and then followed her unobtrusively. It was not a very long journey. Julius saw his guide enter the door of a very fine mansion, and as the door was left open, he followed in and found the attendant waiting for him. She led him through one apartment after another, furnished with true Oriental splendor, and at last introduced him into the chamber where the wireless apparatus was installed. "Your Excellency," said the servant, "here is the gentleman." Evidently, Julius's fair customer was a lady of the highest rank. This time she was unveiled, and as she rose from the divan to greet him, Julius perceived that she was even more beautiful than he'd imagined. Never before had he seen such a houri. To avoid showing his embarrassment, Julius approached the wireless set to examine it, but she hastily plucked him by the sleeve and drew him back. "Hush," she said. "You must not make any noise, or my father may hear you. He has returned unexpectedly and is in his room. Perhaps, however, you can discover the trouble without switching on the current. If not, you must return tomorrow." Julius leaned over and examined the instrument, but everything appeared in perfect condition. The young lady stood beside him watching him, and insensibly Julius's arm began stealing gently around her waist. She did not appear to notice it, so Julius, growing bolder, pressed her to him. Their eyes met, and she yielded gracefully. Her lips and his met in one long, sweet kiss, and then she allowed her head to sink upon his shoulder. They were disturbed by a sudden noise, and looking up, Aisa, for that was the young lady's name, or Ayesha as it is usually anglicized, perceived her father, glaring at her with a glare of 110 Othello power voltage. "Ha!" cried he. So, my fine young fellow, do you imagine you can come into a man's house like this and make love to his daughter, and then escape scot-free? Not if I know myself. Hey, guards, come here. Seize me this dog of an unbeliever, and I'll make an example of him." "Quick, Julius," cried the girl. "I will try to hold my father while you escape by the other door. He won't hurt me, but he would kill you if he got hold of you now." There was no time to lose, so Julius with a bound flung open the rear door and scrambled downstairs. He heard voices behind him, and his pursuers were so close upon him that in his hurry he went down one flight too many and found himself in the cellars. There was no possibility of repairing the error, and it seemed hopeless to seek a hiding place here. Nevertheless, it was his only hope, so he entered one of the cellars, and perceiving a trapdoor in the floor, he lifted it up, and was delighted to see a sheet of water a few feet below him. "The Bosphorus!" he cried gleefully. "I'm saved." For he understood at once that this must be the famous sheet of water that washes the walls of the residences of many of the wealthy inhabitants of Constantinople. Julius was a good swimmer, and escape seemed now assured, for it would be mere child's play to swim in the dark to some boat or to some deserted part of the city. Without a moment's hesitation, therefore, he plunged into the water, pulling down the trapdoor behind him. He then started out swimming, but had not gone 10 feet when he came to an obstruction, a row of piles planted close together so as to form a wall. Nothing daunted, Julius swam along this wall, but imagine his consternation when he found himself back at his starting point without having found a single opening in the wall. He was, in fact, in a submerged prison, and strange tales came back to his mind, tales of gay wives of sultans who would lure their sweethearts to visit them in their palace, and when tired of them would guard against indiscretions by throwing the unfortunate men into just such a flooded prison as this one. When drowned, the bodies could be thrown into the Bosphorus, and the men would appear to have met a natural death by drowning. A second tour of the chamber convinced Julius of the fact that there was no outlet, and by diving he found the depth of the water to be between 10 and 15 feet. On the other hand, it was impossible to reach the trapdoor to open it again. He tried several times to spring up from the water, but the trapdoor was far beyond his reach. He seemed destined to drown here like a rat in a trap. He could swim around for a few hours, but after that, he shuddered as he thought of the eventuality. Just as he'd given up all hope, the trapdoor was stealthily opened and a face appeared through. "Julius, is that you?" came the sweet voice of Aisa in a whisper. "Yes, darling," he cried, overjoyed. "Can you get a piece of rope to help me out?" "There's no time," she replied, "but take hold of the end of my hike. It is very strong and will do as well as a rope." With the words she took off the garment, and letting down one end so Julius could grasp it, she passed the other end round the hinge of the trapdoor for support. Julius, with this aid, was easily able to lift himself far enough to grasp the sides of the trapdoor opening. So busily were the pair engaged that they neither of them noticed that the girl's father had appeared in the doorway and was eagerly watching the scene. Just at the critical moment, however, when Julius was trying to swing himself up, the young folks were startled by a cry of fierce rage. Aisa shrieked and turned to fall on her knees before her stern parent, But with an oath, he caught her by the hair and hurled her down the hole, right on top of her lover. Then he slammed the trapdoor down, and the sound of a key turning in the lock informed Julius that the trapdoor was padlocked and that all hope of escape in this direction was cut off. Julius, thrown back into the water, had some difficulty in disengaging himself from the girl, who had clung to him in a fright. Luckily, her hike was still hanging from the trapdoor, so Julius made her cling to it while he made a third tour of exploration round his prison. For the first time in his life, Julius wished he'd never seen a wireless apparatus, and he cursed himself for a fool for ever having tried to send secret messages by wireless. But his was not a nature to give up tamely. Perhaps some outlet existed under the water? This, however, proved a vain hope, but as Julius felt inch by inch around the walls of his prison, he came to a corner where one of the wooden piles appeared to have rotted at the top. Young McMasher was a muscular fellow, and clearing away the rotten wood with his fingers and aiding himself with his jackknife, he, with considerable trouble, succeeded in making an opening large enough to barely allow the passage of his body. Then he returned for Aisa, who was pretty nearly exhausted. By great good luck, the passage led into the open Bosphorus, and Julius had no trouble in swimming with the girl to a safe spot for landing. It would take too long to recount how Julius smuggled the girl on board an ocean liner, but when the steamer sailed that afternoon, it carried with it a pair of loving hearts, thankful for having escaped from all the many dangers that menaced them. But neither Julius nor his charming wife has ever made use of the wireless cipher machine since. End of section 38. Read by Sandra.
Section 39 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jen Broda. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. The Mystery of Atomic Energy. Extract from Frederick Soddy's book, Interpretation of Radium. The discovery of radium has led to new conceptions of our ideas of matter. The old philosophers had already conceived the idea that atoms of a body formed planetary systems of their own, but the knowledge that a cobblestone contains sufficient energy to blow up an entire city is a modern concept. Physicists now are endeavoring to find means of utilizing this latent energy. Let us hope they will not find it until mankind can be trusted to make proper use of the tremendous powers stored up all around us. "Pep!" cried Dr. Hackensaw jubilantly. "I have found it." "What have you found now?" asked Miss Pepita Perkins, lazily looking up from the novel she was reading. "I've just made one of the greatest inventions that has ever been made." "It seems to me I've heard you say that before. Every one of your inventions seems to be the greatest ever made." Dr. Hackensaw laughed. "Yes," he assented. "I suppose it's the same with any inventor as with a mother. Her last baby always seems to be the finest." "Well, what is it that you've invented this time?" "I've discovered the means of releasing atomic energy." Pep looked blank. "What's that?" she asked. "Good gracious! Haven't you ever heard of atomic energy? Then perhaps I'd better explain from the beginning so that you will understand things clearly. To begin with, it has long been known that certain substances possessed a store of latent energy which they could release under given conditions. A lump of coal, for instance, seems inert, yet when we set fire to it, it can give forth power enough to run our railroads and our steamships. But it was only with the discovery of radium that we began to understand that every substance possesses a tremendous amount of this latent power. If only we knew how, we could get far more work out of the cobblestone than we can at present out of a lump of coal of the same size. Both seem equally inert and harmless, but the power resides there just the same. Uranium disintegrates very slowly into radium, and radium disintegrates into lead, and in the transformation, a large amount of energy is set free. Here, the disintegration occurs naturally. We know of no means of hastening or retarding it. Now, scientists are certain that any element in disintegrating into a lower one must likewise give out energy, and it is believed that the disintegration, like that of uranium, is very slow, so slow as to be imperceptible. The thing to find was means to hasten it. If a log of wood is allowed to decay, it gives out as much heat in the process as it would if burnt, but the decomposition requires years instead of hours. To get the heat or energy immediately, we must set fire to the log. In the same way, to get the energy from the coal, we must start the disintegration by setting fire to the coal. Once lighted, a coal fire can keep itself up indefinitely. It needs merely to be started. The same must be true in getting atomic energy from stone. All we need is to find means of starting the disintegration, of kindling the atomic fire, so to speak. Once started, the disintegration itself will release enough heat to continue the process. It is this that I have discovered, the means of starting the molecules and atomic disintegration in stones, or more properly speaking, in sand. For I found the stones were too large and too dangerous to handle. Sand is much easier to work with and can easily be obtained anywhere. "Whew!" exclaimed Pep. For a long time I hesitated as to whether to make my discovery public or not. Mankind's moral progress is so slow compared to his scientific progress that it is dangerous to put too much power in his hands. Our new inventions, the steamship, automobile, and airplane, are all utilized as war machines for killing off other men, and all new explosives are used as much for war purposes as for digging canals and other useful work. To give mankind the secret of atomic energy, by means of which a wheelbarrow full of sand would suffice to blow up all New York City, would be like putting a razor or a bombshell in the hands of a 2-year-old baby. He would be almost certain to kill himself, and would very likely do great damage to others. Hence, I have kept my invention very quiet so far, but meanwhile, I have quietly made arrangements for utilizing their energy for a number of different purposes that I think will result in immense benefit to mankind. I have chosen men whom I knew I could trust to act as my agents, and to none of them have I confided the real secret, the method of starting the disintegration, nor the equally important method of stopping it, or rather of limiting its ravages. For so far, I have no means of stopping it. I can only isolate the portion that is burning and let it go out of itself when the disintegration is complete. I use the term burning, you understand, because it is convenient, though the process has little analogy to real combustion, save that it releases energy, and this energy may be turned into heat, light, sound, or electricity, the same as any other form of energy. "How do you isolate it?" asked Pep. "Ah, my lass, that was a hard problem to solve, but it had to be solved at the very start. Otherwise, if I once started the disintegrating, a small amount of earth, if I may call it so, would spread to the surrounding earth, and stones, rocks and all, would begin to disintegrate in their turn, and the whole terrestrial globe would be consumed. It would be as if the earth were a ball of coal, and a coal fire were started anywhere on its surface. The fire would spread and spread until the layer of ashes was thick enough to keep away the air and prevent further combustion. There are coal fires in mines that have gone on for years. But enough of this talk. I start tomorrow by airplane to visit some of my atomic energy enterprises, and if you wish to come along, I shall be glad to take you. Our first stop will be at my plantations at the South Pole. Here I started the sand burning some 3 months ago, so we ought to find some tangible results." Chapter 2, Polar Regions Made Tropical. "Here we are, Pep," cried Dr. Hackensaw gaily as he steered his airplane down near a grove of tall palm trees. "What do you think of my success in growing palm trees in the polar region?" Pep could scarcely believe her eyes. Here was a real tropical landscape, with dates, bananas, oranges, and coconuts growing, with prairies of grass and vegetables, and flowers of many varieties in full bloom. And yet, circling it all, not 5 miles away, was the interminable field of polar ice. "Gee!" she cried. "How did you ever do it, Doc?" "Simply enough. All that is needed to change the poles into tropics is heat, and any form of energy can be transformed into heat. We are here on the Antarctic continent, and of course there is Earth enough to furnish me all the atomic energy needed for thousands of years to come. Of course, I brought with me a small amount of pulverized sand with which to start operations, for I had first to melt the field of ice to get down to the solid Earth. After that, I could pulverize and screen the Earth itself for my fuel. I use the word screen just as I use the word fuel because the proper word does not yet exist. No screen made would powder my Earth to the necessary degree of fineness. It is an almost impalpable dust that I need in order to keep my atomic energy under control, and even this dust I must dilute with a great deal of inert gas, or I would blow my engines to pieces." "But didn't you tell me that you only started work here 3 months ago?" "Yes. Yet here you have palm trees over 50 years old, growing and bearing fruit." "Yes, Pep. I thought you knew that full-grown trees are nowadays transplanted as easily as small ones. Some genius discovered that successful transplantation depended on the number of roots preserved. So, horticulturists nowadays spend years in preparing trees for transplanting. They cut back the roots of the growing tree, forcing new roots to sprout close to the tree. In a few years, all the roots are in one clump close to the trunk instead of spreading out some 200 feet in all directions. The full-grown tree, with all its roots, can be transplanted with ease, and a millionaire who builds himself a house in a desert can surround his mansion with a grove of secular trees in the course of a month instead of having to wait 50 years for them to grow. I found these trees ready prepared and had a special airplane truck constructed to bring them here as soon as my ground was ready to receive them. How do you like my Antarctic farm? I have here all the productions of the tropics, of the temperature climes, and the poles. I can have torrid summer weather here, and a 5-mile ride will bring me to perpetual ice and snow, where I can skate or sleigh ride or hunt polar bears and seals at pleasure. My air here at present almost free from germs, though of course it will not long continue so. When you have admired everything enough, just jump into the plane again, and I will take you to the desert of Sahara and show you what I have accomplished there by means of this same atomic energy. You will begin to realize the value of my invention when you see how it enables me to make every portion of our planet habitable by man. Chapter 3, A Canal Through Desert of Sahara. Here we are at Tunis, Pep. And here you will see the beginning of my canal through the desert of Sahara. The canal extends all the way across the desert to Timbuktu. Some job, let me tell you, to dig this ditch through hundreds of miles of desert and let in the waters of the Mediterranean. Even with the aid of atomic energy, it was no light task. You see, in this case, it was explosive energy and not mere heat that I needed. And there were 2 drawbacks to using the explosive force of grains of sand. The first was that the explosions would destroy the insulators, and thus the disintegration would spread unchecked to the whole desert. And the second was that each explosion would throw the neighboring grains of sand to a distance, and so stop the work until a new start could be made. By using my sand and a very fine powder, I was able to guard against the first danger, for while the powder disintegrated readily, it did not produce energy enough to start disintegration in an ordinary grain of sand. I thus need not bother about insulators. All I needed to do was to reduce the explosion to such a degree that I could use a suitable instrument carried in an automobile and by means of a hose feed the dust slowly in a stream of inert gas, the dust exploding as it touched the ground. This was slow work, but the only alternative was to change the energy into heat and utilize the heat to run a dredging machine to dig the canal. This would have been even slower yet. Now, shall we fly along the banks of the canal to Timbuktu? You can already see for yourself the advantages of this new stream in the desert, for all along its course there are Arab encampments. And at the places where I have created small lakes, whole villages have sprung up. But, objected Pep, I thought the water of the Mediterranean was salt. So it is, but by distillation it can easily be rendered fit for drinking purposes. In fact, driven wells will furnish enough fresh water. This salt water is all right for irrigation, as the salt can be filtered out as the water percolates through the soil. Dr. Hackensaw's joy was great to perceive that several vessels were already in the canal making their preliminary trip. "It won't be long," said he, "before a railroad, too, follows the line of the canal." Timbuktu was reached in the course of about 4 hours of flying, and the night was spent there. "And now," said Dr. Hackensaw to the young girl, "I am going to show you another of the conquests which the mastery of atomic energy has permitted. You saw at the South Pole how easy it will be to reclaim the Arctic regions. Here you see how I can reclaim this immense desert, larger in area than the whole United States. Next, I shall show you how I can conquer the ocean itself, a transcendental discovery, because the surface of the earth contains several times as great an area of water as of land. We are now about to start for what will soon be a new continent, for in the very midst of the Pacific Ocean, I have started creating a new land." "What?" "Yes, Pep. There will soon be a new Pacific continent to add to the map. You are probably aware that at intervals in the past, new lands have emerged and all continents have been submerged through the agency of earthquakes. The idea occurred to me that I might create an artificial earthquake by means of atomic energy, and so produce a new continent for my own use. Columbus discovered America, but I shall go him one better. I shall create my Pacific continent. I have already started work. I chose an elevated portion of the sea bottom, probably a spot where a continent existed at some remote age, and after long planning, by means of special submarine boats adapted to descend to great depths, I started releasing atomic energy under the bed of the ocean so as to upheave it quietly, as it is sometimes upheaved slowly by natural causes. To save work, I have upheaved this land in a circle so that my island is really a ring with a central lagoon. Then I can elevate the center and so complete my island. Up to date, I have only raised one small island as an experiment. To this, I shall add others and finally join them all together into one land." To Pep, the airplane trip to the new island was very tedious, though she relieved the monotony of the journey somewhat by taking an occasional trick at the steering wheel. And when they did at last sight the island, it was a disappointment, being nothing but a kind of mud bank with no vegetation except some dead and offensive seaweeds, and fish and marine monsters in various stages of decomposition. "Oh, don't let's land here," she cried. "The place is too horrible." "All right," assented Dr. Hackensaw, whose nostrils, too, were offended. "I'll wait till it's been cleared off and planted, and I'll wager that then you'll be delighted to come with me. And mark my words, it won't be long before I have a whole large continent here. Then I shall build an isthmus to connect it to China on the one hand and to the United States on the other, so that we can have a trans-Pacific railroad. And on my new continent, I shall manufacture atomic energy and sell it in the form of light, heat, and power to all the nations of the world to run their boats, their trains, their factories, and all of their machinery. And now for home. Chapter 4. A Rival Inventor. "Say, Pop," cried Pep Perkins, "you're not the only man who has invented atomic energy. Here's another one." And with the words, she handed the doctor a newspaper and pointed to an advertisement in the personal columns. Atomic energy. "The undersigned hereby informs the governments of the whole world that he has discovered the secret of atomic energy and the means of utilizing it. In other words, he has discovered a force which will enable any nation to easily annihilate its enemies. I offer my secret to the government that makes the highest bid, all bids to be made in this personal column. As a sample of the power of this atomic energy, I shall, on Saturday next at 5 p.m., blow up the land on which the carousel in Central Park now stands. The authorities are asked to take proper precautions to prevent the loss of life. I.N. Venter." Dr. Hackensaw read the announcement with a frown. Philanthropist as he was, it was a blow to his pride to think that another inventor had stolen a march on him. Then an idea struck him, and with a roar he jumped for the safe where he had stored some of his prepared tapes. For convenience and safety in handling his explosive, he had prepared long rolls of tape similar to that used for telegraphing stock quotations. On this roll, the finely pulverized dust he obtained by crushing grains of sand was glued with certain chemical substances between the particles. In this way, he was able to control the atomic energy released. "Pep!" he cried, half joyfully, half sorrowfully. "That fellow is a villain. He hasn't invented anything. He has only stolen a lot of my prepared tapes. And yes, he has stolen one of my radio machines to start the disintegration. I must look into this at once, because there is no knowing what damage the fellow will do handling this stuff that he doesn't know anything about." Chapter 5. Saturday had come, and the neighborhood of the carousel in Central Park was thronged with spectators eager to see what was going to happen. At 4:45, a small boy wormed his way through the crowd and handed the head of police a slip of paper bearing these words: "On account of the crowd, I shall blow up the rocks on the ball ground instead of the carousel. I.N. Venter." A loudspeaker had been installed for the occasion, and through this, the chief of police made the announcement of the change in program. All eyes now turned toward these rocks, well known to every New Yorker. Generations of children had slidden down those rocks, and if you had asked what caused the polished surface of the rock, the large majority would have answered that it was caused by the seats of the trousers of the boys who had slid down. As a matter of fact, this polish was hundreds of thousands of years old, and like the scratches on the surface of the rock, were due to glacial action at the time when the ice was digging the chain of Great Lakes and the smaller lakes that honeycombed the states of Maine and New York. At the stroke of 5, there was a perceptible tremor of the earth. This gradually increased, and a number of people were thrown down. Then, the enormous mass of rocks at the southern extremity of the ball field was seen to slowly rise in the air. There were a series of loud cracking sounds as the huge rock broke into fragments, and then, with one terrific explosion, large masses were hurled in all directions. For 5 minutes, the disturbance continued, though what was happening could not be seen because of the cloud of dust that enveloped everything and covered the spectators themselves. The performance was over. Chapter 6. "It's all right, Pep," cried Dr. Hackensaw the next day. "The rogue has met with his deserts, and the country is saved." "How did it happen? Was he blown up in the explosion?" "No, he met a more prosaic end. He had come to the park in an automobile. In this way, his radio apparatus for starting the explosion could be completely concealed. But he was in such a hurry to get away that he collided with another auto, and as luck would have it, he was killed instantaneously. I read of the account in the papers, and the description of the radio apparatus and the rolls of purple tape found in the damaged auto told me the tale at once. The police imagine it was just an everyday auto accident, so I had no trouble in getting possession of my tapes again. And in future I shall keep these powerful engines of destruction safely stored in the strongest vaults of some safe deposit company. They are too dangerous to leave exposed to ordinary sneak thieves. As a matter of fact, I begin to fear that I may have to give up all my schemes for the utilization of this atomic energy. I am beginning to see the wisdom of a well-known English king. I think it was Alfred the Great. A chemist came to him one day and explained that he had discovered a new explosive far more powerful than gunpowder. King Alfred rewarded him generously, but on the express condition that he would keep his discovery secret, as men already possessed sufficient means of destroying each other. It is the same today, Pep. The world is not far enough advanced yet to make proper use of atomic energy. Our wars and our strikes would become far more destructive than they are at present, and humanity, in its foolishness, might wipe itself completely from the face of the earth. End of section 39.
Section 40 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fezande. A Journey to the Center of the Earth, Part 1. Chapter 1. "Pep!" cried Dr. Hackensaw. "Do you want to take a trip with me?" "Sure, Pop," answered Miss Pepita Perkins gaily. "Where to?" "To the South Pole first, and from there possibly on to the center of the Earth." "What?" "Yes, Pep. I have decided to penetrate nature's greatest mystery and discover what lies at the center of our Earth. Up to date, nobody has the faintest idea of what is to be found there. For many years, the center of the Earth was supposed to be a liquid mass of white-hot molten matter on the top of which floated the cooled upper crust, about 100 miles in thickness. This belief was strengthened by the fact that in our minds the temperature increases slowly as the depth increases. It would follow that the center must be a white-hot mass. The existence of volcanoes would lend support to the belief. But of late years this view has been gradually abandoned. If the center of the Earth were a liquid sea of fire, this sea would be attracted by the sun and the moon, and our volcanoes would have daily high tides and low tides, the same as our oceans of water. Other circumstances, too, lead to the belief that our Earth is not fluid at the center, but is as rigid as steel. However, nothing really definite was known until I, a few years ago, set about exploring the nature of the center of the Earth by means of radio waves. Radio waves? What do you mean? I mean to say that radio waves in their passage through a medium are modified to a certain extent by the medium through which they are passing. I have accordingly spent a great deal of time in studying just what modifications are produced by passing these waves through different thicknesses of rock, sand, clay, gravel, and various metallic ores. Of course, I was obliged to use directed waves, for if the wave passed around the obstacle instead of through it, it would tell me nothing. After I had carefully tabulated the results of my experiment, I sent out several radio expeditions to test conditions at the center of the Earth. These expeditions were in pairs. Each pair was at opposite poles or points on the Earth's surface. thence to send and receive radio waves of prearranged strengths and frequencies directed right through the center of the Earth. The vessels carrying the radio apparatus were, of course, timed to be at the same moment at opposite points. Following the same great circle of the Earth in the same direction, they were always opposite each other, and could arrange to stop every 100 miles on their course and exchange new waves. By comparing the result from all these expeditions and eliminating all the differences, I could tell just what resistance was offered by the central portion of the Earth, and could thus form some idea as to whether it were a mass of molten matter or solid rock. This was supplemented by the work of some other expeditions, which instead of following a great circle followed small circles of latitude or longitude. In this case, the radio waves exchanged did not pass through the center of the Earth, but through the chord of a sliced-off portion in this diagram. Dr. Hackensaw here showed Pep a simple sketch of a section of the Earth. This work served to control the other observations, because in this case the wave did not pass through the center of the Earth. "Well, did you find what the Earth is made of?" asked Pep. Dr. Hackensaw shook his head. "The results are most puzzling, and I don't dare to publish them. They are so wild, and so much at variance with the current scientific theories. Consequently, I am determined to make an attempt to penetrate the center of the Earth, in order to verify or disprove my theories." "Gee," cried Pep, "that's some job you're undertaking. How are you going to dig your way down?" "I'm going to make use of atomic energy to dig the tunnel. You were with me when we watched the blowing up of the rock in Central Park, so you have some faint idea of what my atomic force can do. Well, I have invented a digging machine for digging deep shafts into the Earth, by means of this same energy." "I understand," said Pep. "But what's your idea in starting from the South Pole? Why not start from here?" "There are several reasons," replied the doctor. "In the first place, we should be tormented here by reporters and curiosity seekers. But my main reason is that, as the Earth is flattened at the poles, I shall save several miles of digging. Besides, I have just received word from the agent of my colony at the South Pole that he has now discovered a pit, or extinct crater that seems to be about 5 miles deep. Of course, 5 miles is very little on a total of 4,000 miles, yet every little bit helps. But I am wasting time. Now that you know my plans, are you still willing to come along with me?" "Sure, Pop. I wouldn't miss it for a circus." Chapter 2. Here we are, exactly at the South Pole, Pep. And I bet you can't tell me in what direction we are flying." "I bet I can. We're going due south. We haven't changed our direction." Dr. Hackensaw's eyes twinkled. "You're wrong, Pep," said he. "We're going due north. A person standing exactly at the South Pole can travel neither east nor west nor south. No matter in what direction he goes, he will be traveling due north. Similarly, to a person at the North Pole, all directions are due south." "How is it that the compass isn't vertical here?" asked Pep. "For the reason that the magnetic poles do not coincide with the poles of the Earth. Scientists are not yet agreed as to the cause of the Earth's magnetism, but it is believed to be due to electric currents that circulate around the surface of the Earth. It is not the Earth itself that attracts the compass, but the needle is acted on by these electric currents, and the currents are probably caused by the heat of the sun striking the Earth further and further to the west, as the sun apparently travels from east to west between sunrise and sunset. Here we are over my polar plantations that we visited once before. We shall not stop there today, but push right on for our goal, 50 miles further on." A few minutes brought the airplane to the spot, and the doctor and Pep alighted to confer with the doctor's agent, who had received orders to make all necessary preparations for starting work. By means of atomic energy, the snow and ice had been cleared away from most of the territory, with the exception of a collection of ice huts, which had previously been constructed by a very rapid method, having been made in a mold into which water had been poured and allowed to freeze. On upending the mold, the ice house slid out, all ready for occupation. Mr. Sam, the agent, was delighted to see our travelers, and was especially interested in the doctor's electric aeroplane, the Dart. "Where are the storage batteries?" queried Mr. Sam. "There are no batteries," replied the doctor. "I thought you said it was electrical." "So it is, at least as much as storage batteries are electrical. A storage battery, of course, does not really store up electricity, It stores up chemical energy. Electricity is no more stored than it would be if we used the current to decompose water into hydrogen and oxygen, and then burned the gases and used the heat to run a dynamo and produce new electricity. In my airplane, it is atomic energy that is converted into electricity and runs the propellers. But we have no time to lose. Have you cleared out the bottom of the pit so we can begin our digging? Everything is ready for the start, said Mr. Sam. The pit is cleared out and the diamond drill has started. How does the diamond drill work? Asked the doctor. First rate, but it seems a pity to use those immense diamonds worth hundreds of thousands of dollars for the purpose of digging through rocks. Don't let that worry you, replied the doctor. I have found the means of producing large diamonds as cheaply as we can produce graphite. They are nothing but charcoal in another form, but their hardness makes them ideal for drilling work like this. If you'll just jump aboard the dart, I'll take you down to the bottom of the pit so we can see how things are progressing. By the way, observed Mr. Sam, I am convinced that this pit must continue much further down. It seemed to be blocked up by a fault in the geological strata. This fault completely closes the bottom of the pit. But unless I am very much mistaken, when we dig a little deeper we shall find that the pit extends considerably further. In that case, remarked Dr. Hackensaw, there would be danger of the drilling tool and the workmen dropping right through into the hole below. I have guarded against that, explained Mr. Sam modestly. I have placed the workmen and the drill on a movable platform, and this platform is supported by chains securely fastened above. In fact, I have gone even further. I have enclosed the entire platform hermetically in a kind of large metal bell, closed at the bottom, the drill projecting through a stuffing box. What was your object in doing that? I had two reasons. In the first place, I wished to protect the workmen in case carbon monoxide or other poisonous gases should be present, and secondly, to avoid danger in case there should be a partial vacuum below that might suck down the men. You acted very wisely, said Dr. Hackensaw, who made a careful examination of the machinery. All right, said he. Everything seems okay, Mr. Sam, and you can start the drill going again. Mr. Sam pressed a switch, and the enormous diamond-pointed auger began cutting its way down through the hard rock as though it had been cheese. Chapter 3. Did you say this pit was 5 miles deep? Asked Dr. Hackensaw of his agent. Yes, replied Mr. Sam. That is the approximate depth. I didn't measure it exactly. I merely let a bomb fall into the pit from above, and I found that 60 seconds elapsed from the time the bomb left my hand to the time I heard the explosion. Hence, this pit must be nearly 5 miles deep. How do you figure that? Asked Pep. Dr. Hackensaw explained. You see, Pep, said he, a body near the surface of the earth falls 16 feet the first second, 48 feet the second, 18 feet the third, and so on. As a physicist would say, the total distance fallen equals g times t squared divided by 2, in which g stands for the attraction of gravitation. In other words, the acceleration of 32 feet per second of a body near the Earth's surface. If the distance fallen were great, this figure would be too large, as the portion of the Earth passed through would pull the body backwards. It is sufficiently accurate, however, for the present purpose. To fall 5 miles, therefore, the body would take 16 t squared seconds. As a mile contains 5,280 feet, t squared equals 5 times 5,280 divided by 16, or 1,650 seconds. Therefore, the time is the square root of 1650, or a trifle over 40 seconds for the bomb to fall the 5 miles. But, objected Pep, he said it took the bomb 60 seconds to fall. No, he said that it was 60 seconds before he heard the noise of the explosion. It takes sound a trifle over 4 seconds to travel a mile, so it would take 20 seconds for the sound of the explosion to travel the 5 miles. In other words, it took the sound 1/3 as long to travel back as it took the stone to fall. Had the pit been a little deeper, the stone would have traveled faster than the sound. But as you see, 40 seconds to fall and 20 seconds for the sound to travel back show that the pit is just 5 miles deep. This will save us quite a little digging. How long will it take for the drill to go a mile? Asked Pep. I hope we won't have to wait an age here. We'd have to wait pretty long if I had only the diamond drill to depend on. But I am using that just to get a start. Tomorrow I shall take out the diamond drill and put my atomic drill in its place. Will the atomic drill go faster? A great deal faster. In fact, there is no comparison between the two. Atomic energy is a wonderful power, and I have fortunately succeeded in harnessing it up in such a way as to avoid all danger. How does the atomic drill work? Well, it's not exactly a drill. I call it that merely for convenience. It is, in reality, more in the nature of a torch. There is the machine ready to be put in its place. To understand its working, you need only think of a gasoline torch melting a hole through the ice on a skating pond. Swing the torch around in a circle, and it will soon dig deep into the ice. My atomic energy torch acts in much the same way. Instead of gasoline, my fuel, if I may call it so, consists of finely pulverized sand, which I place in the reservoir of the drill or torch. By means of the ignition device, as I call it, that you see near the torch, I am enabled to obtain undreamt of voltage, and am thus enabled to start the disintegration of this dust. As the pulverized sand disintegrates, the liberated energy not only accomplishes work, but causes the disintegration of more of the sand. By feeding the dust slowly to the tip of the torch, or the burner as I call it, the disintegration will continue as long as any sand is left in the reservoir. The heat generated in the process is enormous and melts the rocks and earth as if they were so much light snow. How is it that the rocks and the earth do not disintegrate? Asked Pep. For two reasons. First, they are not so finely pulverized as the dust I use. And secondly, I am careful not to bring my torch too near. I keep it far enough away so it will melt the rocks without getting them to disintegrate, if I may use the expression. How do you get rid of the molten rocks? The molten material is carried up by endless chains of buckets. The work will be done automatically, so there will be no risk of the workman being injured. How is it that your torch and your buckets do not melt? They are kept cool by electricity. I haven't time to explain the process now, but it has long been known that the electric current can be used for cooling as well as heating. Electricity is a wonderful power. There is almost nothing that it is unable to accomplish if properly directed. But enough of this lecture. The men are stopping the diamond drill now, and will soon disconnect it and set up the atomic torch in its place. Then you will see the sparks fly. I have arranged an X-ray machine so that we can witness the effect of the atomic torch as it digs its way downward through the rocks. Several hours were required to make the change, but Dr. Hackensaw and Pep waited to see the torch well set up in place and started in operation. It was interesting to see the rapidity with which the rock melted under the impact of the white-hot ionized particles, and the stream of fluid lava was blown into buckets by a stream of helium gas. Luckily, it was not necessary to carry the molten lava to the surface of the earth. There was a deep side channel a short distance up the pit, and into this the molten rock was poured. The buckets, the drill, and the closed chamber in which the operator stood were all protected from the heat by electrical refrigerating devices. A supply of air in the workroom was furnished from tanks, as the noxious gases generated by the heat would have been irrespirable. A microphone of special construction with a series of amplifying devices carried to the doctor and his assistants the faintest sounds. It was provided with a sort of tuning device which enabled them to listen at will either to the sound of the revolving torch, to that of the seething lava, or cutting both of these out, it enabled them to listen to whatever other fainter sounds there might be. This precaution was necessary, as the doctor had no idea how deep the fault might extend, and to cut completely through into the pit below would have been exceedingly dangerous. That a cavity existed below was certain. There was a hollow, cavernous sound produced by the reverberations of the rock through which they were cutting, sounds analogous to those of a drum when rubbed. Down, deeper down went the torch into the earth's entrails, until finally the reverberations became so great that Dr. Hackensaw gave orders to halt the atomic energy torch. "It sounds as if there couldn't be more than a foot of solid rock below," said he, "and then we shall strike the open pit again. We'd better install the diamond drill once more, or rather a 2-inch drill, so as to cut a small hole into the pit." No sooner said than the work started. The torch was disconnected, and after cooling the rock, the small diamond drill began boring down through the last few inches of the fault. The work progressed rapidly when suddenly there was a tremendous suction of air, and with a whistling sound the drill was sucked right into the opening it was making, and was only held back by the chuck. "Good gracious!" cried Dr. Hackensaw. There's a partial vacuum down below there. Before we can do anything more, we must make an airlock outside of this working chamber. Then, by exhausting the air in the airlock, it will be possible to draw out the drill and drop a bomb down into the pit to ascertain its depth. This work occupied several days, but finally all was in readiness. The drill was withdrawn, and at a sign from the doctor, Pep touched a button that allowed a small bomb to drop into the hole. They all waited anxiously. 1 whole minute passed, then another, then a third, and the minutes slowly succeeded each other until finally, just as the doctor was about to remark that the bomb must have failed to ignite, the sound of the explosion was plainly heard through the loud talker. "Good gracious!" exclaimed the doctor again. "Allowing for the time it took that sound to travel back to us, it is certain that the pit below us is over 100 miles deep." To be continued. End of A Journey to the Center of the Earth, Part 1. End of Section 40. Section 41 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fezandi. A Journey to the Center of the Earth, Part 2. Chapter 4. "Jerusalem!" exclaimed Dr. Hackensaw. "This 100-mile pit will save us a lot of digging, but it forces us to change our plans immediately. Evidently, a partial vacuum exists in this pit, and our first step must be to ascertain exactly what degree of vacuum exists. Luckily, this will be easy, as I have a couple of special Geisler tubes with me, so constructed that air may be admitted or pumped out at will. One of these tubes I shall open and let down into the pit. The rarefied atmosphere of the pit and that in the tube will soon equalize. By passing an electric current through the tube and comparing the fluorescence with that of the second tube, into which I can admit more or less air, until the 2 tubes emit an equal amount of light, I shall know that the vacuum in the pit is exactly equal to that in the second tube." The experiment was tried, but when the results became known, Dr. Hackensaw shook his head. "The air density in the pit is really very slight," he exclaimed. "In one way, of course, this is an advantage, for it will relieve us of the danger of encountering an enormous air pressure down below. But on the other hand, it will make the start difficult." "Couldn't you let in more air?" asked Pep. "Certainly, and I should unhesitatingly do so if I were convinced that the pit were only 100 miles deep. I believe it to be much deeper, however." "But you said the bomb exploded 100 miles below the surface." "So it did, but it may have struck the side of the pit, or it may even have been set off by the compression of the air in front of it. However, to save time, we'll do a little exploring. The electric airplane, the Dart, is provisioned for 6 months, and has an oxygen supply sufficient for 3 months. Accordingly, if we are prudent, we will have little to fear. What I shall do will be to provide some 25 or more miles of light but strong chain, fasten them to the rear of the airplane, and let the car slowly down so we can examine the pit a little. To aid in this work, I shall have some suits made in the style of light diving suits. These will be provided with suction boots made on the principle of a fly's feet, the suction enabling me to walk down the sides of the pit without danger of falling, just as a fly walks head downwards on a ceiling." "Gee!" cried Pep. "Make a pair of those boots for me, too. But won't it be tiresome to hold our bodies stiff?" "No, I shall have a metal framework made to wear under our clothing. The whole weight of our bodies will thus be borne by the metal frame, and not by our muscles. Of course, we shall not be able to use these suction boots so long as the air in the pit is so rarefied. It requires normal atmospheric pressure to make sufficient suction. We can only use the boots in case the pressure is greater down below, or in case I let air from above into the pit." Chapter 5. Several weeks were required for the necessary preparations, and Pep was becoming very impatient, when one fine day Dr. Hackensaw called to her. "Pack your bag at once, Pep. We start at noon." An hour later, the two, accompanied by Miggs, who was to act as pilot for the airplane, had descended into the closed chamber, ready for the start down into the apparently bottomless pit. At sight of the Dart, however, both Miggs and Pep uttered a cry, for the compact spindle-shaped airplane they were familiar with now resembled one of the giant squids or octopuses familiar to all movie fans. Fastened to the rear of the airplane were several long tentacles or arms, resembling huge metal springs set in a circle. It was, in fact, almost an exact imitation of an octopus. Below was a second set resembling the first. "What in the world are those arms for?" asked Pep in surprise. "Those are to serve as brakes," explained Dr. Hackensaw. "As there is practically no air in this portion of the pit, our car would fall down at frightful speed if allowed to drop in." "But I thought the car was to be held back by a chain." "So it is for a short distance, but we cannot place much dependence on the chain, and must soon cast loose from it anyway. Now, I have ascertained that the pit is really a narrow well in the solid rock. As we descend, I shall force these metal arms against the sides of the well, and so be able to check our descent, or stop completely, at will. An electric equalizer will automatically keep the pressure equal in each arm, so that our descent will be steady and uniform. Electric refrigerating devices will keep the ends of the arms from melting through the heat produced by friction against the rock. Should one of the arms become worn or injured, a new arm from below will automatically replace it. I can set the device so that the springs will press against the walls with any degree of pressure I desire. But we can't stand here talking. We must get inside the car, for we have a long way to travel, and I don't dare to get up too much speed. This will not be a joyride by explorers. I have an excellent searchlight on the car, which will reveal our path for a mile or more ahead of us, but it would not pay to be imprudent." "One moment, Doctor," objected Miggs. "You say these brakes are needed to hold us back. Couldn't you reverse the propeller and hold the car back that way?" "Certainly I could if there were normal air at atmospheric pressure in the pit, but there is so little air here that the propeller would have nothing to work against. You cannot push the car backwards unless you've got air or something else to push against." "All right," said Miggs. "I understand that, and I see that without the brakes we would just drop down into the pit. With the help of the brakes we shall get down all right. But if we can't use the propeller, how in the world are we ever going to get up again?" Chapter 6. Dr. Hackensaw smiled at the boy's question. "Don't be afraid, Miggs," said he. "I am not any more anxious than you are to be left down at the bottom of this 100-mile hole, without any means of climbing up again. You know the old Latin proverb, facilis descensus averni. It means that it's easy enough to go down, but not so easy to come up. I didn't find it so easy as all that to go down, but in our case it won't be very difficult to come up again." "How will you manage it?" "Simple enough. The cause of our trouble is that there is almost no air in this pit. The remedy is self-evident. We must let some air in from above, when we wish to return. I have arranged with Mr. Sam, the agent, to let air in by degrees on our return trip. If possible, I shall signal to him by radio just when to send in the air. In case anything goes wrong with our radio apparatus, however, he is to let in air enough so that our car shall always be in an atmosphere of about 15 pounds to the square inch when we return. In such an atmosphere our propeller can easily raise the car, and we can fly back without trouble. If he let in too much air, the pressure down below here would be too great and might cause trouble." "How can Mr. Sam know where the car is and what pressure it exerts?" "The car itself is a large permanent magnet, and by means of an ingenious amplifying device, its distance from the surface of the earth is indicated on an extra-sensitive galvanometer in Mr. Sam's office. But to leave theory and come down to practical matters, there are only 3 of us in the car, so we must take turns as pilots. Each of us will take a trick of 2 hours at the controls, and then have 4 hours rest. There is very little for the pilot to do, as everything is arranged to work automatically as much as possible. Yet it is only prudent to have someone constantly on guard. Our searchlight shows the way for more than a mile ahead. There is a smoked glass window for the pilot to look through, without being blinded by the rapid flashing by of the illuminated walls. My dependence, however, is not on the pilot. I have other devices to ensure our safety. In front of the car is an electric gong, which will ring continuously during our descent. This will be a great protection." "What in the world will be the use of a gong?" asked Miggs, puzzled. "You surely don't expect to meet another car coming up." "No, but I do fear to find some obstruction in the path, or to find a sudden turn in the pit, or even to find the pit completely closed." "But what use will the gong be?" "By means of a parabolic reflector, I shoot the sound straight in front of the car. If there is no obstruction in front of us, there will be no echo. If, however, there is anything in the way, some of the sound waves will be reflected back to us and warn us of our danger. Not only will these waves sound an alarm, but they will automatically work a relay that will work the brakes and check the speed of the car. To make assurance doubly sure, I also shoot forth an ultraviolet ray in front of the car which acts in the same manner. When this ray strikes an obstruction, it is reflected back and acts on a photoelectric cell in the car, also sounding an alarm and putting on the brakes. This device is more delicate than the other, but it has the advantage of speed, for the light waves travel much faster than the sound waves. But we're wasting time. Everything is ready now for the start. I'll take the first trick at the wheel so you can watch me and see how things work. As you would feel a peculiar sensation when we acquire speed, a sensation similar to that experienced on a rapidly descending elevator, you will find it advisable to lie down on the adjustable couches. These couches are provided with a universal joint, so they can be adjusted to any position desired. As you see, there is a similar one provided for the pilot. Now then, are you all ready? Yes? Then I press the button and down we go. Chapter 7. The car trembled for an instant, and then slowly began its descent into the bottomless pit, the chain that held it gradually unwinding as the car descended. By slow degrees the doctor increased speed. The brakes had already been tested out on several previous short trial trips, but so much depended upon their proper working that the doctor now put them to a series of more strenuous tests. He would allow the car to drop suddenly a short distance, and then apply the brakes with a jerk. He was overjoyed to find that they checked the descent of the car at once, and without showing any signs of strain. The passenger suffered more than the brakes, and Pep, off her guard, was even once thrown off her berth to the ground. But she picked herself up, laughing, and accused the doctor of doing it on purpose. Satisfied that everything was in perfect order, Dr. Hackensaw gradually increased speed, and soon the car, or the squid, as Miggs persisted in calling it, was falling downward at a uniform rate of 40 miles an hour. At the end of a couple hours, the instruments indicated that a depth of 80 miles had been reached, and that the vacuum in the pit was not quite so great as at the start. "You've got to look out now," said Miggs, "as the pit is only 100 miles deep. We'll strike the bottom in another half hour." "No danger of that," replied the doctor. "The pit must extend several hundred miles further." "What makes you think that? Didn't you tell us that the bomb which dropped down exploded 100 miles below the surface?" "So it did, but the explosion was in all probability caused by the speed of its fall. It didn't go down quietly the way we did, at 40 miles an hour, but fell at a constantly increasing speed. The compression of the air in front probably sufficed to force the back of the detonator that causes the explosion of the bomb." "But what makes you think we are not near the bottom of the pit?" "Because the air, which is getting slightly denser, doesn't seem to be reflected back to us. If the bottom of the pit were a few miles away, we ought to feel a stronger back pressure or breeze than the instruments show. I am so sure of the fact that the bottom is a long way off that I am going to increase our speed to 100 miles per hour. "All right, but go slow," said Pep, who didn't want another fall. The speed was gradually increased, and now our friends found that their bodies, as before, seemed a trifle lighter as the velocity increased. An acceleration of 32 feet per second would have caused them to lose all their weight and float in the air. Of course, their speed only increased a very small fraction of this, so the loss in weight, while perceptible, was perceived more as an uncomfortable feeling than as a sensation of lightness. "Now, Pep," said Dr. Hackensaw, "as we have a long and probably monotonous journey before us, suppose you hook up the radio set and see if you can catch some good music from one of the broadcast stations." Chapter 8. The start had been made at 8 o'clock in the morning in order to give a long day for the exploration, though of course there was no distinction between day and night in the pit, and the party could turn the electric lights in the car on and off at will. The music broke up the monotony of the trip, and cards and checkers and letter writing, the messages to be sent by radio, helped to pass the time. Pep had resolved to send to her special friends missives from the center of the earth if she should ever reach the spot. As time passed, the three friends found that their weight was becoming perceptibly lighter. Pep, who weighed 120 pounds normally, found when she suspended herself from a spring scale in the car that she now weighed only 100 pounds, and her lightness increased every hour. Another sign that they were approaching the center of the earth was that the tension of the brakes against the walls of the pit, as indicated by a gauge in the car, became gradually less. Miggs inquired the cause of this from the doctor. "You see, Miggs," explained Dr. Hackensaw, "I have set the speed of the car to remain automatically 100 miles per hour, this being the highest speed at which it is prudent to travel. When we go faster than this, the brakes automatically press tighter against the walls of the pit, and so retard our speed. On the other hand, When we go less than 100 miles per hour, the brakes automatically relax a trifle, allowing us to fall faster. But why should we slow up as we near the center of the Earth? I always thought the velocity would keep on increasing until the center of the Earth was reached, and only begin decreasing after we had passed the center. So it would, Miggs, if our car were falling freely in a tube deprived of air. The acceleration of speed would each second become smaller and smaller, but would be added to the previous speed, so that when we reach the center we should be traveling at a terrific rate. But as the brakes keep the car at a uniform speed of 100 miles per hour, and the pull of gravitation becomes smaller each second, the car would gradually slow up and stop unless I eased up on the brakes. Another thing that retards us is that the air is getting denser. It is now 6 o'clock, dinner time by the way, and we have been falling for 10 hours. Of course we went slowly at the start, but we have fallen nearly 900 miles now. If you look at the air gauge, you will see that the air in the pit is perceptibly denser. Not yet the normal atmospheric pressure of 15 pounds to the square inch, but approaching it. Miggs looked at the simple gauge that indicated this pressure. It was nothing but a diaphragm. A valve allowed air from the pit to enter one side of the diaphragm, and air from the car was admitted by another valve to the other side. A rod fastened to the diaphragm was thus pushed forward or back, indicating the pressure by pushing a needle pivoted on a dial. The trio sat down to a hearty meal, taking short tricks of 5 minutes each on the pilot seat, so that all might enjoy the meal together. Care had to be taken in moving around, for their bodies had lost so much weight that a too brisk movement would cause them to jump high in the air. In fact, once poor Pep accidentally jumped so high that she kicked Dr. Hackensaw on the head, knocking him down. Luckily, his light weight prevented him from hurting himself. If we were falling freely, and there was a perfect vacuum in the tube, explained the doctor, we should have had no weight at all during the entire trip, for we should ourselves have been attracted no faster than the car, even if we were in mid-air. As things are, however, we shall not lose our weight completely unless we stop at the center of the Earth. At present, our weight is governed by 3 factors. 1. The speed of the car. 2. The acceleration produced by gravitation at the spot we have reached. And 3. The density of the air in the pit. How does the density of the air in the pit affect our weight? Inquired Miggs. It retards the car, but does not retard our bodies. Hence it increases our weight on the spring scale, or at least it would increase it if the car were falling freely in the pit. After dinner, Dr. Hackensaw examined the instruments again, and then started to make some calculations. The result seemed to puzzle him. Thinking he had made some error, he started all over again, but seemingly with no better result. "What's the matter?" asked Pep. "I don't know, but something's wrong. We are now 1,200 miles below the surface of the Earth, but our weights are much less than they ought to be at this spot. Something is wrong somewhere, unless—" He hesitated an instant, then a gleam of excitement came into his eyes. "I have it!" he cried. "I understand everything now. I understand why our weight is almost nothing at present. I understand, too, what puzzled me so much in the radio observations we made before starting, by sending directed waves to the center of the Earth from surface to surface. But if my hypothesis is correct, the center of the Earth must be an even more marvelous place than anyone had ever suspected it to be." End of section 41. Section 42 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. A Journey to the Center of the Earth, Part 3. Chapter 9. Down, down went the car on its journey toward the center of the Earth. And now the automatic brakes no longer pressed against the sides of the well to check the speed of their descent. Instead of this, the doctor had started the propeller working backwards, for the air in the pit had now reached more than normal density, and the propeller was easily able to check any increase in speed, or even to stop the car completely. Dr. Hackensaw assured himself by a test that such was the fact, and was overjoyed to find that the propeller could now even pull the car upwards. Consequently, the tentacular brakes became useless, and were withdrawn until they should be needed again. Miggs was very much interested in the engine, which was electrical in the sense that it made use of atomic energy as a motor power. The mechanism was as simple as it was efficient. The power was obtained by disintegrating molecules of sand. The sand was first pulverized to an incredible fineness. As this fine dust hung suspended in the air, a sticky thread, whose composition Dr. Hackensaw kept a profound secret, was drawn rapidly through a room filled with it, and passed over heating surfaces which dried it, and the dried thread was wound on spools like ordinary sewing cotton. Dr. Hackensaw had made all these preparations in New York, and had brought with him a number of spools of this prepared thread, which was to serve as motive power as well as for producing heat, cold, light, etc. The disintegration of the dust particles imprisoned in the thread was started by an electric current at an undreamt of potential. Once started, the disintegration proceeded automatically from one dust particle to the next, the thread being fed forward as fast as consumed. In principle, it was like a gas jet, which requires to be lighted at the start, but once started, the flame keeps igniting the new gas as it streams forth from the burner. The doctor had started the disintegration process before leaving the surface of the earth, where he had facilities for producing the high potential required. This greatly simplified the equipment in the car, which consisted merely of the connections required for turning the propeller. Dr. Hackensaw kept an eye on the odometer, and also on a weight suspended to the spring scale. Finally he uttered an ejaculation and cried out, "Pep, do you want to see what it feels like to have no weight at all?" "Sure, Pop," replied the young girl, and Miggs echoed her wish. "Very well, then I shall stop the car here, for unless I am greatly mistaken, we have reached a spot where we shall have no weight at all." "How can that be?" asked Pep. "The odometer says we have only gone 1,500 miles, and you told me that the center of the earth was 4,000 miles from the surface. We can't be anywhere near it yet." "True," assented Dr. Hackensaw. "That's a puzzle, the solution of which you will soon learn for yourself. In the meantime, we shall make a short halt for amusement." The car, which had been descending at a uniform speed of 100 miles per hour, was now gradually slowed up until it came to a complete stop. Long before this point had been reached, the three friends had found their weight gradually diminishing, and they were obliged to hold on to specially prepared handles arranged in the car, in order that a slight movement might not send them spinning in all directions. The lightness was especially emphasized by the rapidity of their motions. Their muscular force being unimpaired, and their arms and legs having lost all weight, any exertion would move an arm or leg 16 times as fast as when opposed by gravity on the surface of the earth. The result was comical in the extreme. As soon as the car stopped, Miggs, anxious to convince himself that he had indeed lost all weight, made a jump for the ceiling. The result was a complete surprise to him. Instead of going straight up, he began turning a rapid series of somersaults in the air, and was shot up against the ceiling with a bump, and then bounced up and down again until Pep, clinging with one hand to a couch securely fastened to the frame of the car, as was every other object in it, caught him with the other hand. A book that Pep had been reading and had carelessly laid down on the table was started off by the slight shock when the car stopped, or perhaps by a slight breeze made by the motions of the passengers, and ascended slowly to the ceiling. To catch the book, Pep swam slowly upward through the air. Although she tried to make her movements very deliberate, her arms worked faster than if she were swimming in water. After she caught the book, she thoughtlessly put out her hand to keep her head from striking the top of the car. But she pushed too hard, and she too went somersaulting around the room, though more slowly. Her push being diagonal, she found that instead of going straight up and down, she bounced from the ceiling to the wall on one side, then to the floor, then to the opposite wall, and then to the ceiling again, traveling around in a sort of circle, and all the while spinning somersaults in a graceful but most unladylike manner. Dr. Hackensaw, laughing as he watched her, in an unguarded moment released his hold, and he too performed a series of grotesque acrobatic contortions as he circled through the air. Finally, Pep caught the doctor on the fly, and holding him by one leg, finally managed to catch hold of a couch, and so checked their breathless flight. "It's lucky we didn't break any of the glass instruments in our gymnastics," panted Dr. Hackensaw. "Why, how could we break them?" asked Miggs. "As we have no weight, we couldn't break them no matter how hard we hit them. It would be like trying to break them by throwing a feather at them." "Don't you believe it, Miggs," replied Dr. Hackensaw. "If you had hit one of those instruments, it would have smashed into little pieces. Momentum is a question of mass and velocity. A feather has very little weight and very little mass, and hence cannot acquire much momentum. But you, although you have no weight, have just as much mass as you had on the surface of the earth, and I tremble to think what would have happened if one of us had hit those instruments. I see you're rubbing your head, so you have had practical proof that even though you have no weight, you can give and receive hard bumps when you butt into an object. Chapter 10. Ladies and gentlemen, cried Pep, just keep your eyes on me for a minute and I'll give you a sample of the latest dance, the aerial whirl. With these words, she swam slowly and carefully to a point in the center of the car, midway between floor and ceiling, and, after having carefully checked her impetus, she performed a series of the most graceful evolutions, slowly gyrating as her hands and feet went through the motions of an oriental dance. A moment she would be upright, a moment later she would be horizontal, then head downwards, but her feet and hands kept going as she imitated the poses of the ancient Egyptian and other oriental dancers, while she accompanied herself with a song. Gradually her motions became more rapid. Faster and faster she spun around, until she was whirling around with a terrific speed like a windmill. Finally she stopped, breathless, but even then the gyrations continued, until she checked them by motions in the opposite direction. Gee, that was great, she cried joyfully. It's a dance of my own invention, but it beats anything I've ever seen. As soon as the dance ended, Dr. Hackensaw made a few observations to convince himself that the car was now really at the center of attraction. Then he started the propeller going again and continued the journey. No longer were the brakes needed. On the contrary, the propeller had to do all the work, for the car was no longer falling, and as mile succeeded mile, the propeller had to work faster to keep the speed unchecked, for the car was now being pulled backwards by the attraction of gravitation. The weight of bodies was still so slight that Pep and Miggs amused themselves with all kinds of queer antics. Once Miggs knocked Pep down, and in retaliation she seized him by one foot, swung him around her head, and hurled him at the roof of the car. He bumped against the ceiling and bounced around the car several times before he could stop himself. Dr. Hackensaw then explained that if there were no air in the car, and the car were stationary at the center of the earth, no exertion made by a passenger suspended in mid-air would enable him to reach top, bottom, or sides of the car. He could spin around at will, but could not displace his center of gravity in any way, as there was nothing against which he could push. Action is impossible unless there is an equal reaction. If Miggs were up in the air with you, explained the doctor, you could push him and the push would send him to one side of the car and you to the other. Otherwise, you would die of starvation even if food were plentiful in the cupboard here. You couldn't reach it. Of course, air in the car offers a certain amount of resistance, and so enables you to swim easily from one point to another, as the acquired speed keeps your velocity increasing until the resistance of the air equals the acceleration. I bet I could reach the side of the car, said Miggs. How would you do it? I'd take off my jacket and throw it in the direction opposite to the one I wanted to go. The jacket would reach one wall, and I would be pushed backward and reach the other. Bravo, Miggs, cried the doctor. That's a very clever idea, and would certainly succeed. If your jacket weighs 5 pounds and you weigh 100 pounds, the jacket would travel 20 times as fast as you would, but you would eventually reach the other side, unless the resistance of the air stopped you. If it did, I'd shoot off my pants the same way, exclaimed Miggs, and at this heroic measure both the doctor and Pep laughed heartily. And now the weight of bodies in the car kept getting heavier and heavier. The speed of the car had been gradually increased until the speedometer indicated 100 miles per hour. The air pressure in the pit at the center of attraction had been over 50 pounds to the square, more than triple the normal atmospheric pressure. But now the air gauge showed that the pressure was diminishing again. Dr. Hackensaw called Pep's attention to this matter and showed her how it confirmed the indications of the spring balance. Everything goes to show, said he, that we reached the center of attraction when we were only 1,500 miles below the surface of the Earth. There bodies lost all their weight and the air was densest because under greater pressure. The air above and below were both pressing towards the center of attraction. In that case, said Pep, the Earth can only be 3,000 miles in diameter from pole to pole. No, the Earth is 8,000 miles in diameter. There is no possible question about that. Men have circumnavigated the Earth, and scientists have accurately measured the length of a degree of longitude. Other observations confirm these results. There is no doubt of the accuracy of the figure 8,000 miles as the diameter of the Earth. Then how do you explain that bodies 1,500 miles down had lost all weight? I see only one explanation. The center of the Earth must be hollow. The Earth must be a hollow sphere within a crust or shell 3,000 miles thick. This would explain everything, and tallies with the radio observations that I had made before starting. As I told you, I sent ships to circumnavigate the globe, one ship in each pair, following the other around on a great circle, always keeping exactly opposite to its twin. That is to say, 180 degrees from the companion ship. These ships sent directed radio waves straight through the center of the Earth to each other. The result of these observations, when summed up, convinced me that there must exist an enormous hollow at the center of the Earth, filled possibly with air or gas. I am now more than ever confirmed in this belief. But if the pit we are in extends to the center hollow, as it seems to, we shall in the course of a day or so know the truth. But, objected Pep, even if the Earth is hollow at the center, it seems to me that bodies ought to keep weighing more and more as we go down. Not at all, replied the doctor. Then, with some difficulty, he took his notebook from his pocket and drew the following rough diagram. Here is the gist of the proof given by Sir Isaac Newton in his Principia, to show that a body situated at any point within a hollow sphere will not be attracted in any direction by the shell, or rather, that the opposing attractions will neutralize each other. Let C be the body inside the shallow sphere, and consider the piece of the shell A that attracts the body in one direction. There will be, opposed to this force, a pull from the portion B of the shell opposite to A. The attractions A and B are proportional to the areas A and B and inversely proportional to the squares of their distances from the object C. But the areas A and B are to each other as the squares of any homologous lines. Hence they are to each other as the squares of their distances from C. Hence the two opposite poles are exactly equal and neutralize each other. If my supposition is correct, and if the Earth is really a hollow shell, we shall find when we reach this hollow space that no matter what the position of the car in the central hollow, we shall have no weight. You will there be able to dance your aerial whirl as easily as you did now. But enough of this lecture. I wish now to send a radio message to Mr. Sam, telling him all that has happened to us so far. When I have finished, we can listen in and receive the latest broadcast news, and hear a little jazz music to liven us up. Chapter 11. Pop, said Pep, after the radio concert was over, I find now that I weigh only 5 pounds on the spring scales. Before we get any heavier, I want to do a little circus stunt with you and Miggs. Don't say no, because I may never get another chance. What do you want to do? I want to do a little balancing act. I want to hold you and Miggs in one hand. Come, Miggs, there's a good boy. Let me lift you up. Now, just stand on my hand and hold on to me while I lift the doctor up. Then you're to grab him, stand him up on your right hand and balance him there. And then, when you're ready, you can let go of me and stand upright in my hand so that I'll be balancing the two of you at once. Gee, won't it be fun? Dr. Hackensaw somewhat reluctantly consented to the experiment, and a moment later he was perched upright in Miggs's hand, while Miggs in turn stood on Pep's open palm. The young lady found she could easily balance them in this position, the two of them together weighing only about 10 pounds. Not satisfied, however, with this success, she decided to try to balance the two of them on her nose. Poor Dr. Hackensaw obediently allowed himself to be placed on the tip of Mr. Miggs's nose, while Pep stood Miggs on the end of her own, Pep's dainty nose, which flattened out somewhat under the 10-pound weight. Everything went on swimmingly for a minute or two, and then Pep tripped on the foot of the table that was fastened to the floor, and down fell the human tower in an inglorious heap. Fortunately, the travelers weighed so little that no one was seriously hurt. And so the time wore on, hour succeeding hour, each one bringing an increase of weight. Then suddenly the electric alarm bell rang. Good gracious, cried the doctor. There must be some obstruction in the path. Your capers, Pep, have made me neglect keeping as sharp a watch as prudence demanded. Long and earnestly the doctor peered forth down the shaft, but he was unable to see any obstruction, and yet the alarm kept on ringing. I don't understand it, cried the doctor. The selenium cell alarm should ring only if there is some obstruction in the path that reflects back the rays of our searchlight, yet the pit seems as open as ever. Perhaps there's a short circuit in the cell. Our gymnastics in the car may have shaken the wires around a little. I'll shut off the searchlight for a minute to see. Accordingly, the doctor switched off the light, but the alarm continued ringing just the same. Yet an examination of the cell showed no visible short circuit. I don't see what the matter can be, he cried, but I'll slow up a little, for it wouldn't do to have an incident down here, over 2,900 miles below the surface of the earth. Our friends would have some trouble in getting our bodies out. The necessary precautions taken, The journey continued at a slightly reduced speed, the doctor in the pilot box keeping a sharp watch ahead, with hand ready to switch off the propeller and the other to apply the tentacle-like brakes. But time passed, and yet no obstruction appeared, though the alarm rang louder and louder. Dr. Hackensaw, more and more puzzled, took a telescope from among the miscellaneous instruments in the cupboard, and gazed long and earnestly down into the pit. Suddenly he gave a cry. "There's a light ahead of us!" he exclaimed. Pep and Miggs each took a turn at the instrument. Sure enough, miles ahead of them at the bottom of the pit, there appeared a faint greenish phosphorescent light. And now, as they advanced, the light became stronger and stronger, and an hour later the car emerged from the pit into an enormous cavern, lit up with a sort of diffused phosphorescent light. Dr. Hackensaw, with a dexterous turn of the rudder, brought the car around so as to coast along the nearest wall of the cavern. "Pep," said the doctor impressively, "I was right. The earth is evidently hollow at the center. And here we are in the hollow center. But see, even here there are animals and plants of some kind, though like nothing with which we are familiar. Everything seems phosphorescent. See those strange shapes fastened to the rock resembling plants, yet some of them like animals. See those others sprawling and crawling and emitting electrical flashes from time to time? And see those curious creatures flying in the air over there, some with 6 feet, some with no feet at all, some with wings and others with fins or bladder-like balloons to propel them by ejecting air backwards. Truly, we see before us one of the most marvelous sights ever witnessed by man." End of section 42. Section 43 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. A Journey to the Center of the Earth, Part 4. "Well, Pep," cried Dr. Hackensaw, "you see, I was right. Here we are at the center of the Earth, and we find there is nothing here but an immense hollow filled with air. My experiments in sending directed radio currents from the surface of the Earth, at different points through the center to the antipodes, has led me to this belief, but it seemed so wild that I could not accept it at first. It seems utterly at variance with all that science has taught us. Calculations show that the average density of the Earth must be about 5 1/2 times that of water, and as it is less than this at the surface, we know that it must be greater than this down below. Then, too, the Earth acts like a rigid body. No, I can scarcely believe my own senses." Pep was not listening. She was gazing earnestly at this wonderful new world that was spread before them. "Please switch off the light," she said. "I want to see what this looks like in the dark." Dr. Hackensaw obediently turned off the searchlight, and the new underground world was revealed in all the beauty of its own phosphorescence. It was an extraordinary sight. Every animal or plant of this grotesque world of creatures seemed to shine by its own light, like a gigantic firefly or glowworm. And yet, colors of the phosphorescence varied in each species, every color of the spectrum being represented, from red through green and yellow to blue and violet. And the forms were marvelous, altogether different from anything our friends had ever seen before. Plants and animals there were of many varieties, and, strange to say, some of the stationary forms appeared to be animals, while some of the movable ones appeared to be plants, capable of flying around in the air from spot to spot, but with seemingly no mouth, eyes, or other definite organs except their wings. Animals, too, there were that could walk around from spot to spot, evidently by means of suction pumps on their feet, similar to those that enable flies to walk along a ceiling without falling. Had it not been for these specialized feet, life would have been very difficult for these subterranean creatures, as the muscular exertion of their movements, here where bodies had no weight, would have shot them up into the air, there to perish miserably from hunger and thirst. Other creatures there were, but these were provided with wings. A few were quadrupeds, but most of them had 6 feet. Some were beautiful to look at, others grotesque and uncouth. There was one flying creature with 2 long trunks, resembling an elephant's trunk where its eyes should have been, and an eye at the point which its mouth should have occupied. It seemed to have 6 mouths, one at the extremity of each foot. The snake-like wrigglers through the air have already been mentioned. These did not seem to be provided with wings of any kind, but appeared to glide through the air much as a snake glides through the water. "Pop!" cried Pep. "Can't we land here? I'd like to see these creatures from nearby." Dr. Hackensaw hesitated, for in the distance he had caught sight of some huge, unearthly-looking monsters, half hidden in the peculiar vegetation. However, he was as anxious as Pep was to get a nearer view of the flora and fauna of this strange land, and so he assented, and with a turn of the rudder brought the car right up to the rocks. Here a peculiar problem presented itself. How was he to moor the car to the rocks? As objects now possessed no weight, the slightest wind might blow the car away beyond reach. "It is something of a problem," remarked the doctor, "but only a secondary one. I can fasten the car to some of this vegetable growth, though I haven't much faith in the strength of those stems. I could, at a pinch, fasten the car to one of these moving animals. The only drawback would be that the frightened beast would be likely to plunge into the jungle, dragging us after him. A third solution seems to me much more feasible. But before I do anything at all, I must ascertain whether this air is fit for us to breathe." "It must be," replied Pep, "because both animals and plants live here, and animals cannot live without air." "Nor plants either," replied the doctor, "at least not our terrestrial ones. All animals and plants require some source of energy, and obtain that energy from the chemical union of oxygen with some element. Hence they require air. Warm-blooded animals require more oxygen than cold-blooded ones. I have myself kept a sleeping snake underwater for 24 hours. As a snake cannot breathe underwater, he could not obtain any fresh oxygen during that time, and hence his consumption of the element while asleep must have been very slight. Plants require still less oxygen, but a delicate thermometer will show an increase of temperature during certain periods of flowering, showing that the vital processes, even in plants, require oxygen. But plants with green leaves manufacture much more oxygen than they consume. Parasitic plants that live on the juices of other plants, and saprophytes, as the botanists call the mushrooms and other plants that live on organic matter formed by other plants and animals, do not manufacture their own oxygen. Some of the bacteria, as a matter of fact, are anaerobic. That is to say, they cannot live in air. "Well," cried Pep triumphantly, "that means that I am right, and that the air here must contain oxygen." "Not necessarily. Conditions here may be, and certainly are, entirely different from those on the surface of the earth. All our terrestrial animals and plants owe their oxygen to the direct action of the sun. It is only in the sunlight that the chlorophyll, or green coloring matter of the leaves, can split up the carbon dioxide of the air into carbon and oxygen, and so furnish the energy necessary for animal and plant life. Animals and plants obtain their energy by the recombination of this carbon and oxygen into carbon dioxide again. It is the sun's heat that furnishes the energy used by plants and animals. Even man, with all his boasted inventions, has not yet succeeded in producing food, except by means of the direct heat of the sun. If the sun's rays were suddenly cut off from the earth, we should starve and suffocate as soon as the existing supply of food and oxygen was consumed. Energy exists in coal and other mineral products, the storage products of past ages of the sun's heat. But man has not yet found the key that would enable him to fully utilize these treasures. We shall certainly find it someday. Chemistry is making rapid strides every year, but so far we have not met with success. Nature, however, may have forestalled us. There is no reason why she should not have evolved animals and plants that do not require oxygen in any form. They would, of course, require energy, but energy may be obtained from chemical combinations into which no oxygen enters. In fact, I am inclined to believe that these animals and plants that we see are dependent for their energy upon some sort of electrical action, due of course to chemical action of some sort in their bodies. I imagine these creatures are really nothing but a kind of dry cell. Their phosphorescence is different from that with which we are familiar in glowworms and fireflies. This looks more like the discharge witnessed in a Geisler tube, and you will notice occasional sparks and hear crackling noises. Evidently many, if not all, of these animals are highly electrified. Probably, like the electric eel, they possess the power of producing this electricity at will. But, however that may be, my first step must be to admit a little of the outside air into the car, and test it thoroughly. No sooner said than done. The air was admitted, and on test was found to be sufficiently oxygenized to render a landing possible without the use of the clumsy diving suits. How the air became oxygenized with no sunlight to furnish energy, and no green plants to split up the carbon dioxide, the doctor was unable to determine. All he saw was that the air was respirable, so he proceeded to make the car fast to the rocks. This was accomplished in the following curious but ingenious manner. The doctor had brought along with him several pairs of suction boots designed to enable the wearer to walk up and down the perpendicular walls of the pit. These boots have already been described. A steel framework or basket was worn by the climber under his clothing. This framework was rigidly attached to the boots and supported the wearer comfortably, enabling him without fatigue to walk up a perfectly vertical wall, his own body being horizontal. It was Dr. Hackensaw's plan to use a pair of these suction boots as anchors for the car. This was accomplished in a trice, and when the air was exhausted from the boots, the car was moored to them and thus held securely. Meanwhile, our friends had each donned a pair of the suction boots, after removing the body framework, which was of course unnecessary in the present case. Then they cautiously landed on the rocks and prepared to explore this wonderful new land that they had discovered. Fresh marvels greeted them on every side. Here was one peculiar creature that looked very much like an erect fan on 3 legs. Another one had what looked like a dog's head, with 3 prehensile tails dangling behind. The creature used these for climbing over the peculiar tree-like stationary animals, curling their tails around the boughs or limbs. The nose of the creature was like an open funnel. It would be impossible even to attempt to describe the strange plants and creatures presented to view. Most of them were decidedly grotesque, but some were exceedingly beautiful, among others a wonderful flying creature that looked like a large soap bubble, with a beautiful iridescence that flashed all the colors of the rainbow. 3 gauze-like wings, the 3rd vertical on top of the body, enabled the creature to fly with ease. Huge monsters there were, too. Large, ungainly reptiles that fortunately kept at a distance. These all seemed to have 6 feet, and some of them strangely suggested terrestrial insects in their general aspect. One of these creatures, with a long pointed bill, armed with sharp teeth, looked angrily at our adventurers and uttered a sound halfway between a bellow and a roar. For an instant it looked as if he were going to attack them, but then he thought better of it and turned around and moved slowly away. Meanwhile, Miggs had caught hold of one of the immovable animals that were rooted to the ground, and he got a violent electric shock for his pains. "Gee," said he, as he rubbed his shoulder, "that's some voltage there, you bet. I'd like to use this animal plant to run my wireless set. No fear of not having enough juice." Dr. Hackensaw was specifically interested in noticing the various means by which the different species of animals and plants counteracted the lack of gravitation. Objects having no weight, the slightest movement of an animal was liable to shoot it off into the air, where it must perish miserably from hunger and thirst, unless enabled in some way to get back to land again. Nature had provided some with wings, others with suction feet resembling those of flies, others still were rooted to the ground like plants, while still others were provided with a slimy substance like birdlime that glued them to the ground and yet allowed them to move about at will. But some of the creatures appeared to have no means at all of adhering to the rocks. These lived in burrows and seemed to depend entirely on the friction of their bodies in the burrow to keep them from flying off. This seemed evident from the fact that some of their dead bodies were floating around in the air, while others were evidently dying, having through some accident loosed their hold of the earth and been carried up into the air and being unable to get back again. Pep took pity on these poor creatures. "I'm going to catch them and put them back on the rock again," she cried. And, suiting the action to the word, she suddenly let the air into the vacuum chamber of her suction boots, at the same time springing upward with all her might. Her experience in the car ought to have taught her better. There being no attraction of gravitation here, the result could have been readily foreseen. The impetus of Pep's leap sent her flying high up in the air, turning a series of rapid somersaults as she went spinning. Up higher and higher she went, for she had got a good start, and Miggs and the doctor gazed at her in open-mouthed astonishment as she ascended. "Gee," cried Miggs, "she'll be dizzy all right. That beats anything that happened in the car. I bet she'll go a mile before she stops." She didn't go a mile, but she went up quite a distance before the resistance of the air finally brought her to a complete stop. There, faint from dizziness, she remained motionless a few moments. and then started swimming slowly down through the air. But several of the beasts had noticed her flight, and one monster, more venturesome than the others, decided that she might be good to eat. This was a ferocious-looking creature with crocodile-like jaws, a horn on the middle of his forehead, a pair of bony wings, and a crested back. Poor Pep's heart sunk as she saw the monster fly toward her. Dr. Hackensaw and Miggs gazed helplessly at the sight, and then the doctor, suddenly remembering that he had some atomic energy pistols in the car, clambered up the ladder and emerged a few moments later carrying a pistol in each hand. These were peculiar-looking weapons. They hurled a bullet not much larger than a BB shot, but the bullets were so constructed that, on striking an object, there ensued a release of atomic force which exploded the missile with undreamt-of violence. Dr. Hackensaw was too late, however. The monster was already so close to the girl that the doctor dared not fire. And now a fresh actor appeared upon the scene. Among the grotesque creatures in this strange land was one who bore a head that somewhat suggested the head of a man. Instead of arms, the man had 4 tentacles like those of an octopus. He had no wings, but he had 2 peculiar tails that curled up in a comical fashion. This creature appeared to possess intelligence. He too had watched Pep's flight through the air, and his eyes followed her greedily. But it was evident he wanted her for a mate, not for a dinner. When he saw the winged crocodile start, his own mind was made up in an instant. He jumped on the back of a creature that slightly resembled a dragonfly, and using 2 of his tentacles to drive the creature, he started off in hot pursuit. Though he had no wings of his own, he had intelligence enough to use the wings of other creatures. As usual, mind triumphed over matter. The light dragonfly, even though encumbered with a rider, was far swifter than the heavier reptile, and reached the crocodile just as the latter had opened his enormous jaws to swallow down poor Pep. The rider had no weapons, but he seized the reptile with 2 of his tentacles and switched on his electric current. The shock must have been something frightful, for the monster gave a wild jump and then remained motionless, absolutely paralyzed. The man, if so we may call the rider, grabbed Pep with his 2 free tentacles, and then started his steed for land. Vainly Pep tried to disengage herself from this new monster's grasp. She had escaped one danger only to meet another worse one. Dr. Hackensaw looked vainly on, but dared not fire. Meanwhile, the crocodile had slowly recovered from the stunning blow it had received, and perceiving that his enemy had not yet landed, it started in pursuit. Possibly it knew that the foe, having discharged its thunder, was powerless for a while. At any rate, on came the reptile, and, traveling faster than the dragonfly with its double burden, reached the ladder just as the man was about to land, and seizing him by the hindquarters, crushed them in its powerful jaws. But now Dr. Hackensaw saw his chance. He raised his pistol and shot straight for the crocodile's tail. A tremendous explosion was heard, and the rear end of the crocodile's body was hurled skyward in infinitesimal fragments. The doctor then seized Pep, who, frightened but unhurt, had extricated herself from the loosened tentacles of the wounded man, and, unwilling to remain longer in this dangerous region, he regained the car. The rest of the journey is soon told. Dr. Hackensaw resolved to push on at once to the very center of the earth, and carried this resolution into effect. But he found nothing of special interest. It was merely one enormous sea of air, with islands of various sizes floating in it. These islands were particles of the solid rock, which had become broken off and hurled upward. Most were barren, but some of them contained animal and plant life. The largest of these islands was about 2 miles in diameter. Here the party landed, and Pep was surprised to find that even on this large island the attraction of gravitation was inappreciable. But Dr. Hackensaw explained the matter as follows. Newton's law, said he, is that the attraction varies as the mass of the attracting body, and inversely as the square of the distance from the center of attraction. Our Earth has a radius of 4,000 miles. This island has a radius of 1 mile. The masses are as the cubes of the radii. Hence the mass of the Earth exerts a pull 64 billion times that of the island. But this figure of 64 billion is partially offset by the fact that here we are only 1 mile from the center of attraction, while on the Earth we are 4,000 miles away. Hence the pull due to nearness is 16 million times as great here. Taking both these factors into consideration, the attraction on this island is only 1/4,000th of what it is on the Earth. Miggs, who weighs, I believe, 100 pounds, would weigh here only 1/40th of a pound, say 1/3 of an ounce. Now, if Miggs were on the Earth's surface and weighed only 1/3 of an ounce, he would shoot up into the air, not like a balloon, but like a skyrocket. His buoyancy would be greater than that of a cork in water, and by no possible exertions of his own could he swim down to Earth again. Here, however, it is somewhat different. The buoyancy of our air at the Earth's surface is due to its weight. Here the air has no weight, or a weight so small that it is inappreciable. Hence the island does pull us to it, though we scarcely feel the pull, as it is so light. When the party reached the entrance of the pit on the homeward journey, they found several of the ungainly monsters prepared to dispute their passage. A few bullets from the atomic energy pistol, however, soon put the creatures to flight, and the ascent of the car began. This was much slower than the descent, for stops had to be made occasionally, and the car fastened to the walls of the well, while radio messages were sent up to ask that more air be allowed to enter the shaft. But all things have an end, and one fine day our party finally emerged from the pit, and found that a splendid reception was awaiting them at the South Pole, and they well deserved it. It was no mean achievement they had accomplished, the exploration of the center of the earth. As for Miggs, he drew a long breath and remarked to Pep, "Gee, I suppose Dr. Hackensaw will be wanting to civilize those guys down there at the center of the earth. But I never want to see them again. Me for the sunlight and a place where you can jump up without going a mile, and spinning around like a cartwheel as you go up." End of section 43.
Section 44 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fizandi. Some Minor Inventions. Dr. Hackensaw has his secrets, but most of our readers make no secret of the fact that they appreciate the doctor's work. The author has the knack, or perhaps we should call it the quality, of helping the doctor present the most extraordinary, wonderful things in such a manner as to make them appear both plausible and possible. Here this ingenious inventor explains to us some of his comparatively simple inventions, giving us a machine with which to can bread, another to do away with the human typist, and even translator, entirely, etc., all useful machines. Still, he is dissatisfied, so he always goes ahead, ever seeking new improvements. Usually he succeeds. Here is food for thought and experimentation, even if the story is humorously told. It is full of interest and new ideas. "What are you doing there, Pop?" asked Pat Perkins, bursting into Dr. Hackensaw's sanctum and finding him busily working a peculiar-looking machine. Dr. Hackensaw looked up with a smile. "I'm spending 5 minutes spare time in writing a few thousand autographs for that class of people of whom one is born every minute, if not oftener." "But what's that queer machine you're using?" "This, Pep, is one of my minor inventions, a little device designed to save the time of authors, movie stars, and other celebrities. As you see, the machine is simplicity itself. It consists of 100 stylographic pens connected in 10 rows of 10 pens each, rigidly held in a framework. I write my autograph with an extra pen, a master pen, which is attached to the framework, thus causing each of the other pens to make the same motions. By writing my name once with the master pen on a sheet of cardboard on the table, I get 100 signatures on the cardboard, which is then cut by machine into 100 separate visiting cards, each bearing my autograph. I can thus write 1,000 autographs in the time it would take another man to write 10. I may add," continued the doctor, chuckling, "that I have made some lifelong friends among actors and other celebrities, and even among businessmen and government officials who have numerous documents to sign, by making them a present of one of these machines. Many of these people are so grateful that they would be willing to do anything for me." "You must have made a lot of inventions in your lifetime," observed Pep. "Yes, hundreds of them," returned the doctor. "As I happen to have some spare time now, I can show you a few if you care to see them. The first one you see is what I call a dictation typewriter." "A what?" "A dictation typewriter. It's a substitute for the gum-chewing, face-powdering, flirting stenographer, and typewritist. This machine is warranted never to have a fit up the sulks. That's great! How did you do it? Of course, I understand that you can do away with a stenographer by dictating into a phonograph, but how can you do away with the person who hammers the keys? The problem is not as difficult as it seems. My object was to do away entirely with the young lady. An employer is often obliged to let his stenographer see letters which he would prefer to keep confidential. Then, too, think of the sums spent yearly for stenographers and typists. Go into any large business house and you will see a room full of girls busily typewriting, when the work could be automatically done by machinery. How so? I will explain. My first idea was merely to simplify the work of the typewritist. At present, her delicate hands have to hammer at the keys all day, and she's subject to the malady known as typewriter's cramp. It struck me that the work could be made much less fatiguing by pressing the keys by electricity instead of by the fingers. I found that by dipping the tips of my fingers in a solution of copper, I could make sufficient contact by touching a typewriter key to switch on an electric current that would press down the desired letter. The keys, you understand, remained stationary. It was only the type that moved. There was no time or energy lost in pushing down the keys and letting them rise again. A dexterous person would write several times as fast as with the most rapid present-day typewriter. Every touch meant a letter. As the keys were motionless, they could be crowded close together, separated only by insulating material. I saved so much space that even using separate keys for the capitals and shift letters, my keyboard was smaller than the standard size. The typewriter itself was greatly simplified, as all moving parts were done away with, except the few simple ones necessary to turn the type wheel, which contained the letter on its rim. Each touch released a plunger that forced the wheel against the paper, writing the character desired. So compact was my machine, and so simple, that I found it desirable to duplicate the letters most often used. For example, there are 5 E's on my keyboard at different convenient places, so there's always one at hand when desired. This increased speed so much that the typist could take dictation as fast as a stenographer. Of course, with electricity it was a simple matter to connect all 5 keys to the letter E on the wheel in such a way that making the contact on any one of the keys would close the circuit. If I place my finger, coated with metallic copper, on any one of the 5 keys, the circuit is closed and the letter E is struck. But, objected Pep, no girl would be willing to copper plate her fingers like that. No, that was just my first rough idea. My next improvement was to do away with any touch at all. I wanted a vocal typewriter, one that could be worked entirely by the voice. The mere articulation of each letter must be sufficient to close the proper circuit and print the letter. Would that be possible? Entirely so. My first model consisted of a series of gas jets, so constructed that each flame flared up as soon as some particular letter was spoken. This flaring up closed an electric circuit and the letter was typed. In practice, however, such a machine was too delicate for general use, the great difficulty being keeping the gas jets properly adjusted in spite of differences of temperature. But I finally devised a machine that worked with a phonograph. When the letter was spoken, the vibration of the diaphragm would turn on the proper current to strike the letter. How about capital letters? In dictating, it is necessary to use the prefix cap when you wish the next letter to be a capital. Thus, if you were dictating the name Dickens, you would have to say cap D-I-C-K-E-N-S, and the machine would write the word properly with a capital D. Flushed with my success, I decided to go further and write whole syllables instead of letters. By using the phonograph, there was no limit to the number of different keys I would use. Hence, I could have separate keys for thousands of syllables, although the typewriter itself needed but 26 letters. How did you manage that? Each syllable key was so arranged that when depressed, it switched on, in turn, all the letters which spelt the syllable. Thus, when I spoke the syllable B, the key tuned to work when this sound was uttered received the electric current, and in descending, it switched a second electric current on to the letters B and E in turn, so that these 2 letters were written on the paper. A man could then dictate his letters to the machine, just as he would to a stenographer. How about syllables that sound alike? but are spelled differently, like paw in paper and pay. Ah, that was the stumbling block. To avoid it, I made my first machine to write Italian, as in that language words are spelt as they are pronounced. But I found that even in English there were not so many syllables that sound alike and are spelt differently, and I realized it would be a very easy matter for the dictator to learn to pronounce them slightly different. Thus the syllables do, and do could be pronounced somewhat as they are spelt. A man could learn the proper pronunciation in an hour, and the machine would then spell each properly. Then you succeeded. Perfectly. My first machine had to be tuned to suit the voice of the dictator, but experience soon taught me to leave enough play so that the machine would answer to any voice. Try it yourself and see how it works. Don't shout, just speak quietly into the mouthpiece, just as you would at a telephone. Pep accordingly took up the mouthpiece and spoke a few sentences, with some coaching from the doctor as to the proper pronunciation, and was delighted to see that the machine typewrote from her dictation without a single error. "That's great!" cried Pep. "Isn't it? I was so delighted with my success that I didn't stop there. It was an easy matter to make a phonographic record that would repeat the dictation automatically as often as required, and thus make 1,000 typewritten copies from dictation if desired. Even this didn't satisfy me. I resolved to go a step further and build a typewriter that would translate my dictation automatically into several different languages. I dictated in English, and the machine at my dictation typewrote copies in English, French, German, and whatever other language I desired." "But," objected Pep, "that's impossible. You can't make a machine think. You can't translate without thinking, and no steel springs or electric currents can ever be made to think." Dr. Hackensaw laughed. "That isn't the first impossible thing that I've made possible, Pep," said he. "As a matter of fact, the thing is simple in theory, though it is complex in practice. If it were sufficient to translate word for word, the problem would be easy. Say there are 100,000 words in use in the English language. It would only be necessary to have 100,000 keys to spell the corresponding word in the foreign language. It would be no more difficult than my dictation typewriter, though it would require more keys. But the problem is far more complex. Words spelt alike in English, such as row, a line, and row, the verb, would have to be translated differently into German or French. It is therefore necessary to make these similar words different when dictating. I accomplish this by saying row 1, row 2, row 3, according to the meaning of the word I use. The proper German equivalent is then released. Of course, this means that the dictator must spend months in learning to dictate, but he need know only English, and his dictation will be automatically translated into any language desired. How about idioms, special phrases, proverbs, and so on? Each idiom must, of course, have a key of its own. This necessarily multiplies the number of keys. All the keys you see in this room are parts of my machine for translating into French. My inversion keys will give you some idea of the many problems I had to meet and solve. In French, every noun is either masculine or feminine, and its adjectives must agree with the noun in gender. For example, horse is masculine and table is feminine, so a good horse must be translated un bon cheval, and a good table une bonne table. In French, too, most adjectives follow the noun instead of preceding it, as in English. A Frenchman does not say a black horse, he says un cheval noir, that is, a horse black. Also, French verbs must agree with their subject. Then, as you remarked, there are a large number of idiomatic phrases. All these difficulties, however, I overcome by an arrangement by which no typewriting is done before a complete sentence is dictated. Automatic inversion keys enable me to get the proper construction of words and their proper terminations. I don't understand you. I will explain. The adjective black in French may be either noir, noire, noir, or noir, according to the gender and number of the noun that follows. My key for the adjective black can write any one of these 4 words. If the first noun key that follows is masculine, plural, it is provided with a finger that turns around the key black, so as to write the word noir. As the adjective black must always follow the noun, the key black is also provided with an inversion device that prevents it from typewriting its word until the noun that follows it is typewritten, so that if I dictate the words, black horses, the machine will write automatically, chevaux noirs. Isn't that awfully complicated? Yes, but not as complicated as it seems. However, this machine you see here is only useful for commercial purposes. All my French business letters are dictated to it in English, and the French translations it makes are wonderfully good. Some day, when I have time, I shall construct a translating machine that will make really literary translations. But I cannot, at present, spare either the patience or the time and money required. Besides, there would be little demand for such a machine. These commercial machines, however, fill a real need. Every large business house needs one. The expense is not prohibitive, as business letters require only simple sentences and stock phrases that keep recurring all the time. My machine can translate business letters in simple phrases like, "Have you the parrot of your grandmother's cousin?" That's about the highest limit of real literature that my machine will translate. Pep laughed. "Your idea seems good," said she, "but this machine is too complicated. Couldn't your efficiency experts simplify it a little?" At the words efficiency expert, Dr. Hackensaw snorted. "Don't talk to me of efficiency experts, Pep," said he, "unless you want to drive me crazy. I have no use for them. Understand me, I believe in organization. Organization is necessary for everything, even for a college yell. And I highly honor the efficiency expert who organizes a business so that the article to be manufactured enters at one door, passes in turn to each of the men who have to work at it, and goes out to the delivery wagon without traveling a single unnecessary foot. I also honor the man who lowers the cost of goods without sacrificing quality. But the efficiency expert who spends his time seeking to save one screw on a machine or a button or a stitch on a garment is a menace to society. In making any machine, engineers allow for what is called the factor of safety. They know that every machine at times will be called on to sustain undue strains or stresses, and they allow a margin of strength to meet these unusual demands. The efficiency expert, however, spends his time paring down this factor of safety, cutting out a screw here, a nail there, and producing an article that will give way at the least unusual strain, leaving the owner in the lurch at a time when the idle machine means a loss to him many thousands of times the cost of the extra screw. Such experts are the bane of my existence. Only once in my life did I ever have occasion to bless an efficiency expert. When was that? When I was a young man, Pep. I fell in love with a pretty girl, and I bought a new suit of clothes on the day when I decided to propose to her. But the tailor I bought it from was an efficiency expert who had found means of saving 3 stitches on every pair of trousers he made, and thus increasing his gains 1/10 of a cent on each pair. The consequence was that when I got down on my knees to propose to the idol of my heart, there was a ripping and tearing sound heard as the trousers gave way at the seams. Burning with shame and confusion, I jumped up and backed out of the room in as much haste as was possible under the circumstances, and I never dared go near the young lady again. Well, I understand now why you don't like the efficiency experts. Not at all. At the time I felt like strangling the fellow, but afterwards I would have done anything for him. The girl married another man, and I remained free all my life. Pep laughed, and Dr. Hackensaw continued. There's one field where efficiency experts could do useful work, and that is in the standardizing of the parts of different machinery. At the present day we have standard sizes of screws, nails, bolts, etc., and this standardization has proved a great blessing. It would, however, be possible to extend it to a great many castings and other parts of machinery. Certain parts of one automobile, for example, should be capable of use on others, or on airplanes or other machinery. Very slight changes in the patterns would often make this possible and lower the cost of production, while at the same time it will facilitate repairs. "What is that next machine you have there?" asked Pep. "That's a simple little attachment to prevent the theft of automobiles. When you leave your car, press a hidden switch. The burglar comes, starts the auto without trouble, and makes off. But as soon as the car begins to move, a sign appears at the back. 'This car is stolen.' The sign disappears as soon as the car stops, but you will have no trouble tracing your car, for a crowd will gather, and the driver, seeing how much attention he's getting, will take the first opportunity to escape. Yet he won't know what caused the excitement, as the sign has already vanished. Next to that machine you'll see another, canning bread." Canning bread? Echoed Pep. Yes. While traveling abroad, I often found it difficult to obtain nice fresh rolls, and to attempt to carry a supply was out of the question, as they became stale in a few hours. Travelers in the wilderness are obliged to carry flour and bake their own bread frequently, or else consent to live on hardtack and crackers. They would willingly pay the small additional cost for canned rolls or canned sandwiches. If they were put up in tins filled with nitrogen instead of ordinary air, the rolls will keep perfectly for years. If properly sterilized and sufficiently moist when packed, they will be as fresh when opened as when first sealed. And that very peculiar machine next to the sandwich canning machine? Asked Pep. That, replied Dr. Hackensaw proudly, is one of my greatest triumphs in inventing. That is an automatic judge. Our courts are now all overcrowded with cases. This machine will automatically listen to the pleadings of the contending parties and give a just decision. In fact, I'll guarantee the decisions of the machine to be equitable in 999 cases out of 1,000, which is a larger proportion than any judge I ever heard of can boast. How ridiculous, retorted Pep. Who ever heard of an automatic judge? Why, such a thing is impossible. A machine can't possibly think or have judgment. Dr. Hackensaw chuckled. It would seem so, Pep, said he, but I assure you I'm perfectly serious when I say the machine will do what I claim for it. It seems impossible, but as in the case of the translating machine, this is only one of many impossible things made possible. But how does it work? I'll tell you, for the basic principle is extremely simple. I have had a great deal of experience in the courts, and I have noticed that the man who is in the wrong always secures the best lawyer. The man who knows he's right will be satisfied with a poor lawyer, trusting to the justice of his cause to persuade the jury. His opponent, however, knows his only hope is to secure a better lawyer than his adversary, and will spare no pains or expense to secure it. Consequently, if I were a judge, I would let both lawyers talk 5 minutes each and then decide the case in favor of the poorer lawyer. But in that case, why do you need a machine? The machine is useful as an aid to tell which lawyer is really the cleverer. It registers their brain capacity, their intelligence, their energy, etc. But, objected Pep, it seems to me that people would soon learn your system, and then both sides would try to engage the poorest lawyers they could find. Precisely. To avoid that, I must keep my methods secret. My machine does the real judging, but I should hire cheap men to listen quietly to the cases, and at the end they would secretly draw a slip from the machine, which would tell them what verdict to give. And as I said, I would guarantee the judgment to be equitable in 999 cases out of 1,000. What's that little instrument that looks like a match? Asked Pep. That's a gyneometer. That's an instrument for measuring a woman's age. A gyneometer. Yes, that's Greek and means the measure of a woman's age. Great Scott! How does it work? I got the idea from an author who wrote under the pen name of Diogenes Tubb, who some 40 years ago wrote the story of an inventor, Mr. P.Q. Jones, of an instrument for ascertaining a woman's age. At that time, about 1885, the ladies all wore long skirts. Well, this Mr. P.Q. Jones was a philosopher. He'd often stood on a street corner on a muddy day, and he noticed that the ladies in crossing always raised their skirts a little in order to keep them out of the mud. Well, there's nothing very extraordinary in that. No, but Mr. Jones noticed the remarkable fact that the extent to which the skirt was raised varied with the age of the woman. In fact, he found that the amount of stocking displayed was directly proportional to the woman's age. The older the woman was, the higher she raised her skirts. It was another instance of the law of compensation, making up in quantity for what was lacking in quality. Mr. P. Jones used this fact as the basis for an instrument which he called a gyneometer, and which he used for measuring the ages of the ladies he met. In this match-like instrument on the table you see an improvement of mine on Mr. Jones's idea, a very simple means for ascertaining the age of your mother-in-law or any other of your female friends. As you see, my device was simplicity itself. It consisted merely of a dial on which was a fixed needle and a movable needle. On a muddy day, you could stand exactly 10 feet away from the curb and place the instrument so the fixed needle is perfectly horizontal, 3 feet from the ground. and you wait for the lady to come along, and when she raises her skirt you move the movable needle until it points directly at the highest visible portion of her stocking, and you could at once read her exact age on the dial in years, months, and days. Good heavens! But the thing wouldn't work nowadays when we all wear short skirts. No, the fashion's changed, and I was obliged to modify my instrument. As a person's arteries harden with age, I tried to make one that would work according to the degree of hardness of the artery, but I failed. When the Audion was invented, however, I succeeded by making a gyneometer that worked by electricity. Every human being is an electrical machine, continually generating electrical currents. Careful study showed me that these currents vary with age. By the use of an Audion, I could amplify these currents, and I constructed the rather complicated machine you see here, which enables me to tell a lady's exact age in an instant. I expected to make a fortune from my device, but would you believe it, the thing has brought me nothing but trouble and vexation. Like Mr. Jones, I've lost all my lady friends and have become estranged from my female relatives because I claimed to know their ages better than they did themselves. No, Pep, there are some things it doesn't pay to monkey with. One of them is the buzzsaw. Another is a woman's age. End of section 44, read by Sandra, near Montreal.
Section 45 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Williamson. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. The Secret of the Invisible Girl. Chapter 1. A Strange Offer. Dr. Hackensaw, I'm looking for a place. I'm sorry, my friend, but we have no vacancy at present. My name is Fessenden Keene. Although I left school at the age of 15, I have studied at home and have the equivalent of a college education. I am very anxious to study inventing, and having heard a great deal about your marvelous inventions, I should like very much to work for you. I'm sorry, but as I said before, there is no vacancy at present. In fact, this is the dull season, and I have more men on hand now than I know what to do with. Fessenden Keene smiled. I know, said he, that you have no vacancy for an ordinary man, but I am sure you have one for me. Dr. Hackensaw looked up in surprise at this conceited statement, and was about to make an angry reply. But a look at the clear-cut, intelligent features of the young man before him caused him to hold his tongue. The young fellow evidently had a strong will, for he continued, I know my value better than you know it. I am so sure that you will have a vacancy for me that I am willing to come to work for you for nothing. Thank you, replied Dr. Hackensaw coldly, but I desire to pay my assistants for their work. Besides, as I said before, there is no work for you to do. I'll find work, replied the young man confidently, and plenty of it. Besides, I am willing to do all the dirtiest and most disagreeable work on the place. I will black the boots, clean out the spittoons or the drains, attend to the furnace, shovel snow, and so on. I will be your porter and carry heavy bundles for you to any part of the city. Miss Pep speaks. Give him a trial, Pop, whispered Miss Pep Perkins, who, seated at her typewriter, had overheard the conversation and was pleased with the young man's looks. How can you live if I don't pay you any salary? Asked Dr. Hackensaw of the young man. I have a couple of $100 laid by that I saved penny by penny from my wages on a ranch, where I worked for a while. I can make that last me for a year, and I know that long before that time, I can convince you that my services are invaluable. And if I am not convinced? In that case, I won't ask for anything. Very well. I'll engage you on your own terms. You are to do the hardest and most disagreeable work on the place, and are not to receive a cent in return. Thank you. When will you begin? Right away. I see the windows in the next room haven't been washed for a month. I'll begin by cleaning those. And 5 minutes later, provided a pail of water and a rag, the young man was industriously polishing away at the windows, which soon shone as they had never shone before. Well, Pep, asked the doctor, what do you think of that young fellow and his proposition? I don't know what to think, but I like his looks. So do I, but for all that, he may be a burglar, and may be choosing this means to learn where all the valuables on the place are kept. I have millions of dollars worth of unpatented ideas that an intelligent chap like him could steal. He looks like an honest fellow. Looks don't count for much. The only other explanation I can see for his offer is that he has fallen in love with you, Pep, and has chosen this way of coming near you. And Dr. Hackensaw smiled mischievously. Nonsense, cried Pep, blushing, but seemingly not at all displeased with the idea. Whatever the reason, young Keene soon made his services veritably invaluable. He came early and stayed late, and worked industriously all the time. One of his first jobs was to make a grand house cleaning. Room by room he went over the whole establishment, opening every neglected cupboard and cleaning it thoroughly. He timed his work so well and did it so neatly as never to occasion discomfort to anyone. He did more. He made a card catalog of every document and every object in the place with a hieroglyph to indicate where the thing was found. It was soon learned that if anyone wanted some particular thing, there was no sense in hunting for it, for Keene could lay his hands on it in a minute. Chapter 2. The Z-ray photograph. Dr. Hackensaw, I've got something peculiar to show you. The speaker was Fessenden Keene, bronzed from sunburn, and just returned from a trip to Africa, where he had been sent on a confidential mission by the doctor. Keene was now Dr. Hackensaw's right-hand man. His declaration that he would make himself indispensable was no vain boast. Before he had been in the doctor's services a week, it was evident that he was a man of extraordinary abilities and energy. Dr. Hackensaw, however, in order to make the test thorough, kept him at work a whole month without any salary. At the end of that time, he made him a princely offer for his services. And needless to say, the boot-blacking and spittoon cleaning ceased immediately. The man was too valuable to be allowed to spend his time in such duties. Finally, the doctor, needing a confidential man to send to Africa, had entrusted Keene with this mission. Poor Pet Perkins was broken-hearted at his departure, because her admiration for this unique specimen of a man was unbounded. She had at last found a man who made her heart go tic-tac. Keene was now back from Africa, and it was after his business report that he exclaimed, Dr. Hackensaw, I've got something peculiar to show you. What is it? It's a little memento I brought back from my African trip. As you know, I had with me some of the special cameras you invented for taking photographs at night without the need of flashlights. Yes, said Dr. Hackensaw. I gave you photographic plates of two kinds. I gave you plates that were sensitive to electric emanations so that you could take photos of the aura that surrounds living beings. Precisely, said Silas. What you call the Z-ray plates. Well, the curious thing I have to show you is one of the Z-ray photographs I took near Mongala. I think you will find it rather curious. So saying, Fessenden Keene took from his pocket a photograph, which he handed to the doctor, and Pep left cleaning her typewriter in order to get a better view. A young girl in her aura. The photograph represented what appeared to be a beautiful young girl in a state of nature, but surrounded by an aura of electric emanations. "Well, what is there peculiar about this?" asked the doctor. "It's just an ordinary photograph of a young lady, taken on a special plate in order to show the aura." "No, indeed," replied Keene. "I took that snapshot in bright sunlight, and not a trace of the girl could I see. It was a bird I was photographing, and I hadn't the faintest idea there was a girl anywhere near me. Dr. Hackensaw, do you believe there are such things as invisible creatures?" "Well, yes, there are. In the water there are certain animals like jellyfishes that are so transparent that they are practically invisible. Among the animalcules, too, there are many whose small size renders them invisible, and there are some that are so transparent that we cannot see them until they are stained, even with a microscope. That is what makes it so difficult to discover the specific microbe that causes a disease. We must find some stain that will make the microbe visible, and this isn't always easy. The celebrated Earhart had to try no less than 606 different stains before he found one that could color the microbes that cause syphilis. Once he found the proper stain, however, he was able to incorporate drugs with it, and was thus enabled to have his drugs carried into the bodies of the microbes. But while invisible beings are common in the microscopic world, we know of no such large invisible animals." "Then the original of this photograph is the first one," said Keene, "and I wish to ask your permission to return to Africa and try to capture her." "Why didn't you try while you were over there?" "I unfortunately didn't develop the negative until after my return to the United States." "Well," assented the doctor, "a search for an invisible girl is worse than a search for a needle in a haystack. But the thing is so curious that we ought to make the attempt. I'll order my rapid aeroplane, and Pep and I will go with you." Chapter 3. Bunches of Bananas for Bait. "Here we are, Doctor," exclaimed Fessenden Keene. "This is the very spot where I took the snapshot, as you can see by comparing it with the photograph." "Even now," said Pep, "I don't see how we can ever hope to find the invisible girl. Pep spoke of its being as hard as looking for a needle in a haystack, but it seems to me much harder." "Yes," assented the doctor. "But to a scientist there would be no difficulty in finding a needle in a haystack. He would merely spread out the hay and pass a strong electromagnet over it, and in a few minutes the needle would be found clinging to the magnet." "Perhaps so," said Pep, "but at least you can see the needle when you find it. Here we can't see the girl, and even if she were right in front of us and we took a snapshot of her with the Z-rays, she would probably be gone by the time the negative was developed." Dr. Hackensaw smiled. "You forget, Pep," said he, "that we have other senses beside the sense of sight. Besides, there are ways of making the invisible visible. Don't imagine for an instant that I have come unprepared. I have in fact several strings to my bow. You will remember that we stopped a while in Mongala, and I heard news there that will be of use to us. Hunting parties out after lions or elephants have noticed the mysterious disappearance of their provisions. Bunches of bananas disappear, and also the strips of hippopotamus meat that they hang up to dry. This knowledge will be very useful to us. The girl evidently has no way of obtaining provisions except by stealing them. Hence a bunch of fine bananas would make a tempting bait." "Oh," exclaimed Pep, "that's the reason you loaded up the aeroplane with such quantities of bunches of bananas." "Precisely. Our first job is to locate the girl. To do this, we will hang up small bunches of bananas at likely spots near the White Nile, where she must go for water. And when tomorrow we find one or two of the bunches missing, we may strongly suspect one invisible girl of being the culprit." It was no easy task tramping through the wilds, for caution was necessary, as lions, leopards, and elephants abounded in the region, and even the crocodiles were dangerous. The post-boat captain having informed our adventurers that he had had 2 of his men devoured by crocodiles the past year. The animals' dread of man. Fortunately, most of the wild animals had acquired a real wholesome dread of man. Even a herd of elephants would fly from a single person. It is a curious sight to see a herd of these huge monsters quietly feeding when a single man comes to windward of them. First, one trunk goes up into the air as the man's scent is wafted to the herd. Then another and another trunk is raised and moves about until the direction of the scent is located. Then the whole herd marches briskly away at a rate no ordinary hunter can attain. When all the bait was hung up, carefully suspended out of the reach of elephants, the party returned to their airplane to Mongala to spend the night. The next morning, they returned to examine the bait, and to their joy, they found several of the bunches of bananas missing. In most of the places, no tracks could be found in the hard earth, but near one of the trees, a small footprint could be plainly discerned in the sand. "There's our young lady," cried the doctor, "and I propose we name her Lilyfoot. It will be handy to have some name to know her by." "Yes, when we catch her," muttered Pep to herself. "Now, the problem is, shall we try to trap her here, or shall we follow her to her den? For she must have a lair somewhere, safe from the wild beasts." "How could you follow her?" asked Keen. "It would be easy enough if we had a good dog, but you can get nothing of the kind here." "I have something better than a dog," answered Dr. Hackensaw. "I have my trusty old super nose, or smell amplifier. It is really nothing but a series of half a dozen specially constructed audions, designed to amplify smells instead of sounds." Calling one of his Nubian servants, Dr. Hackensaw took from one of the bags a small case, which we fastened like a knapsack on his back. 2 tubes projected from the instrument, one somewhat rigid with a flaring end, which the doctor held over the scent. The other tube ended in a small mask, which fitted over the doctor's nose. Thus equipped, Dr. Hackensaw could follow a scent better than the very best hunting dog. Nearing the quarry. Starting at the footprint, the doctor had no difficulty in picking up the trail, and started along it, followed by his friends and the Negro porters. For several miles he pursued his quarry in this manner, when he came to a tall tree, and then paused and looked up into the branches. Nothing was visible. "She climbed up here," said the doctor, "and is here yet, unless she came down on the other side." He made a rapid tour of the tree, and then returned. "She is still up in the tree. All we've got to do now is to catch her." "Yes, that's all," returned Keen sarcastically. "But how you gonna catch a girl you can't see? I brought a lariat with me, but how are you gonna lasso a girl unless you can see her?" "I have an answer for that," returned Dr. Hackensaw, "for I have brought with me several pairs of specially constructed electrical spectacles." "What are they?" "They are spectacles so constructed that they make electrical emanations visible. This invisible girl is, as we know by her photograph, surrounded by an aura. These spectacles will make that aura visible to us, and it will be our fault if we do not catch the girl." A moment later, The doctor, Pep, and Keen were each equipped with the unique spectacles and were gazing intently up the tree. But the girl was well concealed in the leaves, and they could see nothing. "Never mind. I'll climb up with my lariat, and if I see her, we'll soon have her. I've lassoed plenty of wild cattle out on the ranches out west." A moment later, the young fellow with his slip noose in his hand was ascending the tree, while Pep and the doctor looked eagerly from below. "I see her!" cried Keen, and as he shouted the words, a rustling in the leaves was heard. "I see her too!" cried Pep. "Or rather, I see what looks like the shadow of a girl. She's coming down the tree, letting herself drop from branch to branch, like a monkey." It was a most peculiar sight, the aura of this invisible girl as she rapidly descended. But she was no match for a western cowboy like Keen. He watched her descent, bracing himself against the trunk of the tree, and seizing his opportunity, shot the loop of his lariat over her shoulders and pulled it tight. The girl made a spring, but hung dangling helpless from the rope. "I've got her!" cried Keen. "I'll let her down to you carefully, but I recommend you tie her tightly until we can get her into the cage we brought for her. She looks like a slippery customer." Chapter 4. Conclusion. "Here we are, back in New York again," cried Dr. Hackensaw gaily, 5 days later, as his swift aeroplane entered its hangar. "Our first job now will be to teach Aura to speak." Aura was the name that had finally been decided upon for the invisible girl. Lilyfoot did not seem very satisfactory. The girl evidently possessed a language of her own, and a few Arabic and Shilluk words that she had evidently overheard the natives use, but otherwise she knew nothing and owned nothing. As Miggs expressed it when they found her, she didn't even have a pagoda on. He evidently meant kimono. Miggs had been the airplane pilot on their expedition. Dr. Hackensaw, with his usual foresight, had realized that if they caught the girl, they would have to have some means of making her visible. Accordingly, he had brought along a trousseau for her. It didn't fit well, but was more suitable than the electric aura, which had been her sole garment previously. To render her face visible, he had also brought along a vanity case, and when her cheeks were powdered and her lips painted, and she was attired in modern costume, you couldn't have told her from an ordinary girl except for the absence of visible eyes. A pair of spectacles, however, concealed this defect. Pheasant and Keen fell in love with Aura at first sight, and poor Pep was madly jealous, for in this whole-souled, breezy Westerner, she had at last found a man who won her heart. But she was a good girl, and managed to conceal her feelings. She was very good indeed to her rival, who evidently returned Keen's affections. Keen spent hours teaching Aura how to speak, and also training her in the elements of civilization, for she knew less than a child. Unfortunately, the climate of New York did not agree with her. She, who in the tropics could stand a dry heat of 120 degrees Fahrenheit, suffered under a damp heat of 90 degrees Fahrenheit, and 3 months after her arrival in the United States, she became ill, and in spite of Dr. Hackensaw's strenuous efforts to save her, died. Keen was inconsolable for a long time, but some years later he married Pep, and the pair were very happy together. Meg's heart almost broke at the time, for he was devoted to Pep. But he finally consoled himself with a peroxide blonde. As for Dr. Hackensaw, he is still alive, and still continues making his wonderful inventions. The end. End of section 45. End of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi.